Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2019 year-end Avocado Gamescast extravaganza!
Yay!
Yay! And it's not only the end of the year, it's also the end of the 2010s. A lot of stuff has happened in the gaming sphere in the past decade. We've seen the fruits of HD gaming. VR might actually be here to stay now. Twitch and YouTube are now a major source of gaming-related entertainment. There's a greater awareness of how video games fit into our broader culture. And game streaming is on the horizon, if not actually already here. But we're going to unpack the decade that was on our next episode. Today, we're just going to take a look at a tiny slice of the teens, this past year. And we're going to try to talk about as much of it as we can. The good, the bad, and the Pitchford. My name's Merve, and joining me, she thinks Kingdom Hearts would be a million times better if they just gave Goofy a rocket launcher. It's lovely Bones.
It's true. You know, Nomura actually tried to give Sora a chainsaw in the first game.
He should have.
I know, right?
And his pizza's got dew sauce and Dorito crust. It's the Kappa.
I don't even like Dorito tacos, to be honest with you, but I'll take it. I'll go with it.
Yeah, have you tried the Doritos loco taco?
You know what I don't like about them is they're really soggy. I don't know if anybody else has the same complaint. It's something about how they're made out of, like, they just absorb all the meat grease and just not good.
Mm-hmm.
I normally love Taco Bell, though, I'm not going to lie.
I had it once because I used to work across the street from a Taco Bell, so it was just the most convenient thing to eat. And the one time I had it, I just immediately regretted every choice I'd made in life, leading me to that point.
Taco Bell was the college tradition I had with my my bisexual assault activism college group. Like we'd hold our annual protest, and then we'd go to Taco Bell and buy $40 worth of Taco Bell. It was great.
It's just hard for me to be into
a good way to celebrate.
It's just hard for me to be into Dorito tacos when things like Crunchwrap Supremes and all those other things exist.
No, I've never tried the Dorito thing. I don't do Doritos.
What if they put like you know the Crunchwrap layer? What if they made that a giant hexagonal Dorito?
Yes.
God.
And then just like coat it in like Cool Ranch. I'll give that a shot. So
you know what? Let's put the chicken chalupa in there too. Why not?
Let's just make this a Taco Bell podcast. Who cares about video games? Last thing on Taco Bell, this is kind of funny. I don't know if you watch football, but there was a guy in the Monday Night Football. They can say like whatever school they went to or whatever high school they went to, or whatever they want when they introduce themselves. And one of them said his name is Matt Judon, and then he said "Body by Taco Bell." And Taco Bell went crazy and gave the whole city where he plays free Taco Bell that day. So, but Body by Taco Bell is something that I think about all the time now. So,
oh, man. Wish I hadn't gained 15 pounds working across the street from Taco Bell.
It just cracks me up.
Yeah. So we've got a lot of ground to cover today. Here's the game plan. First, three of us, we're going to discuss some of the most significant events in the games industry this year, starting with the Game Awards. Then we'll throw it on over to the Avocado community to talk about their favorite games of the year. And finally, the three of us will return to discuss the best, worst, and most surprising games of 2019. All right, let's dive in and start with the Game Awards, which happened this week on Thursday. Mm-hmm. We're recording this on Sunday, 15th of December, and on the 12th? Did I get the math right? Okay.
I think it was the 12th.
It was the 12th. I can subtract. I only have a math degree. Yeah, so the Game Awards happened, and
they sure did.
I mean,
did they?
Like, it's easy to dunk on the Game Awards for being, consumerist advertiser fest, which they are.
They all are, though. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, but
the Game Awards is basically E3 2, is what I said during the live stream.
That's a really good comparison.
Yeah. And there's good and bad with that.
Yeah, I'm always going to dunk on them for that, but I think that's kind of an easy dunk.
That's fair. But you know what's a less easy dunk is the fact that they're still not that good as an award show.
That's true.
The production's getting there. It's gotten better and better.
But like the way they burn off so many important awards so offhandedly, and in the quote unquote pre-show, it's not a pre-show if there's awards, guys.
I completely agree. That bothered me so much. They got what's that woman's name? Sydney Goodman? Am I making that up? I'm probably making that up. Anyway,
I totally
the woman
missed her
hosting
name, so I can't correct you.
the pre-show. Yeah, so she's like, this is the pre-show, and it's going to be great. And then she's presenting awards. I'm like, this is not a pre-show anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, just throwing out like best soundtrack and best fighting game in that 20 minutes before the official show starts is it's whack.
Yeah.
I mostly watched, to be honest with you, I mostly watched with the sound off. I just had on my second monitor. I was watching the Ravens play, so but it was I just, even catching most in bits and stuff, it looked like they put a lot more effort into having actual presentations this year for the big stuff, and then I can see that everything else, they kind of just did the whole Oscars thing where, and then we gave a bunch of awards, type thing. So
Yeah.
It's definitely still uneven on that front, but yeah, I can see some progression.
It'll be interesting to see where they go. I think this is maybe the third or fourth year where they've made, I don't want to say leaps and bounds, but they've gotten more and more towards a professional type thing. It's always going to be about the industry sort of pitching in, though, right?
The 5 straight minutes of an Apex legend just like doing bad improv on stage was bad.
I think what the industry does to help the Game Awards weirdly is trailers and announcements. That's what people are tuning in for. There's not like a star that makes you want to watch and say, oh wow, this, when people used to watch the Oscars, it's what famous people are there with who and what they're wearing, right?
Yeah.
You don't get that with the Game Awards. So what you get instead is trailers and reveals and announcements. And that's where the companies have to say, I could really see this happening down the line. Getting rid of E3 and the Game Awards are where you make your big announcements. I could see that being, because really studios are only making 3, 4, 5 announcements. E3, the rest of the time, is just kind of a hype show because they have their own shows. They have Xbox days and PlayStation days and on all the rest. So I could see. I can see the second outlet being the Game Awards in a couple of years.
I think there's a possibility that E3 might revert to just pure trade show.
Yeah, that I could definitely see.
Because it always
think the Game Awards
has that purpose, right? It's always going to have you're always going to need that convention where merchants and publishers and hardware manufacturers interact. Like, there's still business deals going on at E3. It's just they've tried to layer on something PAX-esque on top of it with something Games Awards-esque also on top of it. And it's just trying to serve 3 or 4 different masters not very well.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, and their document for 2020 is like, oh, we're having only one industry dedicated day, and we're trying to put even more of the focus on the public and the fans or whatever. And it's hard to imagine that couldn't completely backfire and force them to do something else.
Yeah, we really don't need
after the famously bad attendance this year.
Yeah, we really don't need a second PAX or a second RT Expo or whatever else there is. You know?
And PAX is also kind of in a weird spot because it's growing exponentially. It's getting so big. I went 2 years ago. I didn't go this year. It's going to be kind of probably an every other year thing for me. But it's getting to the point where it's a little bit less of the trade show that people get to attend, and becoming a little bit more almost kind of a structured release hype fest or something like that.
Yeah.
It'll I think you're probably 5-10 years down the line going to be looking at E3 being a trade show, PAX being where people get hyped about stuff, and the Game Awards being your announcements. I could really see that coming down the line. It's going to be an interesting year going the next couple of years to see what E3 kind of keeps doing. If people aren't interested and people aren't attending and the real stuff's not getting announced, I mean, I think if Microsoft is done with it too, it's done. I think they're the only ones kind of keeping it afloat right now. And
yeah, because Nintendo's semi-checked out. I mean, they still do the show floor, obviously, but they checked out of doing major pressers. PlayStation completely checked out this year, which I still think was a mistake, but we can get into that later. It's really only Microsoft and then publishers left doing whatever they're doing.
Right.
Yeah, and like the one thing what I was trying to say was I think the Game Awards will still have to make a lot more progress to be able to pull off being that kind of event, because they really by and large, I think it was a weaker year for announcements. But the one thing that they did have, was they had a stronger. Okay, I would say stronger because it was a lot of people were just like confused and otherwise not really understanding what they were saying with it. But they got the fucking new Xbox reveal. That is undeniably big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was
I
also
don't think the reveal itself
huge.
was well done, but I
wasn't.
don't think that's the Game Awards' fault. I think that's on Microsoft.
Yeah.
People were a little confused about the reveal in a kind of Wii U-esque way. And hopefully Microsoft can turn that advertising around and make it a little clearer.
Yeah,
but that's a huge get.
Well, that's one of the things. If you do your release at a Microsoft Days type event or your reveal or whatever, you have a lot more control. You have a lot more time. You're not.
Yeah.
Does that kind of make sense? Like if you can, if you can sit there
it's the lesson of Nintendo Directs.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if they're gonna. Okay, fine. From now on, we're not doing this level of big reveals, but we can reveal Outer Worlds DLC here. You know, that kind of stuff. So I don't hate the Game Awards. I went back and watched most of the clips of the stuff I cared about. It's an interesting-ish idea. I really think there is the effort is there. It's just going to be whether or not they're able to kind of nail it and put it all together.
As for moving on to like the actual awards, I'm gonna be kind. People are probably expecting me to say, "Oh, all the nominees are garbage." I think the nominees are mostly good.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll kind of hit this up a little bit in just our general talks, but I think it was kind of a weak year, just to be honest. It just kind of overall, I think there was some real standout stuff, some really surprising indie stuff, but I don't know. I just felt like it kind of overall, it was kind of a year of kind of in between. Maybe not great, maybe not awful.
We're still crossing the bridge to the next generation. You know,
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
We talked about this probably in one of our first year-end podcasts. I think when that was the last time this happened. That's how long we've been doing it now. But it definitely feels like a lot of companies may be holding back a little bit, kind of to see what's on the next horizon and what they can do. I think you have a lot of studios that are maybe kind of pitching or leaning towards being acquired one way or another. It was a weird year for me.
For me, what was weird is that I think overall it was a better year than last year for me, but I also didn't have as much time as I wanted to play a lot of games. So a lot of games that were super promising to me just completely fell by the wayside. And so I ended up with this weird year where I played a lot of indie games this year compared to most years. And I don't think I really got kind of the full picture of what people were playing. So when it came time for the Game Award nominees, I'm like, oh, I've heard of that game, but I haven't even played a second of it.
Well, I think that's a great point. I think another one would be this year kind of felt really backloaded in terms of games of the year kind of nominations. I think, I'm not saying all of them, but it feels like a lot of them were kind of in that October on time frame. So if you were still digesting some of the better stuff that came out during the spring or the summer, too bad. We're on to the next thing. So it's a lot of that back end of the year was a little packed. So if you're not playing professionally and you're just gaming like us, it's kind of hard to catch up to them.
Absolutely. That's really what I felt. Basically, everything I was interested in this year came out between the end of August and the start of December.
Definitely.
And then at that time, like, I had a month where I wasn't gaming because I was traveling and then moving to the opposite side of the country, and I just missed so much. So hopefully in January and February I can catch up a bit and kind of make my definitive Game of the Year list as opposed to what we're going to see at the end of this podcast. Anything else you want to mention about the Game Awards?
Just to go over some of the winners real quick. Sekiro. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean,
that's Game of the Year.
I've given it to From Software being this juggernaut with everyone but me. We talked about it. Like we talked about Sekiro. I've just kind of accepted it, moved on.
For me, So Sekiro is the only FromSoft or Soulsborne game I've played. So I'm famously not a fan of it, but I respect. Like, I think there are some good elements in it, and I respect that people like those elements. There's some elements that I think are just straight up not good in it. But I don't think it's not like a winner where I'm just like, I can't imagine why you'd ever give this game an award. So.
Yeah, a couple surprises. I thought Shroud was interesting as, I don't know what they call it, streamer of the year. He's been kind of always one of the OG streamers, but maybe not as hyped this year as he had been in the past. But I think good for him. He's usually a pretty positive streamer. Has some obvious, like they all do, some steps, but.
The only other nominee I've heard of is Dr. Lupo. I haven't heard of Courage or Ewok or Grefg.
Yeah, Courage is very popular. Lupo has ups and downs. He's kind of either beloved or hated, depending on which group you follow, but that's most of Twitch for you. And then Art Direction was a really interesting one to me. That was the only one I really wanted to bring up. I've only dabbled with Control. I think most of us are probably in there for some reason. It's just one of the ones that we've either got to get into or finish or play more of. But
haven't finished it yet.
Yeah. I bought it over
boat right now. We've all started, but not. I
bought it over Black Friday and haven't started it yet. Yeah.
Just with the conversation around, I hadn't heard much in the way of the art direction being outstanding, which is, I guess, another thing to get into.
I will say Polygon has a whole dedicated video for its art direction.
Yeah,
I will say this: its art direction is stunning. It's not something that's really flashy. It's just like technically stunning. But I would still give it to Grease or Silent or Wild Hearts over Control.
I was going to say Grease was just, I mean, I don't know if I played a more beautiful game. You know, I don't know. I guess it gets more interesting or intriguing or whatever, but Grease was just mind-blowing to me. And I even thought that Link's Awakening might have been a strong choice for if you're looking at art direction.
Yeah.
Not...
This was like a stacked category. Like, even
it was a really good
Stranding's art direction is vastly underrated.
Yeah.
There's some really strong like technical design elements in how they build the world that people aren't going to really notice. But whoever's selecting these nominees
they did a great job
really well.
But what I was going to say was really interesting to me about this category is this is the kind of conversation we have a lot where you've got super photorealistic versus, I mean, literally almost abstract paintings, right? Yeah. And you've got the two against each other in one category. So it might be time to kind of break out that category, into maybe two parts and maybe, I don't know what you would call it, realism versus direction or something like that. But that was, to me, was probably the most interesting category just for what was nominated up against each other. Pointing that out, I thought would be kind of neat.
I honestly would not be able to complain about any of these winning.
Yeah.
It's actually a really good... This is like probably the best category. Honestly, like the weird category for me, the one where I was really confused was audio design. Because I don't know if they're just talking about sound editing or if they're also like mixing sound editing and sound mixing in the same category.
Yeah, this is why that distinction is important, y'all.
Yeah, because Modern Warfare, fantastic sound editing, garbage sound mixing.
Right. Yeah,
and
it's
that's
all
why
blended into like that, background blur for most of the actual gameplay. So
yeah, like the individual sound effects, like they probably have one of the best Foley artists in the biz. But the actual sound mix is just completely indecipherable, and you can't tell what's going on when you're playing the game. So that was a really bizarre award for me to see.
And the biggest personal upset I wanted to bring up was Ashley Birch losing out for Vardy. I mean, geez, I don't know. I think she was up against a lot of big names. But man, that was a fantastic performance. I thought. I actually liked. I know Gears 5 probably isn't up most people's alley, but Laura Bailey also killed it as Kate. That Gears 5 was the first one where I feel like they actually kind of try to double down on the emotion, and it really works for me.
Yeah, the one thing I heard about Gears 5 was that it had an actually good campaign, so I believe you.
I mean, there's bleak dystopian games everywhere, and I think it can kind of get lost at it, but this one kind of built on a hopeful thing, and I thought that was interesting to see a game run with that. But Destiny 2 won something, so I guess I can't complain.
The one thing I'd say about Ashley Birch, and I haven't played Outer Worlds yet because I'm probably getting it for Christmas. She won for Horizon Zero Dawn, right? a couple years ago. So that could play a factor. Is that like the logic of we gotta spread the love around, even if in this case the love is to a beloved acclaimed film actor.
I think what it might have been for Life is Strange too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, these are not nominees I can complain about. Every single one of these performances is, as far as I can tell, great.
I was trying to get into the logic of why she might have had a harder climb than usual.
Yeah, I wonder if there's already that Oscar thing. You've got to give it to them for that. You got to wait for their Lord of the Rings third part to give them the awards. Or
the weird thing about this for me is that the one thing I played that had an Ashley Birch role this year was one of her worst performances.
The Borderlands 2?
No, it was After Party. I don't know what she's doing in that role.
The Demons Out of Hell game or whatever it is.
Yeah. It was such a weird performance because her voice is extremely similar to the lead female role, which was played by Janina Gavankar. So, A, you couldn't tell them apart. B, she just sounded like a more boring Janina Gavankar. It was a really weird performance.
Huh.
That's weird.
But yeah, other than that, she's normally great. So
I think Tiny Tina to me was a misstep. Not so much for how she performed it, but the character in general. But I think,
Tiny Tina undeniably really, really helped her profile. That's undeniably arguable. Unarguable, but I mean, I don't like any of the Borderlands things, so of course I don't really.
All right, good. I've got a partner here.
Yeah, any of these performances are great. That's all I can really say.
It was a good year. It was a good award show. Good presentation. I don't want to skip the Xbox Series X.
Xbox Series X.
PC.
Xbox X. It's a
Xbox.
PC. It's a server. It's a tower. It's all of the above, and yet none of them.
I don't know enough about this to really judge.
Well, it was originally going to be Project Scarlet, and it's Project Scarlet, and I know a lot of the internet's clowning on the form factor, whatever. But look, if you're going to get PC type performance, you got to get a little more space. There's no way around it, No,
the tower thing makes sense for a lot of reasons. Actually, like it is still easy to make fun of, but at the same time, they're like, it means there's going to be less extraneous wires everywhere, which is more accessible for certain people, and it's a power thing, and et cetera, et cetera.
And I mean, anybody who's built or PC gamed or anything can tell you airflow is really important in those types of things. You don't want it to get nuclear hot in there, so venting it out, it looks like it's going to be vented mostly from the top, which I think is smart, and that little cool green glow I think is a nice touch. But I'm excited for it. I'll buy one. I buy one everything, but
it's ugly, but I don't care.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll definitely say, just going off of the technical details we do know, the fact that it's confirmed to be full through back compat. That was one of the details they announced.
Really good. Especially if you've got that Xbox library built up over years.
Exactly.
And Xbox has been making some really powerful consoles. The One X is no joke. Playing between that and my PS4 Pro, I can really, I can get down
to... PS4 Pro is not meant to compete with that.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens in terms of raw power of PS5 versus Xbox, I guess.
Xbox,
Well, again, this for me is always going to come down to exclusives, and my PS4 is just a weeaboo machine.
Right.
That's all it is.
It'll be where your friends play. If you're a hardcore Call of Duty, Madden, whatever gamer, it's going to be what your exclusives are if you're anything else. And you're right. Yeah. But
my thing is I definitely on a broader level, I think this is a much more appealing console than the Xbone was when it was being sold to me by Don Matrick when I was a teenager. But on the other hand, my girlfriend is the fucking Spider-Man obsessive, and Spider-Man 2 is going to be PS5 exclusive, right? So so I'm fucked on that end.
I think there's a couple other interesting things aligning though with this Xbox. One is the fact that the Gaming Anywhere Game Pass or whatever is by far the best deal in gaming right now. I'm not even exaggerating. well, I think most people got it for $1. You know? And it's really good. It's got a huge library. And then I got into the xCloud beta that they had not too long ago, and let me tell you, I was streaming from my work van and playing Halo like I was sitting on my couch off of my phone. So the streaming is here. It's here. Stadia might not be it for different reasons, but I think even most people
get into that. Yeah.
We'll get into that.
Most people who didn't like Stadia, it wasn't necessarily the tech of it. It was for other reasons. But xCloud is the real deal. Game Pass is awesome. I don't know. I see the next 3 or 4 years kind of being one of those things where we're talking less about chips and GPUs, and we're talking more about servers and where server farms and internet connections, which is kind of interesting.
A tech shift is coming for sure, and it stresses me out.
I have no idea what this is going to turn out to be in the end, and I hope it turns out for the best. Okay, so I think that's the Game Awards. Let's move on to talking about gaming news and what happened in 2019. And we're going to kind of go chronologically. We're going to jump around a bit. We always jump around. Safe to say. Clear about where we're going. So let's jump all the way back to January, which the story actually started back in December 2018. And this is probably one of the most bizarre stories in gaming. And it's one of those stories where everybody's wrong, and everybody's wrong for different reasons, different ways. And I don't really know how to unpack it. But just to give some background, in late December, a competitive Overwatch team named Second Wind signed a competitive Overwatch player who went by the name of Ellie. And it turned out that this competitive Overwatch player was actually a fake player made by a male Overwatch professional named Punisher as part of some very stupid and sexist social experiment trying to prove that, I don't know, women can't play games. I don't know what was wrong with this guy. Anyway, so there are problems. There are a lot of things that were suspicious about Ellie from the beginning that kind of pointed to her being fake. People don't just come out of nowhere in ranked Overwatch play and shoot to the top of the ladder. That just doesn't happen. She was completely anonymous and had no other presence. Had delayed comms when she was playing. So it was almost like, a microphone was being passed over from one person to another. So of course, gamers being the awful people that they are, harassed a fake female player over this.
This was
exacerbating the whole problem. A lot of gaming outlets reported on the harassment and not what was suspicious about this whole person.
To
begin with.
So just for some perspective, like as someone who wasn't paying attention to this thing that closely when it first started being reported on, I thought the whole thing was that a trans woman was being harassed, because that has happened in Overwatch competitive already. So
it's happened. It happened a lot with what's her name, Scarlet in StarCraft, competitive StarCraft. Is that her name? I forget. So that was again a plausible thing that could have been happening.
But no, this was a person who sucked, who was also inexplicably attracting other.
I don't buy the social experiment angle of the whole thing.
Oh God, no! This guy's just a dill hole.
Right.
Yeah,
and
Punisher.
I really think that it's just a really stupid move that snowballed, and I'm not giving him. I'm not at all giving him an excuse. I'm just saying it was one of those things where he tried to lie his way out of it with this whole social experiment thing. I think enough people bought into it that was the line they ran with. Like you said, it was a mess all around. The reporting on it was really weird at first. It was very
weird. The whole experiment was stupid. Gamers harassing the fake player is stupid. Second Wind signing that player without verifying their ID. Everybody involved in this fiasco made the worst decisions possible, and nobody wants to own up and say, yes, I fucked up.
got the year started off right with this one, because I'll tell you, it was a mess. I remember just like reading as happened. I was like, I thought the exact same thing. I was like, oh man, that's pretty fucked up. They're going after a trans woman like that, and then it slowly turned into, everything else. And it really is just you're preying on people's good nature. I think in some ways with stuff like this, and I think that those are the type of social experiments or whatever you want to call it that just backfires. It just makes it makes people think. I don't know how to describe it. It makes you think, like, hard in your thoughts about certain things, and I think that's a bad thing overall. I don't think it's good to, always doubt people or always think that people are out for the worst. It's, don't do social experiments like this. It's stupid.
The other, really shitty thing about this is that while there are very few female players in the top tier, in the second tier down, which is called contenders, there are actually a lot of them. And now think about how hard it's going to be for those people in the second tier to make a play for the top tier, because now everybody's going to be suspicious about any female player trying to make that play.
Right.
It's just all around a garbage situation.
You hear this a lot with streamers when you watch, a lot of the streamers talk about, hey, it's hard for me to break into because I don't do X, Y, and Z. They'll say, the other, women streamers out there, I don't do this. I don't, I'll play this game, but I'm playing it at this level and I'm looking for this kind of credit or this kind of look. I'm not just dabbling in this game like a lot of people are. They're trying to make a name in the game that they love or enjoy, at least, so I think it sucks to break down that and try to run a stupid, silly social experiment about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Other big news from January, which spilled over into much of the rest of the year, involves friend of the podcast, Randy Pitchford, who's in January accused of various transgressions by his former lawyer, including verbal harassment, possession of illegal pornography, and embezzlement. Then later in April, Pitchford was caught lying about whether or not voice actor Troy Baker was asked back for Borderlands 3. And then in May, he lied about microtransactions in Borderlands 3, lied about Claptrap's former voice actor and his participation, David Eddings, and then David Eddings accused Randy Pitchford of physically assaulting him. And then Pitchford clapped back with Eddings as just a disgruntled former employee. So a lot of lies and accusations of illegality surrounding Randy Pitchford.
We talked about it a lot. I don't get why they stuck with the guy. I don't understand. I got to think at some point people are saying he's costing us business, and he doesn't really have a net positive. I think most people think of him as a liar at best.
The thing about Gearbox is that it's not a publicly traded company,
right.
So
you're stuck with him.
It's Randy's playground. He can do whatever the hell he wants.
Until the sales start slumping, I think at some point,
which
someone somewhere owns something. Yeah.
Borderlands 3 was a huge hit.
Mm-hmm. What's weird about Borderlands 3? I feel like it was a hit, and then I feel like it fell off the earth. I don't hear
nobody's talking about it.
Yeah. I think it was a hit because people wanted some of that, and then even people I know who were hardcore interested or waiting for it were just kind of like, yeah, it was more Borderlands 2. It was fun, but I don't think it's top of mind even for them right now. Which I guess that's the Borderlands cycle. I just wish people would have paid more attention to what he was doing and saying along the way, and not given him all the money in the world to do it with. I think that's the worst part of this story too. Kind of gets away with it.
Don't vote with their wallets.
Yeah,
and that apparently Randy can say whatever he wants and not really harm Gearbox. I really think of Gearbox as a studio that succeeds in spite of Randy Pitchford.
Yeah.
If anything, that says a lot about the talented people who work there. But Randy,
he'll do it again. He'll say more stuff. He can't help himself. It's one of those things, and people will ignore it and they'll go back to play. I don't know what else they got in the kit besides
Borderlands 4.
Yeah, exactly. But they'll
what
be
else
back
do they
for
do?
Borderlands 4.
Everything else they touch turns to shit.
Yep.
Remember Aliens Colonial Marines?
I do. I remember Duke Nukem. They finally got around to making that, and then
DNF. Oh yeah, that shit was.
Did not finish.
Oh god.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about him. I feel like he's, like I guess in like real businesses, you got like the oil tycoon guys, who's kind of like on the dying breed of something or other, and I feel like that's kind of how he is. He's like the game developer from like the '90s that, like if you were to make a shitty movie about shitty game developers in the '90s, he'd be the guy who would like the CEO you would kind of prototype for it. I still feel like he's that guy.
Yeah. He seems like a movie villain from like a
Central
movie
casting.
from 2005.
Yeah.
Right.
Whatever. He'll be around for forever for us to make fun of. So, January releases. I mean,
think the biggest ones are Kingdom Hearts 3, which we talked about enough, and we don't need to talk about again.
I still don't know what happened. Yeah. I just remember Norded. I think Norded is my gaming word of 2019.
I'm in the middle of Kingdom Hearts 2, and I still don't know what Nording is.
I have no idea either. I just think it's a funny word. It's a good word. But yeah, I think January was kind of a sly, kind of not much going on.
There's the Resident Evil 2 remake. That happened.
That's true.
That's a thing.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of Game of the Year type things, but I don't know. I just don't remember too much else January was.
What else? Oh yeah, there was Y2K, which was anticipated for many years, and it came out, and then everybody hated it and dunked on the
that
stupid
one,
hipster bullshit.
Now that you mention it, I remember that. People loved that, or at least loved the idea of it, and then it did not hit at all. I don't remember hearing anything about it once it came out.
That's because everybody hated it. I've never seen a game go from such high anticipation to just everybody dunking on it.
Yeah,
and it's that's shitty, pretentious, hipster douche, bearded. It's. God, I don't think I really have the right to say this, but it's like bearded hipster mansplaining douche the game.
Wow.
That's what I've been told. I was like, oh my god, this game looks so cool, and then it came out and everybody's telling me this. I'm like, I think I could skip this.
Yeah, I think most of the reviews kind of agreed with you. I think they were pretty middling, and I think that game is falling off. So February, I think obviously the big one was Reggie retiring, right?
Yeah, Reggie announced his retirement, and that's kind of the end of an era for Nintendo.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been part of their kind of the revitalized public image in North America, going all the way back to "My Body Is Ready," and kind of just rolled with it and let himself be memed to death, which that's takes a good sport to do that.
I liked Reggie a lot. I think it was an interesting era where I think I think he went from Don Matrick to who's the Sony guy, Kaz Hirai, and Reggie, kind of being the faces of the companies, and then you kind of see an end of an era where I think Reggie kind of left on top, right? I mean, of those three, he's the only one still there. And yeah, for me, Reggie will kind of always be the meme lord. I think, My Body Is Ready, and just kind of showing up and being comfortably goofy, which I think is kind of where you want those types of gaming figures to be, comfortable and knowing kind of what they are, and it's inherently kind of a little bit of a silly industry, and you don't always need to be the numbers guy.
Mm-hmm. The thing about Reggie is yeah, he was a strong persona, and famously it was a persona that he had to be sold on when he was first hired at Nintendo. He was unconvinced on it being a valuable thing, but they were like, no, we need to sell the idea that we have an American guy who could be hard on the other Westerners.
Yeah. Yeah,
which is a really fun. It's really funny that he's not his personality is a lot softer than his image, which I think is it. Nintendo does have kind of a public image problem in that regard, that it's seen as the goofy kid, right, rather than the badass Reggie, which he's kind of leaned into a little bit and kind of leaned out of. It's an interesting
the persona developed a lot over the last decade-ish.
it felt like we were legitimately having console wars when it came out, right? Like, I mean, it was brutal. It felt at times, and then you slowly started to kind of see like, okay, you know, we'll work with each other. We'll do this. We'll do that. I think crossplay is probably the future. You know, so I think everybody's kind of softened on that front. I think a lot of that was just maybe like Reggie was just so likable. It was hard to, you know,
he was an incredibly valuable frontman. What I was trying to say was like, yeah, on the one hand you had the persona, but on the other hand you had the fact that like, despite being a marketing guy, he was a marketing guy who had a strong sense of like perspective and like legitimate philosophy that he brought. Like he had a sincerity to him that he brought to it, you know, what was ultimately selling things. But he did it well, and he did it in a way that like softened the blow of like knowing that I was being sold something, and I appreciated that. I did.
Especially for Nintendo, when it was like you were being sold something the 5th time you bought it. You know, like I bought Super Mario Bros. 3 like 11 times at this point. So.
Yeah.
I think Reggie often like was selling bullshit, but less often than some people in this industry. So you know, I appreciate like I'm evaluating on a sliding scale here of how often you're selling me bullshit.
Sure.
And Reggie's kind of near the bottom of that compared to
I think there was definitely a difference to me between Wii Reggie, Wii U Reggie, and Switch Reggie, right? Like I think he knew he had something with Wii and Switch. I think with Wii U it was kind of like you saw a little bit less of him. It seemed like, right? Like around times of Wii U, it was just not as he wasn't as out there. He wasn't as interested in. Maybe he just knew it wasn't as good a product. I don't know. I'm sure he'll never say that, but
it seems like Iwata took most of the heat for the Wii U.
Yeah, Iwata allowed himself to be the face of the Wii U so that that could benefit their overall image, and Reggie got more onto the 3DS side of things, which gave us the fucking Yokai Watch ads where Reggie does a dance in a boardroom, and that was amazing. Yokai Watch did not deserve such good advertising.
So Yokai Watch is like this super popular thing that nobody in North America likes. They tried to bring it over like 5 times, and nobody's biting. It's really
never
funny.
Blown up over here the way it did in Japan. No, like people sincerely thought it would be a Pokemon killer at one point, and then just no.
Nobody cares. It's so funny.
To the point that it's a Nintendo franchise that isn't simul released, which is so rare these days.
I'm just interested to look at games that do and don't work here compared to Japan, only because of the gaming landscapes, right? I mean, it seems like that there's always these series that just kind of work a little bit better, you know, it for whatever reason there than here. Not necessarily because of the game itself, but because of the landscape, the culture. I'm thinking a lot about like those, you know, like the early like DS games where it was like depending on, you know, you passing by people who happen to be playing a DS as well. You know, that's a phenomenon I don't know if I ever experienced here. You know, versus I'm sure that happens 50 times a day if you're riding subways throughout Tokyo, right?
That works in New York and Chicago and very few other places in the United States.
Yeah. But I think that I think Reggie was a pretty. I mean, I don't know. There might be some stuff out there about him, but he seemed like a pretty good dude. You know.
I pay pretty hard attention to those things, and no, I've seen very few people have anything bad to say about him. And he also, even though he was always a business guy, a marketing guy, like he was also, I hate having to say this, he was a hashtag real gamer. Like he was literally just talking a day that like in the 90s when he was working at Pizza Hut, he had 80 Super Nintendo games. He was very passionate.
I think
I don't want to like put too much of an emphasis on this, but I think it really does matter to have executives who at least understand the medium tangentially, because
I think
you wouldn't have a movie exec
that's applicable to any industry.
Movies.
Sorry.
Well, and look at the difference.
Not just that they don't watch movies, but like, you know, that one of the famous, like, sorry for derailing this a little bit, that one of the like the most like generally well regarded like TV executives out there is the FX guy who's actually, his name is escaping me right now, but the point,
John Landgraf.
No. Yes, John Landgraf, exactly. Yeah, and he was a guy who actually wrote for TV, like not just that he was a fan of TV, but that he was a creative, and they brought that perspective of having been a creative to working with creatives, and that's really valuable.
And I think it's kind of tangentially led to folks like Phil Spencer being, you know, the head of Microsoft, where it seemed like Microsoft before had kind of gone with just kind of business guys, software guys, like they'll get it. It's close enough to software. And then I think you get a guy like Phil Spencer who, I mean, he might not be as legit as maybe some of the other ones, but I get the feeling he is. He feels like the kind of guy who's just like what we talked about. He doesn't care where you play Minecraft as long as you're playing Minecraft from a business standpoint, but at the same time, he does want to be fun. I don't know if PlayStation yet has kind of found that guy. I think they're probably not as interested because they're still the leader by far.
Yeah. I don't even know who's in charge these days. Sean Layden?
Maybe. I mean, I haven't seen him in, I don't know, maybe since 2 E3s ago, right? I mean, they don't have that face for me that Microsoft and Nintendo did, but I don't know.
They would trot Jack Tretton out on stage before he left.
But they don't really need it. They don't really need it. I mean, they're just like, you're gonna buy this because this is what we got on here. Our exclusives. We'll see you. So. Yeah. But I think having that face is never gonna hurt if you got a guy who makes it look and feel legit. So.
Yeah. So speaking of business, moving to the negative side of this, major cuts at Activision Blizzard. In February,
Actiblizz is a great name, though.
Yeah, major cuts at Actiblizz with a 8% of their workforce cut, and then in March, 4% of EA's workforce cut. The Actiblizz cuts were particularly notable because A, they'd been rumored for a while, and B, 2018 was actually Activision's best financial year on record. Well, yet they were still cutting 8% of their workforce.
I think a huge part of it was losing Bungie. I know I'm the Destiny fanboy. I get it, but Destiny has been and still is. If you look at things like player engagement, hours spent, per player, even things like websites read or videos watched about Destiny, it is a juggernaut. It's up there with Call of Duty, but you just kind of don't see it because it's just always there, right? It's like an MMO in a lot of ways. I gotta think that them losing Bungie was the number one reason for this. And now Bungie's kind of had their own year, and I guess we can get about that later. But I think that Activision kind of shrugged them off and said, okay, well, you're not hitting the goals that we have because maybe you're not printing money like the Call of Duty series is. But it's kind of like, okay, am I wanting to make $1 million a month or $10 billion or $10 million once a year? Well, long term, you got a game like Destiny, it's going to pay out. It's just, I think a lot of investors looked at losing Bungie as something like, okay, so we lost the sure thing, and now we've got to go back into that cycle of our moneymaker being, every now and then there's just a dud Call of Duty, right? I mean, just one that people just don't
Black Ops 4 didn't do super well.
Yeah, I mean...
Black Ops I.
Any perspective, not doing super well for them is not making, all the money in the world, only some of the money in the world. But I think that's kind of maybe what shareholders were looking at and saying, okay, well, we lost the predictable cash cow, and now we're back on this roller coaster of hoping that they keep nailing Calls of Duties here and there. I mean, Call of Duty is what it is. I mean, we've kind of got to come to accept it. It's the release that people just for whatever reason, but there's fatigue. I mean, there's always going to be fatigue in games like that where, it's okay.
The peak was Ghosts, I believe, in terms of sales. And that was 4 or 5 years ago now.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
And there'll be new modes and new this, new that. I mean, they tried dropping the single player. To me, if you're dropping something like a single player, you're not doing that out of quality reasons. You're doing that to save money, Yeah. And then if you're looking to save money on a game that pretty much prints money, that means for whatever reason, you're thinking or it might not make as much as it usually does. So,
I mean, they cut out the single player mode from COD Blops 4 to make room for a Battle Royale. And speaking of Battle Royales, 2 of them were released in February. Apex Legends and Tetris 99.
I think Tetris 99 is the most interesting Battle Royale I've ever seen, for sure. But I played a little bit of Apex. It's one of those games where if you just have enough gaming friends, they kind of suck you into that world. It's good. It's a fun Battle Royale. It innovated a fair amount. And bringing that Titanfall-ish gameplay to a Battle Royale is smart. It's just, where Battle Royales are right now is you've kind of got your one, right? You're either like the hardcore Tarkov guy, or you're the fun and quick and twitchy Fortnite guy, or you're the the kind of methodical shooting expert in Apex. So there's a lot of ups and downs to it, and I think Battle Royale.
We're the 5 people still playing PUBG.
there's still people, I'm sure.
PUBG, R.I.P.
Tarkov is kind of now that hardcore niche that I think PUBG was. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. I think Battle Royale is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Fortnite probably had its biggest year ever. I mean, it's got a Star Wars tie-in right now. Holy shit, right?
Fortnite is so... My impression of modern adolescence is that it's just Fortnite and vaping.
Yeah.
That's what I think of when I think of teens these days.
I mean, my kid is as into Fortnite as at 6 as I was into, G.I. Joe or any cartoon that I watched or anything else. I mean, it's just what him and all his friends talk about. And I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, I don't want my kids doing this or doing that," but like, if you cut your kid off from Fortnite, you're cutting him off from like a part of his culture. Does that make sense? Like where him and his friends are. Yeah. And if you're saying, "No, I'm not going to let you play that," he's not.
It's more like
it would be a detriment to a social life, and that's not really a responsible thing to do.
And like
it's more like you'd rather monitor how he's engaging with it than say don't engage with it.
And when the Avengers mode came out, and he could go around and be Thanos and all this other stuff, it was exciting to him, and he talked about his friends. Hey, I mean, they couldn't stop. Hey, have you been Thanos yet? Yeah, I was Thanos. I got to, what I mean? It's really cool to them. So it might be one of these things right now where I feel like there's a lot of pushback to Fortnite from kind of the 20-ish-year-olds. Fortnite's stupid. Fortnite's this. Fortnite. It's not a real game. I feel like that's kind of that little. Sometimes you get this like the intergenerational culture wars. I feel like there's a little bit going on between those two in a way, right? Like the maybe like the 25-year-olds and the 15-year-olds having this little thing right now on Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
My thing with Fortnite is I don't get it, but that's also because I haven't played it. Mm-hmm. So it'd be really weird for me to judge it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an enjoyable game. Just as a game, as a service, I think it's got a very good feedback. They keep it super fresh. There's stuff that, I mean, the creative mode in Fortnite, I would say, would rival anything you could do in Minecraft. I mean, you can build a sity worth of stuff if you really want to take your time. And then they've got the Save the World, which never really caught on, but still there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to Fortnite that I think a lot of people kind of look past because they want it to be the game that it really isn't, which is just,
they want it to be this mindless microtransaction-laden battle royale, which it is on some level, but it's also a whole lot of other things.
I mean, having to build and shoot at the same time, are you kidding me? You don't get much more, thoughtful about that. It's...
Sure.
I like watching him play it. I'll play it every now and then we'll sit down and we'll build some stuff in creative. But I mean, Fortnite's not a bad thing. I don't like when I start to see all this kind of hate about it. Just because it's something that kids enjoy. That kids enjoying something and it being good aren't mutually exclusive. I think anybody who's played Nintendo games could tell you that. So it's weird to me to see this Minecraft resurgence in kind of the general gamosphere. And then at the same time, people shitting on Fortnite. It's like, well, what do you?
I'm not interested in contributing to the the weird cultural pushback on Fortnite. The two things I can say on two different sides of the thing is Fortnite's production schedule and how the developers are treated in that regard, as has been covered by Polygon and such. That concerns me. That would be my angle of criticism, not that it's popular with kids or anything like that. And then on the positive angle is that and speaking as a total outsider, just as much an outsider as Merve is, I can say, looking at how they handle the their macro plot, if you will, their season to season transitions and changing the map to keep it fresh and all that stuff. I recognize really that they do a good job of keeping it legitimately engaging and exciting in a way that sorry for this kind of abrupt transition, but to say I tried to get into Overwatch in the last year and I dropped off it pretty badly, and there are some other reasons that made that easier. But there is also just the fact Blizzard Blizzard just wasn't doing a very good job of supporting the game anymore. They weren't keeping things exciting, and like a stunt like, oh, the servers go offline for 48 hours because the game went into a black hole, and then when it comes back out, it's Fortnite 2. Was like, that's good shit. Compare that to a disc sequel that is gatekeeping all the new heroes for Overwatch and isn't coming out for 3 more years. Like Fortnite's way better on that front. I can't dispute that.
That's why I think that's actually a really neat way to turn server maintenance into a plot point.
Yeah. That's hilarious to think of. You know, living in Raleigh, where Epic does exist, I got to tell you, they know about the crunch. They're hiring literally everybody they can get. I've heard that there's some issues with what's the visa program where you can get like certain skilled workers or whatever.
There are a bunch of different classes of this. There's O1, H1B, TN. I know all this because I'm a Canadian living in the States. But there are a whole bunch of different visa classes, and this would typically go under H1B, which works under a lottery type system, or an O1 if somebody has a special notable talent. Yeah,
it's been hard just to find people. At the scale that they're looking, they're looking for, to hire hundreds and hundreds of programmers, not dozens, because this game blew up on them. This is a studio that went from I don't want to say small. I mean, don't get me wrong, but they went from a medium size to maybe second or maybe even the biggest. So they're in a position to have to hire a lot, and it's not an excuse for them. They could probably throttle back on some of the cycles that they're doing, but at the same time, you want to keep the hot hand hot, and I think the only way to do that is to keep pumping out the stuff. But they're hiring.
There's a lot of levels of critique here from there's the micro level kind of treatment of workers, which is not good, but there's also just like a complete indictment of the American visa program and how it makes it hard for employers to get the labor they need.
Right, like a scale thing. Like if you need to grow your business triple size over a couple of years, it's almost impossible to do. There's just not enough, because of the way the program works. That's how it used to be. It all used to be done by that sort of stuff, but not anymore.
There have been like crackdowns and changes in the system over the past few years that have made it even harder. I know we're bringing like national politics into this, but it does play a role in how
it's important.
How these things work.
I know we talked a little Battle Royale. I do want to touch on Anthem. I will talk about it more.
So before we get to Anthem, two other games we need to mention are Crackdown 3, which finally came out.
It was fun.
Okay. And Jump Force, which came out and nobody liked. So that was all
Jump
good.
Force was by all consensus a disaster, but not a disaster on the level of like the same platform as Anthem. No.
Yeah.
Kappa,
so Anthem is okay. So I will just lay out my impressions of Anthem having just played the demo. It's a game where at a basic mechanical level of shooting things, it's fun and solid. The graphics look nice, great, but that's not enough to build a looter shooter.
That's not enough to enter the marketplace that you're entering.
And I think there was a weird mix of a lot of things going on with the failure of Anthem, and I can't wait to read the Jason Schreier book that I'm sure will be out at some point. But the number one thing I thought about at the time Anthem released, and when I knew it was in trouble, was when they had the what was it? Like you can play 8 days early, right? And it's not, the game's not really out. It's technically, whatever they called it, some kind of weasel word for
early access,
right?
Early access, EA access.
Yeah,
that's
so
what it's called. Yeah.
And they started to kind of see that the game really, really sucked. So they started to promise what they called a day one patch. Well, it's not a day one; it's day whatever it is, 9
day
or
like
whatever.
15 at this point. Yeah,
and like being kind of like the guy who's lived in these live service areas forever. I started to kind of look at the patch notes because patch notes are important. And when I started to see, wasn't so much like tweaks. It was like we're gonna make this game like kind of drag it out, right? Loot's gonna drop less. Less of it's going to drop. It's going to be of lesser quality. There's going to be more randomization. When you start to see that kind of stuff and you've lived in that game live service area that's a lot of buzzwords in there that are basically saying we're going to drag this out. How long it takes for you to get from where you're at to kind of the end game to when you're at max level, tweaking your build, stuff like that, which is where 90% of looter shooters live, right? Like, who cares about what level you are in Destiny? No one cares. What, it's all about the power grind and this weapon with this role. And same thing in Borderlands, same thing in any other looter shooter. Anthem wanted to kind of keep you in the area that I think most people play looter shooters don't want to be in artificially. And as soon as I started to see that, I was like, this game's in trouble.
It's like delaying how long it takes to get to end game.
Sure.
By artificially padding it. And if there are meaningful content in that padding, then maybe that's okay. But if you're just making like the space between drops increase, or you're making it hard to level up, randomizing, like that's artificially lengthening the time for you to get to end game.
Yeah.
And that's not how people want to play.
And if you start taking away sources and then you're not replacing them with anything else, you just kind of enter like almost like a death spiral for a looter shooter, where after a while there's just nothing for me to do. When I quit Anthem, my only option was to keep running the same 3 dungeons over and over and over again for hopes at a roll. Not only so I had to get the drop first, so I had to get lucky for the drop. Then I had to get lucky for the roll, and then there's 4 random affixes on every item, so I have to get lucky on 3 out of 4 of those to really improve my gear. The odds become astronomical when you start looking at it like that. So you could play Anthem for an entire day and have nothing to show for it. And people got wise to that really quick. So all the other problems aside, to me, that was something they could have fixed, and instead they went the other way with it and decided to artificially lengthen it out because there was nothing there. There was nothing behind the window dressing.
And let's not forget that this game's development was extremely troubled, and at the end they were crunching like mad to get something out the door, just because they'd fucked up the early development of this so badly.
Yeah.
And by early development, he does mean like a solid 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really screwed this up.
Early 2010s.
Yeah. And then just a few months ago, the guy in charge of Anthem's live services left and was replaced.
Yeah, I don't even know who's in charge of it now. They've been promising Anthem 2.0 for a little bit. I've seen that kind of dangled out here and there. I
don't think they've even officially announced it. These are just
rumor,
leaks at this point, saying that instead, like, this is why they're not adhering to the roadmap, because they're just going to revamp the game and pull like in A Realm Reborn.
Right. And it's sad. We talked a lot about it. It happening to one of the best game devs that I would have considered out there. But I don't know. In some ways, you make that deal with the devil that is EA, and it might keep your company afloat. It might keep you in there. But we've seen this happen before, and I can't put it all on EA either. I mean, BioWare made some huge missteps, and not just the game itself, but the development, and then kind of the live service part of it.
What people say about EA is that they'll give you enough rope to hang yourself.
Yeah, and they did it with lots of other games. I mean, there's a lot of nostalgia about, like even some of the older ones like Maxis and hey guys, Spore, that wasn't a good game to make.
Maxis, they partially killed themselves with SimCity. Visceral partially killed themselves by fucking up the development of their single-player Star Wars game. Like, that wasn't only on EA, that was probably more on Disney, and then also
even going back to like Ancient Apocrypha at this point, but like even Westwood, they had a lot of missteps with some of the Command and Conquers. I think people remember all the good times, but Renegade didn't exactly set the world on fire.
It's a damn shame. It's a fucking.
I agree. But they definitely had some not everything they put out was a solid gold hit, and I think there's a lot of ideas that EA killed them. Well, they could have done themselves some favors too, because
Yeah, I mean, let's EA did kill them off, and they obviously share some blame, but there's a lot of blame to go around, and I don't think people really understand. They don't understand that the blame has to be shared.
Yeah,
they're always looking. There are publishers who will rescue troubled developers, and I think EA's approach is to just kind of fuck them over.
They'll always cut their losses.
Yeah.
I think that is on EA, but you also have to realize what brings you to that point.
I don't know. Maybe remember I read about it. Or whatever. Like in the early '90s, there was a lot of these like indie movie studios, right? That were kind of just like everywhere, right? Like the Miramaxes of the world, right? That were all trying to find the next Clerks or the next whatever. Like those. That was kind of like the feeling, and then you started to get see all these kind of little studios fall apart, because they had 2, 3, 4 bad movies, and that's all it took back then. I think you're even kind of seeing that with Annapurna now, right? I mean,
I mean, Annapurna as a studio, as a movie studio, they went under.
Yeah, and I think you can always say, oh, well, it's just there's no place for this in the world. And it's like, no, you just have a little bit thinner of a margin when you're operating kind of on your shoestrings.
Fly-by-night kind of operation.
Yeah, you don't have all the money behind.
Luckily, Annapurna Interactive still intact.
Yeah, the game studio was not affected by the film studio filing for bankruptcy for whatever reason.
Yeah. So at least they're still doing well, but that worries me. Could Annapurna Interactive go under, despite the fact that they have a lot of well-regarded games?
Right.
Yeah.
One fuck up and they could go under too.
Yeah. You don't have a lot of. I mean, especially with games costing more and more and more, you don't have a lot of leeway to get it right. If you don't get it right, you're.
The level of instability isn't fair to creatives in any way.
No,
none of this is fair.
But then the other end of it is you go with EA, and you're either making them hits or they're absorbing you into the giant glob of whatever used to be whatever studio at this point. And if
speaking of games that didn't get it right, moving into March. Y'all remember Left Alive?
Yeah. Oh, boy.
So that was supposed to be like this third-person shooter stealth game that was supposed to be like Capcom's big entry into that genre, since I don't think they're really making Lost Planet games anymore. And holy hell was that game savage.
I want to say the one thing about Left Alive, we don't talk a lot about cover art, or whatever. But that cover art is just straight up Metal Gear, right? Am I wrong there? I mean, when I forgot the game even existed. I was at GameStop buying my kid a backpack, and I saw the cover art, and I was like, "What is this? Like, is this a Metal Gear game?" And like, because I thought I was out of the loop or whatever. And I mean, to see a Square Enix game that kind of just falls off the radar like this.
It says Capcom. Not
is
Square
it?
Enix. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Is it Capcom? Wait.
No, it's Squeenix.
Yeah,
it's Squeenix.
Yeah,
okay.
I've seen Squeenix on the website. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I just looked it up.
But I will say, just to back you up, Kappa. Yeah, no, literally just heard of this game right now. Sorry, I did do the research. Look at that cover. That's totally Metal Gear adjacent, both like the font and like the imagery for sure.
I feel better now because I was like,
it does look very Metal Gear-y.
They kind of. Usually I actually like Lost Planet, so I'm one of the few people who actually kind of paid attention to this.
Lost Planet was fun.
Sure, it had a couple cool mechanics. I mean, the whatchamacallit, the warmth thing I thought was kind of neat at the time. They had some cool, feeling guns and mech battles and stuff like that. But yeah, it's rare that you see a game kind of just fall off the earth like this sometimes. And I think the reviews for it were awful. I mean, I don't even remember one probably being even positive. I think they're probably all middle to negative. It was just.
I just clicked on a random review and it's a 3.5 out of 10.
There you go. I mean, yeah,
it tells you.
Yeah.
Left Alive is a tremendously disappointing return to the front mission universe. That's the back of the box quote. Yeah.
And then that was also the month that gave us Sekiro. Sekiro?
Yeah.
Sekiro?
Which Sekiro, who knows?
No one seems to
We're going to talk
agree.
about that later. The other notable release is The Walking Dead finally concluded.
Yeah.
March.
Walking Dead season
completed
4
by Skybound after Telltale was dissolved.
And now Telltale's back.
I was checking they checked that on Telltale for a while, but I mean, it's cool. I guess people got an ending to the story if they were into it, but it's back again. I mean, what did the Wolf Among Us 2, right? Was announced.
Yeah, that was just announced at the Game Awards.
Yeah. Of all the Telltale stuff I played, Wolf Among Us was probably, I think, the best fit for Telltale, and I think it was probably the best game that I played. It was the one that I definitely left wanting more of. So I'm glad that one's still around in its form. I just hope that they do something either with that engine or with the gameplay or something. You got to make it a little bit different because it doesn't really hold up where it is right now.
I would say they should. My ideal Telltale game is the storytelling of The Wolf Among Us Season 1 with the gameplay of The Walking Dead Season 1, where there are still sort of puzzles before they went full interactive story.
I missed the puzzles.
Puzzles really makes sense in the Wolf Among Us universe because you're supposed to be a detective.
Right, exactly. It's a much better fit for you going around trying to figure stuff out than it is Walking Dead, because Walking Dead doesn't ever feel like a survival game. You know, I mean, it's I'm spending half my time at a farm talking to somebody until we have to go run from something. That doesn't feel survival to me. That feels like, you know, like almost like the space between Mass Effect missions. You know, that's what Walking Dead felt like.
It was like the LucasArts thing, right? Like at the end of the day, that was kind of what it was chasing, and I think it worked on that level.
Yeah, I still think The Walking Dead season 1 is great. I
It
really
totally
hate
is.
season 2 for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
But season 1 I still think it was innovative at the time. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
And then they refused to innovate further.
Yeah, they got kind of overshadowed by other people like filling in that niche, like Life is Strange and whatnot. So the thing I think about Telltale, as I call them, Telltale 2.0, is that like, okay, so uncanceling the game that people were most excited for before the original studio died, that's a very strong, good like PR move to start with. But they're gonna need to do a lot more than that to fully justify themselves. Like, yes, they need a new engine, which Telltale kept promising before they died. They need a new engine, and I mean, personally, I mean, maybe it's not something that's as practically feasible, but I do think that they should be trying to improve on their work situation more before
absolutely
trust them, before more people should be willing to trust them as a studio and to look into their products. That like everyone there is on like part-time pay, and yeah, some of them were, you know, people that were from the original studio, but not that many, and it's all sorts of weird things. Oh yeah, and that the owners are just like trust fund kids who just like Walking Dead.
if I had to create my ideal scenario for Telltale, what I would say is just come up with a new IP. Just do your own thing. You know, you've got
relying on all the licenses was one of their biggest downfalls.
Absolutely.
So
those things are expensive.
Going original IP like Life is Strange or whatever would definitely be a good call for sure.
And like you look at a bomb like the Game of Thrones series, could you imagine what that cost to get that license back in its heyday? I mean, geez.
It took years worth of negotiations too, which could not have been cheap either.
and then,
what original IP does Telltale own other than
Sam and Max? Maybe I don't.
No, that's licensed. I think I can't remember.
I mean,
I don't know.
But yeah, I don't think there's a lot. I mean, but I would say
Poker Night maybe.
Fuck yeah, Poker Night 3.
But sit down. You got writers, employ them. You know, write something. I mean, there's no reason you couldn't do a generic zombie thing and take it out of the Walking Dead universe. You basically did it anyway, right? I mean, for paying for whatever you did for that Walking Dead license, how much does that really even matter that it's in the Walking Dead universe? Zero.
Yeah. I mean, it's what got people buying it in the first place.
I mean, maybe, but
that was 7 years ago.
Yeah. I think there's another world where you release Walking Dead as just a generic zombie game, and people fell in love with the narrative and the story. And I mean, Clem and Lee are interesting characters no matter what. There doesn't need to be any tie-in for me.
No, I do believe that. At least speaking as someone who is like I kept away from that game longer than anticipated because of the Walking Dead license. because I'd seen the show and fucking hated it, and I hated the comic, and I kept hearing people say this game based on it was good. I was so skeptical.
That's interesting. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's my thing. You know, you could have not bought that license.
Also, like, you know,
I don't think they would have had the success, like the commercial success, to get it out the door.
Probably,
or not out the door, to get it into players' hands.
Maybe not initially,
without
but
a license name.
Again, at the time,
now they can do whatever.
At the time,
they've built a name for themselves.
Yeah, they've built a name for themselves, and Walking Dead does not quite have the star that it did in 2012 either. Like, its ratings peaked several years ago at this point, and it's just trudging along, much like a zombie. It is.
Yeah, it's still shambling away. Yeah. Moving on to April, one of the only really big release I want to talk about is Days Gone, because that's another release that kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Days Gone I'm not being original here. I think it was Schreier or someone like Tuttle, someone from Kotaku who coined this. That Days Gone is just AAA trademark the game.
Yeah, It looked like a turd coming out, and I think it never moved past that for me.
Although, fun fact,
it wasn't even reportedly like a bad game. It had mediocre reviews. It wasn't like Left Alive.
Fun fact, it was made by the people who made Bubsy 3D.
Really?
Yes.
Bend made Bubsy?
Yeah. Under a different name.
Okay.
It feels like the kind of game. This is the thing I'll say about Days Gone. Have you ever played like Game Dev Studio or one of those game dev games? Like, this is the kind of game that like you make the first time and it's a hit, and then like by the fifth time people are like, they're sick of zombie open world games. You know? This is exactly that kind of game for me. It's just like, I don't know. I
just think players didn't cotton onto it because they just had open world fatigue.
Yeah.
It's either
like, if you're not gonna have me fighting robot dinosaurs, what do I care about this new open world? You know?
It didn't provide the gameplay differentiation or the aesthetic differentiation, and that kind of
the aesthetic one is what I definitely would agree with. I think you got that brownish color game with the zombies, the open world, the post-apocalypse. I just think it's all been done so many times, you know. And unless you're going to put a spin on it, like, damn, I can't think about it right. The hugest game of the world, Last of Us, you know, unless you're going to put like an emotional or whatever spin on it, but they never really even felt like they were trying to sell you that. It was just, look at this badass with his motorcycle, you know. Like,
as far as I can tell from the
Deacon
story,
St. John. Wait, was that the guy's name? Deacon St. John? Or am I just inventing character names? Anyway, Deacon St. John had supposedly some emotional backstory involving a wife who may or may not be dead. I don't know. It's so generic. Who gives a shit?
My read of the story of Dave's Gone from a distance is that it seemed like what Ride to Hell Retribution was before it like completely shat itself. When it seems like it might be okay, like it was at that level.
Like, it wasn't even reportedly a terrible story. Like, nothing about this game is reportedly terrible.
No,
it's just nobody gave a shit about it.
Just not meaningful enough. Yeah. I do think it's like, we could definitely go through April quickly, but I do think it merits a mention that like, Mortal Kombat 11 came out and was like one of the biggest successes of the year. People complained about the microtransactions. Okay, done.
Okay, so that's MK11. Moving on to May, I think the biggest kind of business thing that happened in May is Epic acquired Psyonix, the makers of Rocket League. So now they have that feather in their cap.
Yeah.
And again, moving on to weird open world releases that didn't set the world on fire, there's Rage 2. People aren't really talking about.
I legit forgot that Rage 2 came out until I got it for free on Game Pass. I played about, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 hours of it. It's okay, the game. I mean, like, if we're talking about, like, it's okay. Everything in there seems to click. It feels right. It's basically Borderlands, but kind of a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more gritty. Like, Borderlands with 8% more grit on top of it instead of, like, take the humor, replace it with grit, you're there.
Do you remember, this is very silly, do you remember, I'll be quick about it, do you remember when Rage 1, like before Rage 1 came out, which was like a decade ago, that Breaking Bad had a sponsor like featured it in the show, and it was presented as an on rails like Wii shooter for some reason.
Yeah, and like it was Jesse playing it and like being like really into it, like he couldn't break away from it. It was like supposed to be like a very dramatic motion.
Do you know what this reminds me of? Do you guys remember Homeland?
Yeah.
The game sponsorship they had for Homeland was fucking Kuma War.
Really?
Yeah. It was the funniest fucking shit on the planet.
Oh, you're talking about the TV show. I
the
video game.
It was.
No, Homeland, the TV show.
Yeah.
So the really funny thing about this is that I don't know if it's still PC exclusive, but at the time it was a PC exclusive game. And the way they were promoting it in the show, it was set up as like with a TV and a controller away from a gaming PC, so it made no sense whatsoever.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was the funniest fucking promo for a game I've ever seen.
My single favorite prestige TV representation of video games, and again, I know this is all just a total dumb aside, but it's a fun aside. is in the first season of The Sopranos, they had Tony Soprano playing N64 with his son, and he held the controller with just the middle prong with his thumb on the thumbstick. And as I understand it, that was the way some people actually did play N64. It's whack as fuck, but okay. But it's just the image of James Gandolfini holding an N64 controller is so surreal.
You need 3 hands to hold an N64 controller.
Especially,
yeah, I know.
I try to explain this to people who haven't really played GoldenEye when it came out on an N64 controller, but you almost had to hold it diagonally because you use the camera buttons to really move. Like you always moved at a strafe. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like if you're constantly sliding around at an angle, you almost by default hold the controller almost 90 degrees wrong. And so I don't know. Maybe they were trying to pull that off, but yeah.
That's giving him a little too much credit.
Yeah, no, that's way too much credit. I'm sure Tony Soprano's like, what is this thing?
So moving on to June, E3 2019, which we talked about at length, but one big development from that was Microsoft acquiring Double Fine, the famously independent studio up until this year. Psychonauts 2 is still cross-platform, don't worry.
A studio that also, like famously, like the start of its run as Double Fine and not as LucasArts, adjacent was Psychonauts 1 being an Xbox exclusive that flopped, and so Microsoft stopped working with them.
I really think that this was a big. I mean, we'll get it. I might get into it later, but this is a big one for me because I feel like that they've got that kind of craziness that maybe Rare used to have in a way.
Yeah.
I think that's. But they never let it go. Rare. When Microsoft got Rare was already on the decline. I mean, honestly, and they got parts of Rare, but not all the big parts of it. But
whoever they had who was on the better side when they acquired it had left by the time that like Rare was just doing like Kinect games for 3 years.
Definitely. So I mean, this was a big year for Microsoft just in terms of the stuff they brought in. I think Double Fine's great, Ninja Theory's great. Obsidian. I mean, and then even In Exile does some really cool stuff if you're into those types of top-down CRPGs. And what really impressed me as a PC gamer is they kind of went with a little bit of PC-heavy backgrounds with stuff like Obsidian and In Exile. I mean, those are kind of more PC games. Undead Labs, I think, has been doing State of Decay, and I think that's pretty well received. Speaking of open-world zombie-ish games, but that game's kind of more focused on the building and those mechanics of it rather than just grittiness and riding your motorcycle. And then you've got Minecraft, of course, under Microsoft, and then I think this was a big year for the Age of Empires guys. They've also had, I think HD 2 hit, I think 3 remastered maybe ish, I don't know, but then there's a new Age coming out. So Age of Empires is kind of on the rebound, and that to me is everybody's got kind of their hallmarks of what is and what isn't, platform games. But Age of Empires to me is one of those seminal, PC franchises games that I think always, the more Age I can play, the better. And I've been playing the remake, and I've really been enjoying it. It was kind of one of those one that bounced on and off my top of the year list, even. But Age is what it is. People either love it or hate it, but 4 is on the horizon. I think people are just really excited to hear about it. But the 2 remaster has been great so far.
Yeah, I've heard that.
If nothing else, it's going to be a nice return for the series that kind of drifts in and out of the public consciousness.
Yeah, we're still very early in this like era of Microsoft having all these like secondary studios that they're trying to support, but it seems like they're doing well with it so far.
We'll probably talk a little bit of this about when we get to Outer Worlds, but I kind of feel like there was a little bit of a, hey, wrap up what you guys are working on because you're coming under Microsoft from here on out. Do you know what I mean? Like I get that kind of feeling that it was like there could have been a lot more. There could have been a lot more to a couple of other games that kind of hit the streets before Microsoft purchased these studios. But I feel like that was kind of like the, hey, wrap it up. We're going to be having you work on something a little bit different from here on out. And I can't wait to see what a unlimited, well, not unlimited, but a big budget Obsidian game looks like, because man, is there some potential. And
Yeah.
I can't imagine Phil Spencer putting any kind of limits on what they can do if they want it. The talent's going to be there. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want them to. I mean, I understand that there's a big market nowadays for these, top-down old school isometric RPGs, which Obsidian has made a bunch of. But I really want to see Obsidian make more games in the vein of Outer Worlds, Alpha Protocol, etc.
Well, we know what Obsidian's next game is that they're doing alongside Outer Worlds DLC. It's called Grounded, and it's basically Honey, I Shrunk the Kids as a co-op survival game.
Yeah, that one looks really fun.
Yeah. It looks really interesting, and it's such a tonal shift for them.
Yeah, there's a potential
gameplay shift as well, because it's not like an RPG.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see what they can do. And that Grounded looks really cool. I don't think I'm gonna get the chance to play Grounded, but I do think it looks really interesting, and I think it's it speaks to good things. Like Obsidian can do something like that feels that's outside their wheelhouse, but in a good way, and it's not like them just being like shoved into a shooter niche or whatever. Yeah.
So notable releases of June. I think the one that we should probably touch on is Bloodstained.
Yeah.
Ritual of the Night.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a Kickstarter that was very popular, and I think it's kind of like one of the most notable Kickstarter success stories in that it came out and everybody liked it, more or less. Yeah. I mean, the Switch port was apparently a disaster, which they've worked on fixing.
I don't know what you're talking about. The Switch port didn't come out until November, right? And everyone agreed it was perfect when it came out in November.
Yeah, but other than that, it's like a Kickstarter success story. They made a Castlevania game with a different skin, and Iga got to make his good game.
Outside of Halo, this is one I've been enjoying and playing on the xCloud thing, the demo or beta or whatever it is for that. Because I thought this would be an interesting one to kind of try out, right? Input lag and all that stuff. And I like. It's weird because I came home and then I just downloaded the game on my Xbox and I've been playing it there. I really actually like this one, and I'm kind of hit and miss with Metroidvanias, right? Either they really work for me or they really, really don't. But this one, I really like it. I'm finding it really fun. I like the combat. It feels really fast for some reason. Like that's one of my main complaints about a lot of Metroidvanias. It kind of feels clunky and slow. The game doesn't really kind of beat you over the head with this is the way you have to fight and these are the things you have to do. Kind of lets me mix it up a little bit. I like being able to swap my stuff out whenever I want. That's something that I really do enjoy. It's not trying to find the right thing at the right time. And then I like the shard mana combo system. I really actually like this game, and I'm glad it got brought up.
Yeah. So it's nice to have to be reminded that Kickstarter, for all the disasters it's produced over the years, like Mighty Number 9, they can still produce good
for every Mighty Number 9
games
you can still have a Bloodstained. Apparently.
Yeah. So we're not crying like anime fans on prom night. It all worked out. Moving on to July.
I'm sorry for cutting you off there.
No, that's fine. Moving on to July. Not a lot happened. There was a Fortnite World Cup.
I feel like
called it Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know why you're holding a Fortnite World Cup in a tennis stadium, but Fortnite could afford it.
I feel like the story of July is Fire Emblem. Like genuinely, it had such weird like cultural penetration of like a billion different memes about it. Everybody talking about it, and like instantly became the best-selling game of the series, which still only means like 2.5 million or something, but still.
I mean, it's a weird thing to be a cultural phenomenon. It's been weird this gen to see a lot of niche Nintendo franchises just kind of penetrate the cultural consciousness and become these huge sellers. Yeah. Like, who thought Xenoblade was going to be a hit?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I'd only played Fire Emblem on my DS here and there, and I mean, to me, it was this kind of weird game about making people fuck to make unstoppable super children. Like, I didn't really.
That's a very good summary, though.
I was like, because like I got introduced to it by a friend. Actually, I was in the army. He was like, "You got to play this game. It's really crazy. It's RPG." He explained it all. It sounded really good. Cool. And then, but he kind of, instead of letting me figure it out and like getting to, he's like, "Okay, and here's the guide to make super babies. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah,
And then,
I've heard.
So
I've heard that like if you try to work with a Fire Emblem fan, they will like really try to hold your hand through it because of how overwhelming it is.
I would say if you're a Fire Emblem fan, let your friend muddle through it at first. Don't tell them, you gotta immediately get these two talking, because if you don't have them talk on the very first day they meet, they're not gonna be able to make this Time Warrior baby or whatever. Let people figure it out, and then on their second playthrough maybe they come back around and do all this stuff.
Figure it on your own.
Yeah. The other notable release of July, I think, is Wolfenstein Youngblood.
Yeah.
And that was not very well received because people, I think, wanted more of a single-player Wolfenstein, like the first two games in this reboot series, and not whatever the fuck this was.
Yeah.
This was one
I spoke up for Youngblood just on the basis of that it was nice to see more shooters with female protagonists.
Yeah.
And I haven't gotten around to it, but the reception has not given me that strong of an impression.
That's what's kind of tragic about it. I was so pumped to play as these lady shooting twins.
Right.
Yeah.
And now I don't want to play as them if I have to shoot bullet sponge enemies all day long.
This is one of the ones I wanted this to make sense, I hope, but I wanted to make sure people were hating it for the right reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I was like, oh yeah, I played myself.
Yeah, across the board, it seemed like just the gameplay was not satisfying enough, unfortunately, and and that was especially frustrating for me, not just because I was excited about the representation, but also it launched at $40, so it was something that I totally could have gotten if I wanted to, if it motivated me, and it just wound up not, and that sucked.
Yeah, kind of like Left Alive in that regard. Also a game with a female protagonist that just flopped because it sucked.
Yeah.
And it sucks to have games that are kind of trying to be a little more representative or represent something different, and then they just bomb because they suck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if this might be like a conspiracy theory, but I sometimes think that game companies, and maybe even movie studios do this. They do something where they feel like they're taking a chance, and in the game itself, or in the gameplay, or the movie design, or whatever you have, right? But on top of that, they also throw in a female protagonist, almost to kind of, I don't know, kind of shade over it. So if this movie flops, it's not because people didn't like the gameplay of this Wolfenstein. It's just that they didn't like to play these women characters, right? It almost gives them an excuse. And I've seen this happen with a bunch of movies lately, where you almost add in the woman main character, and then if it flops, well, that's what people didn't like about it. It's not that the movie itself had a dumb story or whatever.
And that kind of works on both angles, because then if it sucks but they want to defend it, they can say, look at these garbage people who are hating it for the wrong reasons. Or if it sucks and they want to sweep it under the rug, they can just say it reinforces their preconceived notions that things with female protagonists don't sell. And as we've seen from games that were successful this gen, like the Tomb Raider reboots and Control this year, which was
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Horizon Zero Dawn this gen as well. That just doesn't hold true. If you make a good game with a female protagonist or protagonist of color, people will cotton onto it if it's good. Notwithstanding those 100 or so really loud sexists on the internet being dipshits about it.
Yeah, and they were going to do that regardless. But I think that Youngblood kind of deserved, at least in the. I mean, I gave it a fairish, chance, I thought, but I mean, it's not a good game. It's really even kind of cringy in lots of parts. It's just one of those games where I think that most people are probably going to be comfortable kind of looking at it as a footnote in the series. Maybe if they're completionists, they'll try to get it through, but. Wolfenstein, I think, in general, kind of needs a directional shift. I don't know where you can keep going with battling Nazis through time. It sounds more intriguing than it is, but you got to figure out kind of where that direction of that series is going, because it just kind of feels like they're just going to keep changing up the decades and not much else. But it's not. Don't make it a stealth shooter, whatever you do, because that stealth was maybe the worst thing I've ever played in a video game. But
when your stealth looks bad compared to Astral Chain stealth missions, you've probably fucked up.
It just, I think Wolfenstein's the best ongoing series they've got running right now for, what is it, ZeniMax? And they're trying to kind of figure out how to make it into, something a little bit more than it is. And I don't think Wolfenstein fits that. I don't even think Doom fits that. You gotta kind of figure out what your game is and where it fits. But I think both of those are kind of right outside that window right now, of being something that people are going to be willing to play, for every other year or whatever your release schedule looks like. It took a pretty substantial revamp for Wolfenstein and Doom to kind of hit back for, the cultural markets. And I think it might take something again to kind of keep it there.
Yeah, to sustain them, it's gonna take more work.
All right.
Basically.
Let's move on to August.
Yeah.
I kind of don't want to talk about this because I think this is probably the only thing on the list that we're actually going to argue about, which is the big Ooblets Epic Game Store controversy. I really don't want to talk about this.
Me neither, man.
So a developer puts up a Glumberland, who's making a game that looks really cute and charming called Ooblets, put up a snarky blog post on their website about going Epic exclusive. The internet kind of lost their shit. There was this developer got into some arguments, let's say, with people online, and that made people further lose their shit. And it caused a whole mess of harassment and a lot of bad faith arguments. Can I say bad faith arguments on both sides?
Yeah,
I think that's fair.
Dolt?
Yeah,
I'll accept that.
A lot of bad faith arguments on both sides. My stance on this, and this is the strongest stance I'm willing to make, is twofold. First, harassment is bad and you shouldn't do it. I don't think that should be a controversial thing. The second thing that I'm going to say is probably a little bit more controversial is, let me put it this way. If you do something dickish, I think people are justified in calling you a dick for it, but there's no way for the internet to regulate that and say, well, okay, 20 people have called this guy a dick now. Let's just shut down all further accusations of dickery. And then that would be fine. And I think if we had a world where you could cap
and also most
accusations of dickishness at like 20.
And for whatever reason, also people aren't equipped to just stop at dick. They have to like hyperbolize it. They have to like make up fake anti-Semitic, like Photoshop. Exactly. They have to be monsters. They can't just be assholes.
You can't just say, like, this should have ended at, hey, I said something dickish. Then a bunch of people saying, you're a dick, and it should have just ended at that.
Yeah.
Because I really do think this guy's a dick. I'm not like, I know that's a controversial opinion in some circles. No, this guy wrote a dickish blog post. Yeah. Sorry, too bad. That's dickish. Yeah. But it should end there. Yeah. That's like, people say dickish things on the internet all the time.
Yeah, this is one of those, you go to war with, the internet, you're never going to win. Everybody comes out, looking shitty.
I'm with you that this was pointlessly exacerbated, including by the developer. That this did not need to be what it was, and there was responsibility to some extent all around there. I wasn't personally offended by anything that the Glumberland people said personally, but I recognize that they were being deliberately provocative. I understand why that upset people. Again, I would not dispute. I would dispute people say, that was asshole-ish. You could have handled that better. I only dispute the way that got distorted.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Like I said, the reaction was completely out of proportion with the offense, and I'm not a fan of people saying that no offense was committed, because I think there was, but I can't dispute that they didn't hurt other people's feelings, and I won't say those feelings aren't valid. I just wasn't personally offended, I'm not. I don't really care. At the end of the day, I can just say, you were a jerk, but I'm not willing to go beyond that, and I wish more people would just stop there.
Yes,
and then we wouldn't have to have this this conversation. But that's really the strongest thing I'm willing to say about this. I mean, I think there is kind of this other, there's this wider conversation about what it means to go Epic exclusive, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm of two minds about this. On the one hand, I completely understand indie devs going Epic exclusive and taking that bigger cut. I completely understand it, and I get it. I do think you have to be a little humble if you were listing your game on some other storefront or promising some other deal and then reneging on it. I think some humility is required.
There's one bit of context to the Ooblets thing that was important to remember, was that Double Fine was signed on as their publisher, and when Microsoft bought them, that contract fell through, and they did need some additional support to handle that.
Right, and they also had a Patreon, though, that I think kind of complicated things, right? Like, that was a big part of the story as well. I think a lot of people thought, hey, I'm funding you. So I think to me, the big message of this is, there's a lot thrown around about the word entitled, right? Like that was the big part of it. I think they called gamers entitled, and gamers said, yeah, but when we're paying you money for something, at some point we go from entitled gamer to consumer, right? Like a customer. Like if somebody goes to Burger King and says, I had a shitty Whopper, you're not an entitled eater. You're just saying I had a shitty Whopper, right? And I think what people were upset with, I think in this angle that kind of started out was, hey, we backed you on Patreon. We understood it was going to be this. And then you went and got backing from Epic. And now, the business relationship has kind of changed between me and you. They threw out the word entitled. I think some people pushed back and said, I'm not being entitled. I'm just saying I don't, And then, of course, you have the fringe elements on both sides kind of, there was a lot of really bad shit said here. I think way more on the internet side than on the developer side, but I don't think the developer gets off scot-free either. I don't know. It was a bad, weird mini little scandal that popped out of nowhere. And I mean, as someone who isn't totally in love with Steam, I guess like lots of other PC gamers are, I don't see Steam as being I'm okay with Epic being a little bit of a competitor. I wish they'd clean up their storefront and be a little bit more, better in their business practices. They'd put
actual features in their store, and their business practices.
They're giving me a free game a week. Suspect. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of weird. Like I remember, I guess it's part of being older or whatever. But I remember how Steam got built, and it wasn't like, hey, this is the greatest.
It was not pretty.
Yeah, this is the greatest piece of software. You're going to automatically want to switch to it because it's so great. It's like, no, hey, you want to play Valve games? Here's how you do it.
Yeah, they strong arm people into using it, and then it improved over the years. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But
seeing how
on the flip side of that is that Epic is competing not against the Steam of 10 years ago, but the Steam of today.
And also Origin and Uplay. And you know what I mean? Like everybody's doing this now. Everybody's got their own storefront. So I think what Epic realizes is that the space to make a storefront right now isn't with the major publishers. It's with the indies, right? And I think
they're still signing on major publishers like Borderlands 3 was Epic exclusive.
But I think that's probably one of those things that just exists, to get people to the platform for a while. But I think the future in even Steam is going to be the indies because everybody else is going to have their own thing in a year.
Sorry. The most insane Epic exclusive is still Shenmue 3. That makes no fucking sense. That was.
Who wanted? Apparently, Shenmue 3 isn't awful. So.
Yeah. I'm shocked by that too, but
for Shenmue 3.
But I think the story and all this is, man, the level of harassment that people got for where they decided to sell their video game is so disproportionate to the sin or the foul or whatever you want to call it. It's disgusting. And I think it's easier to say do better as gamers, but I've kind of come to accept shit like this, and it shouldn't be that way. We really should, it's one of the reasons I say I'll never ever call myself a gamer, even though it's by far what I spend most of my free time doing. It's a community I've never wanted to see myself a part of. I mean, forever. I've never liked that idea, and the entitlement thing. I mean, the reason people got so upset is because it does fit. It fits a lot of people who think they can tell people what to do with their art. I mean, maybe you can get away with it with a Modern Warfare a little bit more than you can like an indie game, but these it's people who put their heart and soul into this game. You can't necessarily turn them around and bash them for wanting to get their game released basically at this point. Otherwise this thing might not even see the light of day because like we were talking about with the funding, it's that's
what it boils down to at the end of the day is you have to see other human like this is going to sound so silly, but you have to see other human beings as humans.
Yeah. There's nothing silly about that. Unfortunately, that's like it sucks that that's something that keeps having to be said, but it's not out of the ordinary for me to have to repeat that at this point.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean don't critique them for their bad decisions. Yeah. And there were bad decisions made here, but you have to critique them like they're human beings, right? I don't like if somebody fucks something up or screws something up at work, I don't go up to that coworker and say, I don't go up to that coworker and make up a fake anti-Semitic Photoshop and attribute it to them. Right? I just tell them, hey, you fucked up. Fix this.
Constructive critique is a part of treating someone as a fellow human being. And the key word there is constructive.
Yeah.
Right. And like, I'm not necessarily going to mince words. If somebody really fucked up, I'm going to say, hey, you really fucked up. But like, it ends there.
Again, you're not going to try to frame them to be a Nazi.
So, moving on to other things that happened in August, we already talked about the Telltale revival. Sony essentially made their ownership of Insomniac official by outright buying them out.
Yep.
So no more Sunset Overdrives, and Insomniac's going to produce whatever else they produce now.
Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a Spider-Man factory for the next couple of years. Which is okay. That's not a bad thing. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it could be a lot.
The one notable release I wanted to mention was Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey, which is Patrice Désiles' new game after finally making a game after leaving Ubisoft. And this was kind of a controversial game because it was extremely obtuse.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm still thinking about how I described it as a Ubisoft published game, and you called me out, and it's still so funny to me.
So this is actually, I believe, a 2K published game because it was under Private Division, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I just didn't know that Desley and Ubisoft had such a bad falling out.
Yeah.
I've never been an Assassin's Creed person, so I didn't know.
That's okay. I'm not an Ben's not here to praise Assassin's Creed, so we can just shit on it all we want. Sorry, Ben. No, Ancestors was a weird game because it's in a kind of category where you don't see a lot of games anymore that are just, here's a game, figure your shit out.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't see that much anymore. Games kind of hold your hand.
Throw you in the deep end of the pool, and that's not inherently a bad thing. God knows.
Reviews for it were like all over the map.
Sorry, there's this whole weird fucking subculture now that I'm kind of a part of about a certain kind of game that throws you into the deep end.
Yeah, like FromSoft games kind of do that a little bit, and then you help each other out on the internet. It's kind of like, you know how when you were a kid and you'd gossip about games on the playground with your friends at recess? It's that kind of experience, but now on the internet.
Yeah.
And I do like that experience. I'm a fan of it.
So there's a couple games, and this is probably one of the very first ones this year that I kind of try to say, you know what, I'm not going to buy every cool game this year. There's going to be some sales. There's going to be some times to get it. There's going to be all these new services that I subscribe to, right? I mean, if I've got EA Access and all these other ones, I should start using these damn things. So this was one game that I kind of was like, okay, I'm going to wait and hold off on it. And like every time, for some reason, every time I see something about it, I want to play it more and more and more and more. And it's been harder and harder to wait on this and like a couple other games. But this is my first year where I kind of have been not the person who buys every single game I want. And it's mostly because I've got all these services and I feel like I got to use them, you know? So I wonder if that's going to talk a little bit, you know, in the future about how people consume these games, right? Because I do that a lot with movies. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of movies I'm really, really interested in seeing. I'm like, well, it'll be on Netflix in a couple months. I can wait for it there. And now I'm starting to kind of feel that pull with games where I've got all these streaming services and all these different ways to play games. And if I'm like, well, if I can wait a couple months, this is exactly the kind of game that, you know, pops up in a Steam sale at 70% off or shows up on Game Pass or, you know, those sorts of things. So,
for me this year especially, like I started playing, bring up Kingdom Hearts again. I started playing the Kingdom Hearts series, and that just put a damper on me buying new games because I was like, well, I'm enjoying this. I don't need to buy like the newest and greatest
Yeah,
games.
I was buying a bunch of like early 2010s and mid 2000s games and playing those.
I wonder if that's. I've heard enough stories about this, not just with games, but I mean everything from TVs to phones to everything else. I don't know. I'd like to think that it's kind of like a little shift in culture where we're not as crazy consumers as we have been, but it doesn't. It's not good news for people who are trying to make their video games come out there. That I'm sitting here saying I really want to play this game, but I felt like I could wait till it showed up on something where I could play it for a lot cheaper. You know, so but you know, I've been burnt a lot of times, you know, with a cool looking sort of, you know, open concept, not really sure what's going on games. And I find myself saying more and more this year, what do you even do in this game? And if that answer is, I'm not sure, I'm probably not going to buy it until it comes out somewhere where I can get it, where if I feel like, okay, well, I'm taking a $10 gamble instead of a $50 gamble. You know, it's a...
That sounds like a dig at Death Stranding, which is a well-deserved dig. Let's be real.
Death Stranding is definitely in that pile. I mean, it really is. It's one of those games that I can wait, because I bet you right now, if I went down to GameStop, there's going to be a bundle of return Death Strandings that are still probably $50, but if I give it a couple months, you know,
you'll be able to pick it up for 30.
Yeah.
You might have,
but
you might have fun with
it's
it.
not me saying that these games are bad, or that I just think that long term we're going to be looking at people saying, well, you know, if I can play this game 50 different ways, it's the way that I want to play it right now, paying full price for it when I'm not sure what kind of game it is or anything like that. So I think these are the games, the kind of games that maybe get hurt more than other ones when it comes to kind of the new game economy. Games that were like that, look neat, that have cool things, but like you were saying, are kind of just a, hey, jump in and figure it out type game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
it seems like, you'll see probably developers move more towards sure things in response. That's why we see generic AAA sludge like Days Gone get released. Right. Complete aside, but I want to bring this up. I still have like Left Alive open as my Google image search, and right now I'm seeing the promotional art, and one of the slogans is the only option is survival. And that's a tautology, right? Like the alternative is death. So I think that's kind of obvious here, Squeenix. Okay.
I just want to say, sorry, I want to say real quickly, like,
go ahead.
Like I think the whole, getting new games at a delay, I don't think that's inherently bad practice. You know, it has some risks for developers, but I think that, the most important thing is to try to be selective about it. You know, someone like Remedy, who's kind of always a little bit on the bubble with Control, not like they're always on the bubble and then Control is their new game, is what I'm saying.
Right.
You know, that's someone who maybe needs immediate support more than the Death Stranding or whatever, and and trying to be selective like that is valuable.
And Remedy is a great example because they're such a risk taker as a studio. Yeah. I mean, they've never played anything safe. Everything they've come out with has been like go for it all type game. I mean, maybe Control doesn't feel like that as much as some stuff that they've done, but I mean, I think we talked about a little bit when Control came out, and I said I hope this makes people go back and explore Remedy's back catalog, because there's a lot of gems in there. Quantum Break is a fantastic game. I mean, it's got a TV show tied into it, so we're talking about being out there and trying to do big things. I mean, I don't know if you can do much bigger than that, but Quantum Break's always kind of looked a little bit bigger than just the game itself, and I think this is not Quantum. I think this is their chance to kind of have Remedy kind of rise to the top of people's mind, and maybe really kind of get something out there that I think Quantic Dreams has never really been able to hit, and I think even though they've tried kind of in a similar way.
I'm glad Control, it looks like, has been very good to them, even though all of us either waited until Black Friday or haven't gone it.
So what I'll say from having played a little bit of Control is that it's not exactly risky in the ways that I expected it to be. Like, and it is a third-person shooter, and not like a super innovative third-person shooter in terms of like actually just shooting your gun. And there's been plenty of third-person shooters with powers, like go play Mass Effect 2 or Mass Effect 3. But what's interesting about it, and again, like just being self-consciously weird is not super innovative, but the gameplay loop is a big risk because people are used to playing these kinds of games like cover shooters, and if you play Control like a cover shooter, you will die.
And
you will die repeatedly and often if you try to play it like a cover shooter. You have to be constantly running around and jumping and lobbing carts at enemies with your psychic powers. Like, otherwise you will die.
And I think that we talked a lot about Prey last year, remember? I think that was kind of another one that was in that whole zone as well, wouldn't you say? Of
which game?
Prey.
Not the original Prey, but the remade Prey, where it's kind of like they took an idea, they ran with it. They were able to get comfortably weird, but in a genre that felt familiar. And I think everything I've heard about Control looks fantastic. I can't wait to get into it, but it's going to be one of those games that I'm honestly going to play it over kind of like a Christmas break type. I got nothing but gaming time to play with it and really like kind of absorb it. That's kind of what I did with Outer Worlds, and I don't regret it. I just got to kind of build time for myself to enjoy these types of games where I know it's going to kind of take over everything I do for a little bit. And I mean, I can't wait to get into it. Everything I've seen just looks great.
Yeah. It's not as engrossing as I expected it to be. Like, I expected that I would just completely fall in love with this game, and instead I just really like it. So it's more like, oh, this would be in my top 10, but not in my top 3. Okay. That kind of game. But it's also, like, it's pretty good. It's really good.
That's good to hear. The other one I wanted to bring up real quick, but never mind. That's a September game. Don't listen to me. Keep going.
So keep to... Moving to September, I think one of the big stories is Nintendo Switch Lite was released, which is the handheld only Nintendo console. So I guess this means that the 3DS is dead, despite what Nintendo keeps telling us.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no. When they try to downplay the 3DS's demise, like it's just like when they said that the DS wasn't replacing the Game Boy.
Just say it's dead. Come on, we all know it's dead.
What a good life though for a console. Sure. The 3DS was, I mean, it was a game changer for me. I mean, just if you look at the DS as a series, because I'm thinking the DS itself is, I mean, it's going to be versions of the Switch from here on out, right? Yes. I see the DS is going to go the way of everything else, but what a run between those games. I was maybe more skeptical about 3DS than anything I've ever been, but man, I loved it. I'm not gonna lie. Everything I played on 3DS, it was a joy, and it kind of what 3DS kind of did for me too. Maybe you as well, but 3DS kind of fucked up the way I looked at mobile gaming, because I could see how games could be so fun that you could take with you and still have a good experience, and you know what I mean, and all the shittiness of mobile games that's never gone away. I'm like, well, you can't do this, right? The 3DS fucking does it. It's not like nobody's cracked the code and you have to make all these weird things that charge a dollar every time you do something. You could sell a $40 game and I'll buy it and I'll have a great time with it. And I think in that way that the 3DS kind of broke a lot of things for me when it comes to mobile games, because I loved it so much as a concept and like as a console. But I mean, I'm sure that once they officially kill the whole thing, there's going to be a lot of ink spilt. But I want to get ahead of the pack and say, I fucking love my 3DS. I miss breaking it out still.
No, that's super valid, man. Yeah, the DS was a good line.
Yeah. So I don't know what they're really doing with the Switch Lite, but we'll see. Maybe something good will come out of this. Maybe people are buying it in droves. I don't know.
I understand it's doing quite well. It sold like
good.
It's sold like 2 million in the first 10 days, and we haven't gotten more data since then. So,
wow, that's it's great.
That's huge because I mean, I mostly just use my Switch at home, but in bed.
Yeah.
So, I guess I could benefit from the Switch Lite. The weird thing that you're losing, I guess, is motion controls, or at least as detailed motion controls.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's going to work with the Switch Lite, but if people are still buying into it.
Yeah, it seems like it's reaching the audience it was meant for, which was kids that had been 3DS only up to this point or nothing, who can get a cheaper Switch, basically. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the other big story of September is that Apple Arcade
launched.
But I don't really know what Apple Arcade is, and I don't know anyone who's using it. So maybe this isn't as big a story as I think it is.
This. I've been following coverage of it pretty well.
All right. Please enlighten
Yes,
me.
and just to be clear, like, yeah, this is just me following games journalists with a lot more money than I am who could afford to get this. So that doesn't speak to the the entire audience or anything. But yeah, from what I've gone of Apple Arcade, it seems like it's a solid deal. $5 per month for games that aren't priced individually past that and can be locally installed. Like, that's by definition that's much better than Stadia as a point of comparison. Obviously, it's games on a smaller scale than Stadia, but anyway. And like, admittedly,
so it's like these smaller, like 5-hour-ish indie experiences.
And a lot of the games that have gotten the most acclaim on Apple Arcade, admittedly, aren't exclusives. Like Sayonara Wild Hearts and What the Golf are both on Switch. But from what I understand,
those are both in my top 10.
Yeah, but
spoilers. But
they do have those games, and you can access them in that like benefit, like helpful way. And out of their total catalog, it seems like they have enough good games to get by. Like, another one I've heard about is Grindstone. I don't know.
I haven't heard that one.
But a lot of journalists I followed really like Grindstone. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. I think that this was the year that Apple finally at least somewhat got into gaming, right? I mean, because they were notoriously gaming averse, I think, for a while. And I think Google also dipped their fingers into it. And I think they're learning a lot of lessons that Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo probably learned 10 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not easy. It looks like you can print money doing it, and it's a fickle audience, and you got to get a lot of stuff right. I mean, Stadia's gonna flop at this point, but yeah, I know we'll talk more about Stadia. Soon. But Apple Arcade reminds me a lot about the early days of Xbox Indies or Xbox Arcade. Where it was kind of like get you into the Xbox Live, ecosystem by getting you to play a whole bunch of $1.99, $2 games. But this seems like a better deal because it's just a $5, one-time thing. But that introduced a lot of people into a lot of wacky cool games, and I think that was a good idea that set Xbox Live apart from PSN initially. So maybe that's the difference between how Google's trying to build their market versus how Apple's trying to build their market. But with both of them trying to get into gaming, Amazon's right around the corner, right? So I mean,
they announced their first like big AAA game at the Game Awards, and I forget what that game is called, and I don't know what it is.
Was it the MMO?
No, I don't think it's an MMO. This is embarrassing.
They announced an MMO probably 5 years ago. It was called New World, I think, and it was going to be like Is it? Yeah. That's unless they've changed it. It's like a procedural MMO where you can like devote all your time to becoming the best leathersmith in the world, and like you'll leathersmith gear that has stats that nobody else has. It was announced a while back.
From what I understand,
they have announced it a while
New
back.
New World's been around. From what I understand, the Game Awards trailer did signify that it's been like significantly rebooted since they first showed it.
That surprised me because I've been following the development of that pretty closely, and everybody who played it was like, it is way too much sandbox and not enough theme park, because that's the two different mentalities when you're going at an MMO, right? They were saying that it's just like, with no direction, I don't know what I'm doing. I can craft this keep with my friends, but then somebody can come and roll over it, and I don't even know why. What did I do wrong? But there's some coolness to it. There's like kind of like a colonialism mixed with like magical realism that look kind of cool. Like you've got like a conquistador versus kind of this shamanic. Oh, yeah, like culture.
Yeah, that caused some controversy.
From what I understand, part of the reboot was addressing the criticism of the colonial aspects of it.
Yeah.
That's probably something I want to revise.
Bad idea there.
I do want to say one more quick thing about Apple Arcade. What I find to be the weirdest story of Apple Arcade, which is Shantae 5 is an exclusive on their service. Shantae 5, way forward, they're small, but they're not like so small that they would desperately need a cash injection from Apple to keep afloat or anything. But yeah, Shantae 5 is on Apple Arcade. It has been on Apple Arcade for 3 months now, and is still on no other platforms. And I have no idea why it's an Apple Arcade exclusive.
Wow, that's surprising.
Yeah, like no one's talking about it because it's an Apple Arcade exclusive, except for
I didn't even know Shantae 5 existed.
Yeah, Shantae and the Seven Sirens, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Studio
good for Apple Arcade.
Sorry,
having
Studio
that, I guess.
Trigger did the animation for it.
Oh,
Yeah. Not
really?
the not the
Oh,
whole
so-
game, just like a opening cutscene thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So between making Promare, that's what they were doing.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. So September had a lot of
Yeah.
notable games. Untitled Goose Game, which set the internet on fire with memes. There's Greedfall, which signaled that I guess Spiders is a legit contender in terms of making AAA RPGs now.
Apparently.
Yeah. Then Gears 5 came out, was apparently pretty good. Borderlands 3, which you talked about. A few games I wanted to touch on. Code Vein came out and was apparently had like the best character creator outside of Black Desert Online. So you can make your own waifu or husbando now. Go make that. And Daemon X Machina came out, and it's probably the first like big Switch critical
The
flop.
first Switch flop. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good that it took as long as it did for them to get there. You know.
But yeah, it was a high profile, just all around failure. And it's a shame because when they introduced it with that trailer, I was like, oh man, this is badass and it looks so cool. Then I played the demo, I was like, what the fuck is
What I
this?
generally understand is that they took the reception from the demo and they, addressed that as well as they could. But it doesn't seem like that, and that Nintendo tried to push it as hard as they could. Nothing seemed to have helped it. Like it just belly flopped.
Yeah. So sorry guys, your game looked cool, but
I want to talk about Gears 5 real quick. A lot of things. One of the weird things I really enjoy about shooters are when they try new modes, right? Because like everybody's got a deathmatch, everybody's got a a Slayer or whatever you want to call it. Horde mode is kind of what Gears was famous for, right? And Horde mode is still there in Gears. It's in a lot of games right now, and Horde has kind of gotten better. But Gears 5 introduced a new mode that I found really fun called Escape. It's kind of a procedurally generated maze type thing where you start the map kind of setting off a bomb, and you have to run from the bomb that slowly kind of expands as you go, having to go through this like winding maze, hitting certain checkpoints, finding doors, killing certain guys in certain orders and stuff like that. It's a really tense and exciting mode. It's like a 5-minute experience. But to me, it's interesting when shooters, as set in their ways and as set in their identities as they are, come out with new modes. And so, I mean, I'm not going to sell anybody on Gears who isn't already sold on Gears, I'm sure. But it was really exciting to play a new mode like Escape and feel like it was still trying to do something new, and it actually really hit for me. And it's rare in a game that has so many cool modes because remember, Gears has always had different modes complementing its multiplayer. It's weird to me when a series is this far down the line is still trying to do that stuff and really knocking it out of the park. So if you haven't been into Gears before, it's not all versus. It does a lot of cooperative experiences, which to me is great for a shooter to have.
the thing that's notable about Gears 5 is that I've heard it was a lot more innovative than Gears 4, which played it really, really safe. So it's nice that a series that could just keep treading out the same thing entry after entry is actually trying to mix things up, both narratively in the main plot and also in the multiplayer.
Moving the main character POV to Kate, I think, is really interesting because I mean, you're at a new generation, right? You've passed on Marcus Phoenix. He's still there. Don't get me wrong, but you kind of moved on from his war weary life to kind of like almost a new hopefulness. It doesn't sound too corny, but I mean, I think the characters kind of exhibit that. And 5 to me was kind of a cool step in the right direction, and I enjoyed my time with it. Escape to me was kind of the standout mode outside of Horde, which is always really good.
All right, let's move to October now, where I think the big stories here are, first of all, Alpha Dream, the makers of the Mario and Luigi series, filed for bankruptcy, which is not a headline I expected to read.
Yeah, no one. It feels like no one saw that coming except people who were like really close to them.
Yeah, I don't know what the future is for the Mario and Luigi series now, because we still don't have a Paper Mario or Mario and Luigi RPG on Switch, which is strange. You'd think that would have happened by now.
Yeah.
And then the other big the other big news story from October is that EA announced that they're returning to Steam, starting with Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. So that's been interesting that they kind of gave up on playing ball. Sorry, not playing ball. The opposite of not playing ball.
Taking the ball.
You know what I mean? They stopped like pushing everything as an Origin exclusive.
I'm sure there was some behind the scenes negotiation between percentages and this and that and things like that. You know what I mean? But I mean, it goes a long way in showing that I think Star Wars might be bigger than other things, and they're just looking at as big a market as they can possibly get with the Star Wars game, because you can't, as bad as the Battlefronts have kind of fallen on their face, the Jedi, whatever it is, New Jedi Order or whatever, really, I think needed to come out of the gates for EA and show why they should still have the Star Wars license, period. So
I guess Disney probably pushed
I
it
think
as well.
so too. I think they said this thing needs to be on anything that can play a video game. They probably put it on refrigerators if they could. But Star Wars is a series that prints money, and it hasn't for EA for whatever reason. So I don't think there was much reason for this to not hit as much as it could.
Absolutely. And as far as a lot of games came out in October, I'm not going to talk about all of them, but one I wanted to touch on was Ghost Recon Breakpoint, which came out.
Oh, you'll hear more about that from me in a minute.
Poorly received. Disco Elysium came out and was well received. Interestingly, Ring Fit Adventure came out, and it's kind of like a return to Wii Fitness. But now it's a full-on RPG, and the villain is a buff dragon.
Who's just getting pornified out the wazoo. But yeah, Ring Fit Adventure is
so
like,
much
literally.
Rule 34.
Yeah, no, seriously. Yeah.
There's so much Rule 34 of this dragon.
But Ring Fit Adventure is a meaningful story because it's like it's Nintendo's first big like real like blue ocean success of the Switch era, because like Labo's fine, but it never like seemed like it reached the audience it needed to. One to Switch was One to Switch. Ring Fit Adventure apparently is doing so well that there are shortages of it in Japan, that they're like, we're desperately making more of these because there's so much demand for it.
Yeah, it's been a huge hit. I'm intrigued. I want to try it out.
Yeah, as someone who needs to exercise more, I'm definitely like an RPG that will also get me to do that is definitely my bag. It's just a matter of when I can afford it, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what about Trine 4? That kind of came out of nowhere, huh? I thought that was pretty much a DOA
Nobody's
series.
been talking about it.
Yeah,
that's been like a beloved series for a while. I don't know why nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, I never followed Trine, so I can't help you there, unfortunately.
I mean, when it came out, it was kind of it was a huge moment. It was one of those first where they did that cool background that moved with you type thing. Dragon's Crown, I think on PlayStation was the other one that did it. Right, Dragon's Crown was the one with the ridiculously proportioned characters, but like really like gorgeous backgrounds and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see kind of where Trine or those types of games goes, because I think Oni kind of set the Ori kind of set the mark for that kind of genre recently. But I think Trine was probably maybe the original holder of that throne. But yeah.
So Trine, did they go back to 2D? Because Trine 3 was 3D-ish?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea what's going on. That's what I was saying. I thought Trine was a dead series, to be honest with you.
I didn't even remember that Trine 4 came out until I was compiling the agenda for this podcast.
I mean, it looks exactly the same. It looks like that little. I mean, there might be some 3D too, but it's definitely that gorgeous background. Kind of puzzly.
I'm looking at the characters right now, and there's an old wizard, what looks to be a young archer lady, and then just like a really, really fat
like a
knight.
Bucket, like a walking bucket. It's
like, who is this real? Like, this is like full on Henry VIII armor we're talking about here. What is this? Is so confusing to me. Okay. So that's Trine 4.
Remember, they had a really hard development cycle. I think I don't know if it was 2 or 3, but they basically said, "Hey, we pulled the switch on this one way too early. It wasn't ready for prime time." They kind of apologized to everybody. I think they went even ahead and like gave people like maybe like free copies of it or something, like of the remaster or something. I think they basically did like a product relaunch, which is very rare. I mean, I always thought I've always in the back of my mind, thought of them as a pretty good dev, but I thought it was kind of DOA, but it's interesting. Might have to go check out what Trine 4 is about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to play the first 3 Trine. I even own one of the Trine games, so I'm not going to play those.
Trine is one of those games that if you were just around Steam in a certain era, like they were, like
somebody gave me a free copy at some point.
I probably got like 50 copies of Magicka at one point. Trine's kind of in that same thing. Like they were just giving it to everybody because it's such a beautiful game, and it was kind of that game that
I have so many like Steam games where I have no idea where they came from. They're just in my library now.
I think you'd probably enjoy it. I mean, it's an indie puzzler, kind of a game. So it's not bad at all. It's just one of those games that has had its moment. I thought.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I Googled. Sorry to bring like crap into this podcast, but I Googled Trine Forge to see screenshots, and the result that comes up is Trine 4 covers up Zoya and hides her feminine sensuality.
Oh my god.
Fuck you.
Feminine sensuality.
Fuck you.
Damn.
Go to hell. Fuck you.
All right.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Enough of that.
Moving along.
2 last games I want to mention in October were Outer Worlds, which we might talk about later. I don't know.
Yeah.
It came out, Obsidian.
Oh, but let's talk about it now just to be safe, because this is the almost but not quite game of the year for me, right? I mean, I think it's probably going to be on a bunch of other people's list, just like hanging right outside of the top 3 or the top 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
The DLC has an opportunity. I really think the game was kind of clipped short, which might not be a bad thing for Obsidian, knowing kind of their track record,
Yeah.
We've all played Alpha Protocol.
Right. I mean, would you rather it be
Alpha Protocol, my love.
But
my broken love. Sorry.
I love how, the funniest fucking thing about Alpha Protocol is that you could shoot people to within an inch of death and then punch them in the face and knock them out, and it counts as a passive.
Yeah.
I
fucking
what
love
a
that game.
busted game.
my favorite thing about it was the apartments for some reason. I don't know why it was so silly that like it would like set you up in an apartment before the mission, and you got to like kind of advance the story or whatever. But
those were really fun.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah,
but I mean, it was just weird that like they gave you a physical apartment for me for some reason. Like I don't know why. It's kind of a little bit of dissonance with like you're the super spy. Okay, so we decorated this apartment for you with like your awards. And, like, like there was like some kind of clandestine team that went ahead of you and like
these are my awards, mother, from
set up your apartment.
From espionage.
Yeah, #1 spy world. So yeah, I really liked Outer Worlds. I don't know how to quantify it or rank it or whatever, but it to me was just like a good enough experience. It's memorable in all the right ways. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I would play in Outer Worlds 2. I'll probably play the DLC. But I'm okay with this not being the beginning of a franchise, to be honest with you. I feel like it did what it set out to do. Maybe not made all the marks it wanted to. It didn't come down hard one way or another. Kind of lived in the gray area on a lot of stuff.
And I think it's fine for games to be. I think it's fine for 7 out of 10 games to exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this had the potential of being a 10 out of 10. Or it had a potential of being a 3 out of 10 either way, knowing, like, would more bloat had made it a better game? I don't know. You know what I mean? But I'll tell you this, it made me install Fallout 4. So, I mean, really, like, I was like, okay, all the stuff this game does, I kind of feel like Bethesda just takes it the next step. That makes it a little better for me. I mean, we talked about it before, but...
Well, outside of Fallout 76, which has been kind of a continuous disaster. Oh, wait, that's the thing I forgot to put on the agenda is Fallout 76, which has been just like this continuous disaster all throughout the year.
Yep.
And still continues to suck. I don't know what more to say about it.
Well,
I mean, can I say that they're fucking patching in the NPCs, which was announced at E3, and I was viciously angry about it. Like they've delayed it multiple times since announcing it 6 months ago.
Part of the Fallout experience for me, weirdly, is fighting with the game, fighting with the engine, modding it up, knowing my embryo game code so that I can do player.add item or set stage, for the quest to move it forward when I don't like that. That's a part of the game for me at this point, which is, I mean, obviously not ideal, but when you've lived in that world long enough and, through Fallout 3, through Skyrim, through Fallout 4, especially New Vegas, when you learn to kind of fight the bugs, it almost becomes like a game in itself. Do you know what I mean?
It's like a meta game.
Like, and going back and getting back into it after Outer Worlds has been kind of like, man, this game does a lot of stuff. Just like it throws a lot into a game. I mean, the settlement system alone, shit, that's almost a game. You know, like that'd almost be a game people would play. That's basically State of Decay.
You could call it Settlecraft.
Yeah.
Is that basically what Fallout Shelter is? I actually don't know.
Fallout Shelter's like Fallout Shelter might be closer to the like I'm making everyone fuck to make my army better thing of Fire Emblem.
Exactly. Like, oh, you got a lot.
It always struck me as like Sim Tower, but on an underground.
There's nothing better than when you get a male high intellect settler in your like den of, you know, like, okay, I'm gonna breed you, buddy. Like, that's what it's like.
Jesus.
Well, it's like every other like generated character a himbo or something.
I mean, so like what happens is like the parents blend to increase the stats of the baby. But when the women characters, when they get pregnant, they can't work in a lot of the different facilities. So sometimes when you get a guy who has high stats, it's a little bit better because he can knock up a bunch of. But you can't be incestual, so you've got to kind of like monitor who's been doing who, and it's.
There is so much to unpack.
I mean, they made a video game. I'm not making this up.
Down to like not letting women work.
This is a mechanic in a very popular game. I'm not making this up.
Well, that's all our allocated time for Fallout Shelter. Moving along.
Oh God. Okay. I don't even know where to start. So let's just move on to the last game from October that I think we need to bring up because. Bones will be sad if we don't. Little Town Hero finally came out.
Little Town Hero did finally came out. It was a very small drop in a large bucket, and I feel like I guess it wasn't ready in time. But like my prediction that it would be shadow dropped at E3, I think it would have done better if it had come out in June because it coming out in the middle of October, put not only in competition with a bunch of very major first and second party Nintendo games, but it also came out the same like 3-day window as a bunch of very high profile third party releases like Witcher 3 and Overwatch. So it's just a game that no one wound up talking about. As far as I can tell, it's just okay, and there's nothing wrong with being just okay. But I think it would have had a little more reach if it hadn't been released when it did, unfortunately.
Yeah, I actually didn't even know it had come out, and I only found that out when I was compiling the agenda.
So yeah.
Sorry, Little Town Hero.
R.I.P.
Okay, so moving on now to something that happened right at the start of November. BlizzCon happened. And the only reason this is notable is because Blizzard has had a very tumultuous year in response to what happened over the over Blitzchung and how they suspended him for his comments about the Hong Kong protests. And we've discussed that previously on the podcast. What's notable about what happened at BlizzCon is that Blizzard didn't try to sweep this under the rug, but they also addressed it in this kind of the least satisfying way possible.
Absolutely.
So the quote that's going around that I think should continue to go around is what J. Allen Brack, the CEO of Blizzard, said, which is when he referred to Blitzchung's comments as a tough Hearthstone esports moment.
Yeah, like someone played the wrong card or something, right? Like, yeah. That was
hashtag heated gamer moment.
Yeah,
like
man, it's been hard. It's been hard burying my idols. You know, the last couple of years when it comes to games. I mean, like last year was definitely kind of the death in a lot of ways of BioWare for me. Well, Anthem, and then Bethesda kind of went the same way. Blizzard's definitely pretty much gone. At least Bungie got its independence now to kind of do what they're going to do. But man, this was, I mean, it, like you could put these like games and like put times they are changing over them, a little montage like Watchmen did. You know what I mean? Like it's like, damn, what happened to you, Blizzard? You used to be the people who like gave a shit, who like, you know, I can't imagine the Blizzard of old doing this kind of thing.
Activision happened, man.
I mean, it's got to be. Everybody who was anybody at that studio is probably pretty much gone. But I mean, you know, I said it at the time when this happened. I mean, like, this isn't me trying to like hype myself up or whatever, but I canceled my pre-orders with them and I uninstalled the launcher. I'm glad that, you know, Bungie's not on there anymore. And it, like, there was something about this one that was just.
Wait, does that mean I have the Blizzard launcher right now and you don't?
No.
My God.
Oh my God. That is not.
There was something about this one that really kind of struck home to me, just in general. I mean, not trying to stay a little clear of politics, but just in general, this kind of year of kind of like bending over to China has really kind of bothered me. I don't know why. I mean, like, I'm not usually super political in a lot of ways, but just something about this whole thing has just kind of been like, okay, I'm not going to support the next Nazis. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of done with people who are making excuses for why. I mean, I get it. They make a lot of stuff. It's not really feasible to cut them out. But at the same time, you don't have to call, a revolution a tough esports moment. Be a little bit more tactful, a little bit more smart about it, and understand it's a bigger thing than fucking Hearthstone and acting like, somebody just made an oopsie. No, you knew what you were doing. You knew exactly what you were doing, and you were propping up a regime right now that looks really shitty to the rest of the world, and you were doing it to kind of, sell more games.
It's been
that was well said.
Okay, we're gonna go political for a second.
Yeah.
It's been really tough to watch business and governments all around the world kind of try to sweep this stuff under the rug. Especially, this feels like a story where, for a change, media are covering it relentlessly. Like, I cannot fault how media have covered all of this, like from Uyghur detention in Xinjiang province to the Hong Kong protests. Media have been all over this story, and they've done their jobs. Yeah. And I'm someone who's extremely critical of news media in general, and I can't really find fault with them here. Yeah. And it's strange to see governments and businesses just not budge an inch in response to any of this. And that's been, it's been really weird to watch. And especially, somebody who's, a Canadian who's watching Canadian citizens be detained in retaliation for certain things that have happened.
That's how crazy this has been. I forgot about that.
Yeah. It's a story that I think receives a little more play if you're from Canada or Australia, where these things have had actual effects. And we tend to be very America-centric in the way we think about the games industry, and it's playing out much harsher. This is playing out much harsher to international fans who have had to actually deal with the consequences of this sort of stuff. And America's been somewhat insulated from it for whatever reason. It's so impressively tone deaf for people from outside the United States who have supported Blizzard, but have also had to deal with their rights being suppressed in response to these things, or campus protests like in, say, at the University of Toronto, where Tibetan students have been harassed just for existing. Like, all of this kind of happening in this big swirling storm, and Blizzard coming out on the wrong side of this, I think, has done very bad things for their image internationally that are going to be hard to recover from.
Yeah. It's there. I don't know. I like for this to kind of be like, everybody start to kind of just look at like what China is and what they mean to the world. I mean, because we're building a lot of prosperity on the backs of people who fucking aren't seeing any of it, and it sounds shitty to say, and I'm surrounded by shit made in China, so I know I'm definitely on that list, but it's been kind of like a couple months now where I've just been kind of trying to a little more conscious about the shit I buy or the shit I do or the shit, and if you're going to be, I mean, it's one thing to make your product in China because you kind of have to. I get it, but it's another thing to kind of have these empty fucking things about, how you're gonna. What did the original tweet say? It was like, we won't allow players to impugn the honor of the.
Yeah, that was from Blizzard's Chinese partnerships.
Get the fuck out of here, man. That, like, I would be uncomfortable if someone said that about the United States, honestly. We got lots of problems, but like, if somebody was like, oh, how dare you say something about the U.S. and impugn its honor? Like, nah, get the fuck out of here. People should have the ability to say what they want. And I mean, I get maybe there's a discussion about the right place, right time of what he was doing, but I mean, you can't say that your punishment wasn't way disproportionate in response, and you did it to appease China. There's no other thing, no other reason behind that. So,
and I think kind of at the end of the day, what's really hard about this is I know it's very easy to slide from critique of a regime to full-on xenophobia,
Yes.
which I understand is a concern.
Yeah. I've been concerned about that.
But it's a completely legitimate concern, and I feel like we've seen it happen with Russia.
Yeah.
But it's at the same time, the people who are most affected by all of this are the people who are living under that regime.
Absolutely.
And I don't appreciate bad faith critiques along the lines of, well, if you say this, you're really just anti-China. And it's not that. I'm saying this because I care about people who have to live with the consequences of all of this.
Yeah, no, silence on these matters does nothing for the more than a billion people in that country.
Yeah.
It's only doing something for a very small population that is that government that is oppressive, that is exploitative, that is all these things.
Well, I mean, it's been a thing in gaming for a while about making changes for China, but usually it's been more of a cultural thing, right? Like,
take out the skeletons.
That's always a big one, or the pandas. I think were a big thing for a while. Like, you couldn't have. I think when they wanted to do Mr. Pandaria, yeah, you couldn't kill a panda. It was some kind of weird thing. But I mean, there's a lot of cultural things out there. But I mean, I don't mind that. There's being culturally sensitive, and there's kind of kowtowing, and that's where I kind of am on the other side of it. So
this is where I'm at right now as well.
Yeah.
So the other big story of November is the launch of Google Stadia.
Stadia. Let's get our knives out.
So this is a weird thing for me. Okay, so I'm gonna admit, I'm gonna eat some crow here. I thought Stadia would be just a complete screw up across the board, and when it released, technical performance was good if you had good internet. Technical performance was bad if you had bad internet. So the range of performances was a lot wider.
And this was kind of the thing I was trying to say before Stadia hit. I think in one of the podcasts I was trying to say, I mean, I don't think that the technical performance is going to be as bad as people were thinking. I mean, I'm on 200 meg internet, which is good. I mean, I'm not going to lie, that's really good internet. But I think that's on the medium side of good, and it was pretty good. It was pretty great performance. So I'm glad that I was right about the technical stuff. However,
so I'm super lucky. I'm on 600.
It would be great on yours.
But Stadia would probably work fantastically well for me. But I'm thinking about the internet I had at my old place in LA, where on a good day I'd get 60, and it wasn't super stable, and that's the best internet I could get in that neighborhood. And Stadia probably wouldn't work very well.
Yeah, ours in Albuquerque is pure crap. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's bad.
It's just not gonna work for me. It wouldn't have worked for me. Now it would work for me, but how many people get cheap 600 megabit internet?
You're right. It's one of those things that either it's going to work for you or it's not. And I think the people who it's going to work for would probably love the product if the product wasn't so much wrapped in all this other shit. You know what I mean? It's
so. We can remember before they beefed up the launch lineup. It was going to launch with a 25% Tomb Raider lineup. Which I think is fucking hilarious. But then they beefed up the launch lineup a bit. I guess they made some games more ready on time. But this thing is launching with a fairly anemic launch lineup, missing a lot of its promised features at launch, and not accessible to really the general public. And this seems like more of a public beta than an actual
It's a good
launch.
way to put it. I mean, the fact that even the controller came out being kind of shitty doesn't make it feel like a Founders Edition, right? It makes
some of the Founders
like
Editions didn't even ship with the controller.
Yeah, exactly. They couldn't get a code.
That's really bad.
I've said this a million times. The controller game's been figured out. People know how to make a good controller. You can go to some third-party company and have them make a great controller for you. There's no excuse for me for having a bad controller with your initial edition that's trying to get people out the door. That to me is kind of
The Xbox controller and the Switch Pro controller exist. Those are your models.
There you go. I mean, I get that the PS4 tried to do some crazy stuff with that middle button and the speakers and stuff. You don't have to go that far, but
I'm one of the few people who really likes the DualShock 4, but I
really
get
like
that it's
the
not
DualShock 4 too, for what it's worth.
But
either way,
you know,
I mean, the blueprint's out there.
Templates
Yeah,
exist.
exactly.
Yeah,
So,
templates exist.
you don't have to reinvent
the standards exist.
Yeah. So the Stadia, to me, the biggest flop is in the model, in the business model. You're not going to get me to buy these games again if I already own them. If I don't own them, I don't have enough confidence that this service is going to exist in 2 years, much less 20 years, that I'm going to want to buy full price games on it. Full price games that don't exist basically anymore. It's like a, you know, it's like going to the store to buy a TV that's not on sale. You know, like
you don't do it.
Nobody does that anymore, not in this day and age. So
this really needed to be the Netflix for games, and it's just not.
And Game Pass is. You know,
you're gonna. I understand. There's so many cool things you could do with game streaming, right? Where you can compute a whole bunch of stuff server side that you could never compute locally. Like what Microsoft is doing with Flight Simulator X or whatever.
That is wild.
That's super cool. And that's something you couldn't ever do client side. And either you have to give me some feature that would be literally impossible client side, or you have to give this to me cheaply as like a Netflix model. And Stadia's, you're going to subscribe to this and you're going to pay extra model?
It
no,
is so
fuck
stupid.
off.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't foresee they were going to do this part of it. It's the whole idea of I buy the system, I stream it, and I pay for the game. Just no, I'm not doing all that. You know.
So there's an upfront purchase fee. There's a subscription fee if you want 4K, and you buy individual games. No,
and all the games are a little bit compromised, I guess I would say. I mean, Destiny is maybe, for all my love of Destiny, I will say this, no matter what, even if you look at the worst complaints, Destiny is a very well optimized PC game, right? It runs like a dream. So the fact that they couldn't really get it to a true 4K 60 FPS is kind of, maybe there's something else going on behind the scenes, but that game should be one of the ones that should run that no problems at all. You know, I run it on 4K on my wife's kind of budget gaming PC, not any issues. So I don't know. I think Stadia is probably looking for a market that's kind of on the verge, but not yet there. And I think they were testing out. I think they were demoing, like you were saying. I think they were betaing the tech, and I think they were demoing the model and just seeing who would fall for it. And I'm betting we're probably a year or two out from a Stadia relaunch. That's kind of more of a Netflix thing. And then I'm betting
that's if you think Phil Harrison has any business sense, which history has demonstrated.
Well, the other thing about Google is if it doesn't hit for them, they just, like, what happened to Google Glass? What happened to Google Plus? So, I mean, if it doesn't hit for them, they're just done with it. I mean, you can say what you want.
Google Glass is actually being relaunched, but I don't think successfully.
I mean, for all the stuff you can throw at companies like Sony and Microsoft, I mean, they'll stick with game stuff until it hits. You know, I mean, Sony could have given up after, PlayStation 3, and Microsoft could have given up a long time ago. But, they're at least in it for the long haul, I feel like, with gaming. And obviously Nintendo, I mean, that's all they do. So, but I don't know if Google is going to stick with a product that maybe didn't launch the way it wanted to. And, who knows where they're at in 2 years with this.
And more than that, they needed to overcome public skepticism, and they just.
You know what's sad about it is they did it with the tech, which was where probably 80% of the skepticism was, right? I mean, wouldn't you say? Like, most people were like, but this is going to run like crap. There's going to be a ton of input lag and all this other stuff. People are like, nah, that part's fine. The part that sucks is everything else. So
the service just isn't where it needs to be.
And I guess that's the shit part of it. So,
yeah, it feel bad for the engineers who worked on getting this
working.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean,
and now their work's just going to be all.
Could you imagine the struggle to get this? I mean, to the level of input lag that it has is phenomenal. I mean, and then to get it from where it started to where it ended. I mean, damn, like have it not sell or not be a thing because of all the other shit behind it is just sad.
Yeah, absolutely. So for notable releases in November, the one that I think we all have to bring up is Shenmue 3, which came out and was not a disaster.
We've given Death Stranding plenty of coverage.
That's all I needed.
I say that as...
Yeah, we could talk about Death. I will be talking about Death Stranding.
I'm just kidding. I'm joking. But yeah, I mean, I think
it happens.
Not disaster is probably some of the best praise you could give it. I mean, I think a lot of people were disappointed for lots of other reasons.
For the audience that was actively excited for it, I would say it seems like roughly 40 to 50% were satisfied with it.
Yeah,
which is not great. It's not quite the uniformly terrible thing that you might have anticipated.
That's I guess.
Shenmue fans seem to be, they seem to be okay with it.
I've seen a lot of fans that were very disappointed with it, actually, but like
that's fair.
But there's also the people like Shinigami Merchant who seems perfectly satisfied with it, and that's valid.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad
it seems like it's satisfying.
It's one of those games. Like I say this a lot, for these kind of games. I'm glad it exists for the people that like it, for real. Yeah. I mean, like it doesn't hurt me that this game got made because it's not like Deep Silver canceled some game that I love to make it, but at the same time, it just kind of looks. I don't know. Not my style.
It's not for me, and I accept that.
Yeah.
I'm going to play Yakuza games.
I've accepted. I'm going to check out Yakuza instead of getting this. Like I'm already on that.
The face memes that have come out from this game, though, I mean, blow away anything I saw from even Mass Effect Andromeda, as far as like the way some of the faces kind of were cobbled together with the teeth not quite connecting to the gums. Have you guys seen those?
Oh no!
So it's like a Sonic type horror.
It is wacky. There's I'm sure you can find some out there, but I think they kind of built, how like, have you ever accidentally clipped inside a player's face in a game and like you see the teeth mode and the eye mode and like all that kind of stuff?
So it's like that screenshot from Assassin's Creed Unity that became a meme.
But this game has it in layers that don't quite mesh, so because of that you get these weird like floating teeth and gums that don't close and like
everyone has
like the eyebrows float like a quarter of an inch off the face and stuff like that. So a lot of that stuff was making me crack up. I mean, whatever, it's technical glitches. It's not like it's the worst, but it still kind of made me crack up when I started to see some of it. But yeah, good. I mean, good. Glad it exists. Good for them. But
Sure.
I expected a complete train wreck after all this, but I guess they got a little bit better than that. So
yeah, but I'm unconvinced that it's going to be able to sustain the series long enough for its quote unquote proper ending.
Completely agree. I mean, the fact that
they should have made this conclusion.
They're
never going to make Shenmue fucking.
The fact that it went to Kickstarter is almost a travesty. I mean, really, it's
that creator guy saying that this is only the 3rd out of 8 games or whatever.
You're gonna be dead before you finish that, man.
That is sheer hubris, and I don't say this really because I don't see things from the perspective of an audience member that often, but that's respectful. It is.
George Lucas,
one for fuck's sake.
George Lucas, circa 1993 or whatever, when he was like, "Oh yeah, I actually got 9 of these ready to go." Like, what?
No, you don't. You're gonna. You are mortal. Yeah. Healthcare will not advance that much in the next decade. Like, be a little realistic here.
November's a pretty packed month, though. I mean, we have Pokemon for those who were into that.
We talked about Star Wars Jedi. Came out. People liked it. Pokemon Sword and Shield came out.
Yeah,
I don't really know how to unpack that controversy. Bones, have you played Pokemon?
I've played like 40 hours of Pokemon. I can talk about it. Do we want me to, or can I say that for
go for it?
The 20?
Like, can you talk about it for like 30 seconds?
Okay. Because
sorry,
it's okay. Remember how we talked about earlier about Outer Worlds and I could comment about how like it seems like the biggest concerns with Outer Worlds don't seem like there'll be problems for me, but that's a different thing. But what you basically said was like it's an 8 out of 10 game. It could have been 10 out of 10, but it's just not quite there and all of that. Like I think that's what Pokemon Sword and Shield is. It's like this is a good game. I think it makes in some ways some very strong like choices of streamlining and otherwise building off the previous games. As it is, it suffers in terms of certain degrees of polish and just like being undeveloped in certain areas. That this is a good game. This could have been better. This deserved to be better. And but it's not bad. It's nowhere near bad.
That makes sense. Do you think the universal fandom hatred for it is justified?
I mean, I was never on that train to begin with. The way I'd put it is this: like people saying like it's like this game being as big a success as it is, 6 million in a single week, Like that's not going to help this series be able to improve under the conditions it's being imposed on by the Pokemon Company. That I will say.
Yeah, just as an outsider to the whole world, it kind of feels like the fan base is looking for a game that maybe doesn't exist anymore. Like there becomes a time where you're battling nostalgia. Like, you know what I mean? And that's a really hard thing to do in a lot of ways.
I agree that there are a lot of expectations that are just being kind of imposed on this series on the basis of childhood affection for it. I would agree with that. There are also there are criticisms to be made with this game. It has pretty substantive polish issues, but again, it's not a travesty.
Okay.
Well, I'd put out of my 7 2019 games, I put it at like 4. It's smack in the middle, and I liked all 7 of the games. So
that's fair. So moving on to December, the biggest story I think was that Riot Games finally settled its gender discrimination lawsuit and has to pay out female employees from a pool of $10 million
to roughly 1,000 employees and ex-employees is the number. And there's some good to this, but there's some bad to this too.
It's interesting.
Some bad to this in the sense that it probably should have been
more.
Good to this in the sense that it finally got
There's
settled.
a lot of people that are being excluded from the compensation too. Like anyone who took a severance under leaving due to harassment is not part of this settlement. That's a problem.
It's interesting that this happens right around the time where Riot looks like they're trying to become a bigger name in gaming. It looks like they're kind of releasing 4 or 5 league-centered games in the next couple of years.
Multi-franchise, multiverse, WoW type shit.
They try to put something behind them, but they still kind of have that feel of a real shitty company to me for some reason. And I mean, League was maybe the most toxic place I've ever gamed, and I was on Xbox Live in the bad days. So, I mean, it's a rough spot to be in.
And I'm also not convinced that this settlement can, on its own, can effectively address the overall cultural issues going on.
Probably not. I mean,
that's something. So I've read Cecilia D'Anastasio's report on this, and apparently people are arguing some improvements have been made. Is it enough? I don't know, but I'm not in LA to verify this, so it's very hard for me to comment on further. So I guess good for people that this got settled. Is it enough? Probably not, but maybe that's the best we can do.
Yeah,
really.
That's where I'm at roughly, which is depressing, but
yeah. It's better than what I thought would happen, which is not.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, it could have been worse.
The other news story from December ties back into what we were talking earlier. Steam has been accused of not approving games that support the Hong Kong protests, either narratively within the game or financially with proceeds from the game. And this is a little weird considering Steam's pretty much anything goes policy.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's contradictory.
And I'm going to repeat part of the rant that I've made on this podcast earlier, which is I am not in principle against an anything goes policy if it's an actual anything goes ECLU-esque anything goes policy, but it very much is not, and this is demonstrative of that.
Yeah.
If you're not going to defend, this means you can take off the Nazi crap.
Right. That's what I would say.
If you're going to restrict this, then you can restrict Nazis.
And the only reason I think I'm on the same as that is because I think some of the games that I did see that were supporting Hong Kong kind of shitty, to be honest with you. Do you know what I mean? But
yeah, sure, they're shitty.
But if you're going to have an anything
they're also
goes,
selling
a poorly made game is not
right. Yeah,
a moral offense.
You can't you can't have an anything goes policy and then allow other stuff that's also equally poorly made asset flips.
Equally shoddy. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. I don't think that's fair.
And then you're approving that in 5 days, but you're taking 4 months for this.
Right. You know. And I don't know. I mean, I don't like the way Steam's been in the past. I don't like the idea behind anything goes even. I think there should be some curation because. Yeah, we've talked a lot about it, but man, my Steam list is just a whole bunch of crap sometimes, when I go through those little dev queues. But I would really like for them to put some effort into, making sure that what goes on their platform is worth it. Even if just to get rid of those weird trading card games or get this game so you get a
trading card
weird
spam
Trump emote you can use in chat or whatever. You know, like those are the kind of things I think they really should be kind of looking to get rid of, because you're not buying the game, you're just buying something to trigger snowflakes.
You're buying a harassment tool, essentially, at that point, and it's just not. It's not something that needs to be on there. Mm-hmm. I mean, on some level, it's really easy to avoid. Like, I never run into that crap because that's not my Steam experience. But they're also profiting off this garbage.
Yeah, and they're okay with it, which is always kind of, you know. So
yeah, and we know this. We know from this that they're not taking a principled stand on free expression.
Right,
yeah.
So they can be restrictive if they want to be, and they're choosing to, with this policy and practice, they're choosing to put down people who support Hong Kong protesters, and they're choosing to support Nazis.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it boils down to at the end of the day.
Especially if your anything goes is, you know, not truly anything goes. Hey, that's on you. You're the one who made the policy, not us. You know, I mean,
you made this policy. This is not anything goes. I can lean back and accept anything goes, but this is not anything goes. And that's where I am right now. So that was the year that was in gaming. I think we covered everything, literally everything that happened in the year that was.
Good coverage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we did great coverage. You should all give us kudos. We're going to throw it on over to our community to talk about their favorite games of the year. And when we come back, you're going to hear our lovely voices again talking about the games that we liked and the games that we disliked of 2019. So I'm here with the one and only Andy Tuttle, who's going to tell us all about his top 3 games of 2019. So Andy, how are you doing, man?
I'm pretty good, Merve. How about yourself?
I am excited. I'm really just curious to know what games you like this year, because you have like a really wide-ranging taste of games that you play, and I'm really eager to see where we overlap. Maybe we didn't overlap. Maybe we'll argue a lot. I don't know.
I don't know. We're gonna find out. I have a feeling that my choices this year are a little more mainstream than maybe previous. Although I guess I did choose Breath of the Wild a couple years ago. That's probably the most mainstream game of that year. And Red Dead was my favorite last year. So I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I like mainstream games.
Yeah, mainstream is good. I mean, we're spoiling
I feel
this.
Like I'm you know, not too in the mainstream, but anyway.
I mean, like there's like this big budget Japanese games that are all, that are kind of niche, but they might be mainstream in Japan. Like that's a whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, like Ninja Blade for the Xbox 360. Was that your favorite game of 2009?
I never owned a 360, unfortunately.
Okay.
I didn't even know there were Japanese games on the 360.
There were not a lot of exclusives, but Ninja Blade was one of them. It's a From Software game. They came out like maybe a few months before Dark Souls.
I feel like every generation, Microsoft tries to nab Japan, and they really didn't do it with the Xbox. They really didn't do it with the 360. They seem to have tried with the Xbox One, but like the well had already been so poisoned that they couldn't get it off the ground, and it's a shame because I think this is the strongest generation they've had in some ways, and you really haven't been able to get it off the ground.
Yeah, it's those. There's no exclusives, so anyway, we're not going to talk about Xbox One. We're going to talk about other games, good games, great games.
I mean, they're good games on the Xbox, but let's hear what good games you want to talk about. What's your number 3 game of 2019?
All right, so for me, number 3 is the Resident Evil 2 remake.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Retumake, if you will.
What's that?
Retumake, as the internet calls it. I've heard a lot of good things about this. How is it different from the original?
I mean, aside from the obvious that it's got better graphics and the controls have been modernized. You don't have the tank controls anymore like you do on the PlayStation 1. They changed the story just enough to kind of keep you guessing about what's going to happen next. I mean, it hits all the major beats of the game. Leon comes into town and Claire both come into town. They get to the police station and it's full of zombies and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
But they kind of I think one of the most famous parts of the first Resident Evil 2 on the PlayStation is when you first enter this long hallway and there's a licker climbing on the ceiling and it drops down, and that's kind of the big reveal, oh shit, here's the monsters, right? But in this game they didn't do that, and it kind of subverted your expectations a little bit in that sense. So where maybe you would expect a jump scare to come out, it didn't, but now there's something new, right? Now you've got zombies smashing their arms through boarded up windows, or of course you've got the Mr. X, the tyrant, running around and just smashing through walls in various places, and not where you expect him to from the first go around, but in different spots. And I think what's great about him in this game is I think we've all played games before, especially scary games, where you're running, and you go inside of a door, and you know that if you reopen that door, the game's going to reload the room, and all the zombies are going to be placed back in their original spot, and you can just kind of cheese your way through that way, right?
Yeah.
So it's different in Resident Evil 2 remake. Is you can run and think you're safe when you go into the next room, and you might open that door, but those zombies that were chasing you, they're still right there at that door, right?
Oh, they don't forget.
Yeah, it doesn't reset them back to where they were. They're just going to be right there, and they're still going to be there until you go through that door, or some time passes. Another great thing about it is zombies will now chase you through the doors, so they'll smash that door down and come get you. And especially Mr. X, where you really think you're safe because you went into the next room, but you're definitely not, because almost immediately after you go inside of a room, he'll come charging through that door to come after you. The only place he doesn't go is safe rooms, which makes sense, but yeah, the rest of the game you don't really have a lot of places to hide, and I think that's why I like it, because it made the game feel scary again,
Okay, so it kind of played off your expectations based on having played the original, and also made it scarier in a way by part of it must have been technical limitations in the past. You couldn't hold with all the RAM in there, enemy positions, but now we can do that with more advanced machinery. So
yeah, and Resident Evil 7 came out a couple years ago and really kind of put the game, the series, back on track. It got back to what its roots were. It was a scary game about you foraging for supplies to try to survive this, nightmare that you're basically living, right? And the Resident Evil 2 remake almost kind of does what the original Part 2 did, where it took that terror that you felt from the kind of more minimalist first game,
yeah,
and kind of added this action element to it, but still kept it really scary. And so that's what the remake does this time again, whereas it takes that terror from Part 7, but makes it more feel like you're playing in an action movie. Again, it's really great. They did a great job on that game.
All right, nice. So what's your number 2 game of 2019?
Number 2 is the Untitled Goose Game.
Oh yeah, I've actually played that.
Oh, awesome. I had it hard. That was my number 1 for a long time, until I just recently played another game, but we'll get to that. But yeah, this was my number 1. It used to be. Number 2 is still a solid number, I think, for this game. And I think it only gets to 2 because it is so kind of short. Not that a short game is bad. Short games are fun. Another game I really liked that was short was Sayonara Wild Hearts.
Yeah, that's probably the most recent game I finished.
Yeah.
I finished that just a few days ago. And that was, I think, a game that was just the right length, because if it had been a little longer, I'd have probably gotten frustrated with some of the later, more difficult stages. But
yeah, and the same thing with Goose too. I think it was just long enough to where it got to the point where I wasn't getting bored or annoyed with it, because there were some parts near the end of Goose that get kind of annoying, especially when you're trying to break into the pub and do the stuff in there, because that's the first time where somebody is actually trying to actively throw you out of a situation, with the barkeep and the woman who's cleaning the tables.
Yeah, they chase you out of out of the open air pub and back out into the street, and then getting back in is the giant pain in the butt that we're not going to spoil for people who are still playing Goose Game. But I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So the reason I really like this game, though, really comes down to a couple things. One is the humor of the game. It's one of the funniest games I've played in a while, and I don't want to spoil the ending of this game, so I'm not going to. But the ending of the game is just so perfect. I think the game was made in Australia, but it has a very British kind of humor to it, and it's a very dry ending, and I loved it. I think I laughed for like 5 minutes straight, but that might have also been because as soon as I played that game, I did not stop playing it until I was done. I think it took me about 4 hours. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. I had work the next day. I didn't care because that's how much I loved the game.
Oh wow! I think it took me something like 5 sittings to get through it.
Oh yeah,
I was also dumb and couldn't solve some of the puzzles.
Yeah, I couldn't stop. I had to keep going. It was just I had to know what was next. It was just so fun. And then the second part of why I really like the game is the sense of freedom that you get. I'm a big open world game fan. I really like just kind of being able to do whatever you want in the game.
Yeah.
And Goose Game lets you do that. It lets you. There's all kinds of things you can pick up, and a lot of it has no bearing on like the gameplay whatsoever. Like you have to complete tasks to get to the next area, but a lot of the stuff in these areas mean nothing. They're just fun to pick up and mess with, and I think that's part of the joy of that game as well. Is learning how the things can interact with each other and what you can do with them just for fun, you know?
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting about the game is that you don't really have an idea of how you're supposed to solve the puzzle or the puzzles when you get to an area. So you just start kind of messing around with various items and seeing how they interact with each other. And that gives you an idea of how to complete the task. And sometimes the tasks are kind of vague, and it's by messing around with stuff that you figure out, oh, this is what the game is trying to get me to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and I love that there's multiple ways to do a task, right? So in one of the areas you need to basically there's a little boy who wears glasses and you need to get him to wear different glasses, right?
Yeah.
And so the way that I did it, I went through various steps to kind of get these glasses off his face and then to put new glasses on his face, right? But the way I did it was completely different from the way that a friend of mine did it, and we talked about it, and he was like, oh, you could do that to him, this certain action? I was like, yeah, you didn't know that? He's like, no, I didn't. I had to do this other way. And it was the thought that they put into solving their puzzles. I don't know if every single one was intentional, like if they sat down and wrote down all the different puzzle pathways, but just the fact that you could do it multiple ways was really just a genius part of programming on their part, whether it was intentional or an accident.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of thought went into how they constructed each level and how the various pieces all fit together. And that can be tough because you don't necessarily know what players are going to do to break your game.
Mm-hmm.
So, kudos to House. That's their name, right? House?
Yes. I have a 4-year-old daughter, and she loves this game too. And that might also be why I like it so much, because it just makes her laugh so much. Yeah. But yeah, every time we turn it on, she's starting to read now. So she'll be like, "Oh, House presents Untitled Goose Game," and she just, I don't know.
Oh, she reads really well for her age.
Yeah, the way that she says Untitled, she's like, "I want to play the Untitled Goose Game," and I'm just like, "Oh, okay, yeah, sure, why not? That's okay."
That's so adorable. But yeah, it is such a great game that. It's a great game that you can just like play with your family,
mm-hmm.
which I think is super neat. And there should be more games that are just fun for everyone, and not like in the DreamWorks movie way where there's like the jokes the innuendos that only adults will get. No,
right,
not like that. Just something that's universally fun for everyone.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's what makes it so appealing is how well it does kind of translate across ages and genders and everything. Like it's not It's not Call of Duty, so it's not just going to appeal to like a 14-year-old boy or whatever, and it's not some Japanese RPG that's only going to appeal to a nerd in his 30s or something like that. It's made for everybody across all spectrums, and I think that's why it succeeds. It's a great game.
All right. Okay, so what is your number one game of 2019? And
Okay.
You gotta make sure that you say this carefully, because it might be the wrong game, and then this trapdoor is gonna open up beneath you. You're gonna fall in, and you're never coming out.
Oh,
So make it count, man. Make it count.
no, I've got the right game, and my favorite game of 2019 is Control.
Oh, sweet. That is a game that I bought months ago and haven't had the chance to play because my computer broke.
Oh.
But I will be playing it soon, and I've been super jazzed to play it for the longest time, and I'm so curious about what it's like.
Yeah, so I always hate those people who like when you're describing like a new movie or something like that, and you're like, hey, it's a mix between The Sopranos and Finding Nemo. It's pretty cool. Like
Sopranos. I really want to see this now.
I think it was called Shark Tale.
Make this happen.
It did.
Sorry,
that was Shark Tale. That was the elevator pitch in the room, I'm sure.
I have to see Shark Tale at some point.
You haven't seen Shark Tale, the DreamWorks movie?
I mean, I just made fun of DreamWorks movies like 2 minutes ago, so probably not. But sure, tell me.
Okay.
Sorry, let's get back to what you're saying.
Yes. Okay. So Control, to put it a certain way, it's like the X-Files with Jedis. All right.
So it's Fringe.
It's what?
So it's Fringe.
It's Fringe. Oh, it's Fringe. Yeah. Okay. Actually, it is Fringe.
Nice.
All right.
I like that show.
So you play as this woman named Jessie, and she is at this place called the Bureau looking for her brother, who the Bureau took several years ago when he was a kid. And you show up and the building is basically deserted, right? And as you continue to move through the different areas and floors of this big skyscraper, you come across other people who are there. But what's really bad about it is there's all of these monsters in there. They're humans that have been kind of like taken over by this entity, and you don't know what it is. And so you find this kind of like sci-fi gun
called the service weapon, right?
Yes, and it can take on different shapes and forms. So initially you just get like it's like a pistol, and then you can upgrade it into like a shotgun and kind of like a Gatling gun kind of a thing. The spinner, I haven't used that one. I mostly just switch between the pistol and the shotgun. I found those to be the two best weapons. And so you just kind of are mowing your way through these enemies. But where the Jedi part comes in is you start to accumulate superpowers, basically. And so you get like a force push, and you get a telekinetic ability where you can, pick up objects and throw them at the bad guys. So like you can pick up explosive devices and create, big chain reaction things that destroy a bunch of bad guys along the way.
So is it kind of like playing like a Vanguard class in Mass Effect? Like
kind of.
biotics?
Yeah, I mean, you can't like, or at least I haven't gotten to. You can't like lift enemies in the air. I think that might be an unlockable trait later, because you'll accumulate points, like ability points, and you can use those to upgrade your stats and your weapons as the game progresses.
So like Metroidvania with like RPG type elements.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's made by Remedy, which I didn't realize that they had made Max Payne 2, Quantum Break, and what's that other one I'm forgetting?
Alan Wake.
Yes, and so it's got a very, very hard cinematic feel to it.
Sam Lake has a real talent for directing games like that.
Okay, yeah, it's the Jesse has a lot of inner monologue as well, She kind of has this entity with her that she will speak to, and so she'll monologue to herself, but also she'll speak to this kind of internal entity that is, I'm assuming, the source of her power. They haven't really talked about that too much yet. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I haven't. When I saw the trailer for it initially, I kind of dismissed it. I was like, oh, this looks kind of like this might be fun, but I'm gonna, it looks too generic. But it had a good price recently on Black Friday, so I picked it up, and I just felt dumb that I hadn't played this when it first came out, because I was in the middle of playing Death Stranding, which is an okay game. But
I'm almost done with Death Stranding.
Okay, I had to put it down. I was just starting to really hate the game, and I was not having fun doing it. I just felt like I was playing it to be done with it. And so Control came along right at the right part, because as soon as I played that, I was like, I'm never going back to Death Stranding, because this is not only a more engaging and gripping story than what Death Stranding had, but I'm having fun playing it. Even if it is slightly, I guess generic is the word, but it's I don't think it's doing anything necessarily new too much. There's a lot of tropes.
It's kind of like assembling the best parts of other games and putting them together in a thoughtful way.
Yes, which is interesting, because there's another game that I really like that almost made this list. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah.
That also kind of does that.
That's like a mixture of platforming and Soulsborning.
Yeah, and there's both of these games, Control and Fallen Order, are almost parallel, because obviously Jedi's Fallen Order is about playing a Jedi, so you have all the same powers that you have in Control, just instead of a lightsaber, you're using a pistol in Control. But it's almost like obviously Star Wars is the big, like, mainstream big thing that everybody's gonna love, and while Control is just kind of over here in, like, mid-budget land, but it's doing really interesting things and has a lot of great ideas behind it that you can't necessarily do in Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars does have to adhere to the brand at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like an interesting game. If I liked Soulsborns, I think I'd take the plunge. But it's not a genre that super works well for me, so
it's
staying away.
Oh, for Star Wars?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say,
Control I'm definitely gonna play. That's the next game I'm gonna play when I finish. Well, I'm not gonna admit the game that I'm playing right now, because people are gonna make fun of me for it. But
is it? I don't know. Is it a Fun Animal Park for the Switch?
Oh no, I'd be super proud of that. I'd be like, look at my fun animals in their petting zoo. Look how cute they are, and look at the little bows I tied on their fur. No, I'm playing the new Call of Duty because it came for free with my graphics card.
Oh, okay, yeah. I heard it wasn't too bad. I wouldn't fault you for that.
I just jumped into a deathmatch last night and didn't come in last place, which is a surprise to me because I suck at games.
Oh wow!
So
you know what I just fired up after a long time was Team Fortress 2.
Oh yeah, I'll never be good at that game. That game is. There's some people who just like spent their entire adolescences training in that game.
Yeah.
I just can't beat them.
There's no way. I think while I was playing, like 3 people got banned for cheating. Like, cause it'll pop up and be like, this person's cheating. Would you like to ban them? And you're just like, oh.
Yeah, please. Sure. Get the hell out of here. All right, that is a pretty neat list. Remake, Untitled Goose Game, and Control.
Yes, Control. I can't talk. I mean, we can sit here and talk for an hour about how much I love Control. I love this game, and if you haven't played it, please go play it. It's so good. The guy, I assume it's the Sam Lake guy. I didn't read the name, but somebody at Remedy was basically saying that it didn't have the launch they wanted, but they only spent, I guess, $30 million on it. And so I guess that's not a lot in game terms. So it's not considered a failure. And they actually said that the game is continuing to be purchased on a regular, steady pace because of word of mouth. So,
word of mouth can actually provide a game with a really long tail. It's something we saw with Nier Automata, which started off just like 1 million in sales and ended up, I think, topping 4 million.
Oh wow, yeah. They're working on some DLC that's going to come out next year, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of like re-release with like a Game of the Year edition or whatever.
Oh yeah, it's probably going to win Game of the Year awards based on the positive buzz I've been hearing.
Yeah,
but everything gets a Game of the Year edition now, even if it was like a 3 out of 10 on Metacritic. So.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Can I give a shout out for like a hidden gem that I think everybody should play that didn't make the list?
Oh yeah, sure.
So I think it was back in March, there was a game called Ape Out.
That game.
And that's a great game too.
That's a Devolver game, right?
It's Devolver, yeah. It kind of takes the Hotline Miami style, like the top down, that style. and but instead of shooting
monkeys.
Yeah, so instead of shooting guns, you're a gorilla, and you basically push and grab and throw the enemies as you're trying to dodge their weapons. But the hook of the game is first of all is the art style, which is very minimalist. So there isn't a lot of detail at all in the character models or the backgrounds, but they're just kind of these single shade colors, and they will change on the fly as you play through the level, as well as you move from level to level. And then the big thing is the music in the game. It's this kind of free-form jazz soundtrack, and that actually is what do they call that?
Bebop?
No, the music changes with it's dynamic. So the score is dynamic. So as you smash and punch your way through enemies, if you're going at a really fast pace, the beat picks up, and so it's like da 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 da. But if you slow down, you're kind of like taking your time and hiding around corners. The music will kind of slow down to a crawl, and then as soon as you start fighting, it explodes into this loud crash of cymbals and trumpets and everything. It's really awesome.
I love when sound designers and composers do that with games, because it's just such a neat effect, and it gets me like every time.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Andy, for sharing with us your top 3, and we'll be back with more top 3 lists, or if this is for some weird reason the last one or the only one, then we'll be back with something else.
All right, thanks a lot, Merve. Appreciate it.
Hey guys, Bresson here. I only played like 4 games this year, so it's pretty easy for me to choose 3 from them. The 3 games I really quite liked this year were Pokemon Shield, which I found to be quite charming. It's just your regular Game Boy Pokemon game turned 3D. I kind of understand where people are coming from who found it a bit too much of the same or too bland, but I really quite enjoy playing it, even it's not something I think I will return soon to. The other game I played this year was Jump Force. I really quite like Jump Force, even it's not that great. Mechanic wise, it's a lot like those Dragon Ball games, fighting games you got for the PS3 and PS4. Only the character selection is way better, which includes of course people from One Piece and Fist of the North Star, because it's made with the guys from Shonen Jump. It's pretty good, it's worth seeking out if you're looking for a fun multiplayer fighter that doesn't have like a lot of things to go back to, and it's very much pick up and play. My favorite game of the year by far was Heaven's Fault. It's made by the same studio who did the tremendous Wild World in 80 Days game a couple years ago. It's a very charming but also kind of tear-jerking game about language, which is like a really interesting theme. And it is, with gameplay wise, it's kind of a mix between being a text adventure, a puzzle game with some very light traveling and racing overtones also. and it's just a wonderful game that really goes about a subject I really like, which is like conserving or history and past. And the game mechanics are really great. You spend most of the time going around various old places, look for history and look for writing, literal writing on the wall to find pieces of a forgotten language you're researching, and you try to match them with the ones you know, and so you keep expanding your vocabulary. It's a really interesting and beautiful looking game, so I'm really glad it came out this year. I really recommend to play it. And that's my list, so yeah.
Hello, fellow avocadoans. LittleMac here. Okay, not the most confident intro, but I'm gonna go with it because I don't even want to try to guess how many takes I did where I kept starting with, "Hi class, Mr. Mac here." My name's not Mr. Mac, but you get the idea. Oh dear. So, I wanted to do a much better job on this than I'm about to do, but like every other thing in my life, I didn't have time, I swear. I tried my best. But here we go. One take, no more than 7 minutes, which, if I can actually hit that timeline, is world record concision on my part when I speak aloud. I want to tell you about my 3 favorite games of 2019. And I may wind up discovering, 3 days from now that, oh, wait, no, that game came out in 2019. Oh, it should have been on the list. But this is what I got for you right now. 1 minute intro, complete. Game number 1, right at the 1 minute mark, is Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. The latest game from From Software, I always call it From Software just because from is a preposition, doesn't really, I don't know. Sekiro is the first game under the auspices of Hidetaka Miyazaki that I wouldn't precisely describe as a Souls game. Demon Souls, obviously, is a Souls game. The Dark Souls games are Souls games. Bloodborne is a spin-off that is just a Souls game with, different mythology. There are, some subtle differences, but they're extremely subtle between the Dark Souls games and Demon Souls and Bloodborne. Sekiro is the point where this goes from a formula, a very familiar formula that we've seen in a launch game, and then a sister series or a spiritual successor series, and then a spin-off to, I don't know what to call it, a set of building blocks, elements, almost like a game engine that can be morphed and warped to do different things. Sekiro is not an RPG in any way. It's an action game with stealth elements and a jump button and verticality that nonetheless takes place within a universe that is recognizably Miyazakian or Souls-like. It's, depressing and concerned with both mortality and immortality. And it has challenging combat and grotesque enemies and incredible architecture and all of those beautiful things. Japanese architecture is my favorite architecture, so right off the bat, this was aimed at me. And then it has a grappling hook, and perhaps one of the best implementations of a grappling hook in video games of all time. The coolest grappling hook that I'm aware of since Twilight Princess, when Link got the double grappling hooks, which made him kind of like Spider-Man, but cooler because I'm a DC guy as far as superhero comics go. Sekiro is amazing. I haven't even finished it, and I really need to, because it made me so attached to an NPC whose fate is tied up in the worst optional boss fight in the game that I could never finish that boss fight, and then I was never willing. Gotta close my email while I'm trying to record this. I was just never willing to go and put the time in to beat this slog of a fight, and then I wasn't willing to abandon that NPC. But an incredible game. Definitely worth anyone giving a shot to. If you like ninjas or grappling hooks or being constantly reminded of your inevitable death while you play a video game. Number 2, Luigi's Mansion 3. What an unexploited series, eh? Luigi's Mansion 2, Luigi's Mansion 3 3 games in a series where the formula was pretty much perfected the first time around, and it took them like almost 20 years to get the 3rd game out in this series. You know, Ubisoft would, oh my goodness, we would be on Luigi's Mansion 17 in the main series, while there were like there'd be like a Mario's Mansion spin-off and a Peach's Mansion spin-off. It's incredible. One thing that I want to point out that I really admire about the Luigi's Mansion games is that they take adventure game puzzles. So by this, I'm thinking puzzles that require you to look at the unique environments that you're traveling through and the unique things that you find in those environments, and then reason with a mix of a little bit of real logic and a whole lot of storybook logic or cartoon logic or whatever you want to call it, to put it all together and create solutions. But unlike, say, King's Quest, where you accomplish this by having 55 items in your giant pouch and taking them one at a time and clicking each one of them on each thing to figure out some nonsense, it's all done through sound, fundamental video game controls. Luigi has the ability to suck with the vacuum, and he has the ability to blow with it. He has a light that he can flash. He has a special magic light that can reveal things. He can go boof and shoot some air out around him. And it's these things that you put together to solve wild puzzles. The one that I want to highlight, spoiler alert, is on the movie studio level, where there are 4 different movie sets that you can go to. In each one of these movie sets, there's a camera that Luigi can look through. If you look through, you get a cool looking scene. But that's it. But if you deploy Gooigi, your goo-based sidekick clone, and you send him into the scene and then have Luigi look through the camera, now Gooigi is in the scene and things start to happen in the scene. And in each scene, your objective is to figure out how to get an item or an object out of that scene and bring it to a different movie, so that one by one you can complete a chain of quests that eventually leads to you getting the thing that you needed to solve the puzzle, to get your MacGuffin. Anyway, it's just so much more satisfying. It's a kind of puzzle that I've loved since I was a kid. But you know what? Nobody loves that King's Quest shit where, 5 hours later you find out you threw the wrong thing at a rat and now you can never beat the game. I only have 10 seconds left. Number 3 is Baba Is You. Holy moly, it takes pushing blocks around, the greatest kind of puzzle, and merges it with computer programming and logic, which I just love. Almost every puzzle game, especially block pushing ones, and even block pushing puzzles in Zelda, just make me angry that we don't get more Lolo games when HAL Software still exists, and they're even making little puzzle games, but they just won't give us another Lolo. This is the first block pushing game that isn't Lolo that I've ever played where I wasn't just mad that it wasn't Lolo. Check it out. It is super rewarding. I've seen many people say I feel like a genius when I solve the puzzles, and that's how you'll feel.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Science, and we're going to talk about his top games of the year. So Science, what do you got for us?
Hello, it's me, Science. Okay, so my top 3. Number 3 is a game that I have played recently on the Switch. It's I wouldn't consider it like a traditional video game. It's called Ring Fit Adventure. It's a workout RPG game. Yeah.
The old workout RPG genre.
Yeah, the old, yeah. It's tough to describe actually. It has a lot of elements that you saw probably everywhere else, but like it combines them in a very weird way. So basically, you play the game with like it's how do I describe it? The most
like
very
controller hula hoop almost.
It looks like it comes with 2 peripherals. So it comes with this hoop, this ring. It's called the Ring Con. You kind of slide a Joy-Con into it, and it's maybe more or less the size of a steering wheel, like an average steering wheel. So it's not too big. It's very like bouncy and stretchy, so it kind of like you stretch it out and you like push it in, and it's it's tough to do that. It requires some strength. And the second peripheral, it's a leg strap that you also slide a Joy-Con into, and it kind of attaches to your left thigh. So that's how the game kind of figures out what you're doing with your legs and what you're doing with your hands, basically, or arms.
So it's tracking kind of everything all at once then.
The Joy-Cons basically.
Mm-hmm.
So the Joy-Cons on your leg and the Joy-Con on the ring, and basically the game is it's segmented into levels. So you're going through levels, and the levels are kind of on rail. So you just move forward, and by moving forward, you just jog in place. So your character moves forward. And you interact with the environment. You can kind of like stretch the ring con to vacuum up like money, which you use to buy equipment, and vacuum up resources that you can use to like make smoothies, which are potions. Yeah. And you basically also push in the ring con to send out a gust of air, and it can be used to break boxes, or it can be used to hover when you kind of jump, and then you use the hover. You point the ring con downwards, and you push it, and you hover. So that's most of the interaction in the world where you how you're like traversing it. There's a little bit more, like there here and there are some extra things that you can do, but most of the game is actually fights. So traversing the world, and you kind of it's not entirely random, fights,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like you see them on the map, and then you just kind of have to run into them. And they're basically like a turn-based Final Fantasy type battle.
It's an interesting take on, like, I don't even know if there's a way to call it like a genre, but the workout games have been around for a little bit. I think I could probably tell you my wife's favorite game maybe of all time is Wii Fit. I mean, she was crushed when we like kind of uninstalled the Wii for a while, because that was her workout. But it's really great. I hearing all this, it's interesting because it seemed like the commercial was kind of so cringy, and these games kind of either hit or they really miss.
Mm-hmm. This one really hits, I think. Even talking to people, I haven't played Wii Fit,
mm-hmm.
but talking to people that really liked Wii Fit, they say that this is like 2 to 3 times better for them. Like,
good.
It's more interesting, it's more varied, because when you go into battles, it's like. You have a couple of skills that you can kind of assign, and you have like leg skills, stomach skills, arm skills, and like yoga skills, and they each have like a different color assigned to them. Like leg skills are blue, and arm skills are red, and then the enemies are also color coded, and you can have to kind of like, I need to use this arm skill for this enemy because they're also red, and this leg skill for this enemy. But this leg skill in particular, damages 3 enemies. But this leg skill attacks 1 enemy, but it's super powerful. So it has some tactics to it, but not too much. It mostly focuses on the training, and I gotta tell you, it's a hell of a workout. Like it's really like I work out. I tend to work out. Like I try to stay in shape mostly, and it kind of calculates the difficulty level before you start the game.
Mm-hmm.
I got started at 21 out of 30, and I just after like 15 minutes of playing the game, I was just covered in sweat. It was just like insanely exhausting.
Let me ask you this. Does it have any of one of the things that kind of annoyed me, but I think maybe some people like about workout games, does it have any of those hooks where like it encourages you to keep coming back, like it's tracking your progress, it's been 10 days since you played, or is it just kind of let you play and just like more about the game than the workout?
Oh, no, it doesn't really it doesn't really have any of these. The only time that it really mentions that is that when you come back, it only mentions once, it's your 20th day, good job, and then it just moves on.
That's cool.
It never gives you any bonuses. It never gives you anything for that. It actually is pretty good at like focusing on the workout. It's like, it's when it needs to be, it's fairly like lenient on tracking you. And when it has to like track you very well, it like actually is very, stringent. strict to like, oh, you have to do this right. So and it has a bunch of mini games. It has side quests and all that. And the mini games actually, this is the first time I've encountered a side quest that said, okay, you have to perfectly play this mini game. And this is like a motion-based game. And to complete a mini game in a motion-based game perfectly, especially a hard one,
it's like a real life QuickTime event.
Yeah, if it wouldn't be perfectly well made, it would have been infuriating. Because if it doesn't track you perfectly, it's infuriating when you can't do something. But like every time I screwed up, I felt like it was my mistake that I screwed up. And
that's a good feeling. I mean, even whether it's pushing X to do something in a shooter or pushing B to jump in a game, it always feels like if your controls aren't what you need them to be, you can't make a lot of excuses for that, and it just frustrates you. But that's awesome to hear. What's your other one?
Yeah, so that's really good. Check it out if you like workout games. Second one, second game of the year. This will be a shorter explanation because it's not as complex and weird. Is Resident Evil 2 remake.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Resident Evil games. I generally really like them overall, but this one is maybe the best one of all of them I've ever played. That's my opinion, obviously. Some people will probably prefer Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 1 remake and all of that, but this is just like the peak classic Resident Evil like gameplay combined with like the action of Resident Evil 4. So it's like very much like a third-person perspective game that you shoot a bunch of zombies and you have to be very precise with you shooting, and there's a lot of action sequences and fun stuff like that, but there's also a bunch of exploration and puzzle solving, and the puzzles are not too hard, but are hard enough. They're fun to solve. And then, after you complete the game, you kind of want to go at it again. And, it has achievements for finishing it quicker and with less saves. And then it becomes even a different kind of type of game when you kind of figure out all of the puzzles. But then, like, what's the quickest route between these two rooms that I can take to, like, save some time and like maybe get a better grade, and then it turns into a completely different thing.
Yeah, I think that a lot. I don't know where the community of Resident Evil is on this, but I thought the first one was not that great. I only played a little bit, but they did some weirdness with the backgrounds and the sizing, and I'm not even sure how to explain it, but it felt like you were shrunk. Like you were walking around.
The original one?
No, not the original. The Resident Evil remaster that came out
the
2015.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So. Yep.
Sometimes I think these remakes can really depend on the quality that they put in it. I think with that one, they kind of tried to do some kind of shortcuts and stretch some things and pull some things, and it looks
I really like it.
Yeah,
but I see where you're going with that, and I agree that very frequently it's like it's not perfect. It has some, it definitely was a game of its era, the remake one, because it still has rendered backgrounds and. But this one is like not even a remake. It feels like very similar to just not a remaster, not a remake, but just completely fresh game in many ways. Like it has some, it has general things. It shares general things with Resident Evil 2, but it's a completely different game.
And that's what everything I've been reading, and I mean, I think that's why it's up for Game of the Year and stuff like that. It's not straight up you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's more of a remake than a HD version of it. So,
yeah.
All right, what's the big one?
Well, the big one. Okay, listen. I had some strange games in the past as my number ones, and this year is no different. It's Wilmot's Warehouse, and I'm not sure if you heard about this game.
I have not.
Okay, so it's a game for PC and Switch. So it is on Switch. It's a legitimate game, not an itch.io game or whatever. Not saying that those aren't legitimate games, but like it's
sure.
For a big So it's a game that is about sorting out a warehouse.
It's so European.
Yeah, it's very much so. But I gotta tell you, I very much like puzzle games, and this is probably one of the best puzzle games that I ever played because conceptually, puzzle games work with some people, don't work with others. There's no way to solve that. Some people will just like it will click for them, right? The solution they will find, they will find it out for themselves. They will solve the puzzle. They will have that genius aha moment where they solve the puzzle. They feel really smart about it. And some people will not, and they will hate the game. It happened with The Witness. I didn't have many problems with The Witness, but a bunch of people have. And it's not a matter of intelligence or anything like that. It's just some people just like different, try different things and have different approaches.
It probably hit at the right time. I think, 2019 is kind of the year of the organizer, right? I mean, like we got the Marie Kondo stuff just kind of taking off, and you've got kind of that whole idea of, even things like design and stuff, you're seeing people kind of less clutter, less this, less that. We don't use much stuff. So maybe they just found the right time to make a game all about organizing a warehouse.
Maybe. But so it doesn't click sometimes. That's why I'm saying it doesn't click. Sometimes the puzzle, when it's designed, it doesn't click. Like for me, the Outer Worlds puzzles didn't click. And some people love that game and just didn't click.
I have a feeling we'll be talking about that one a lot on the coming up weeks. I think that it either did or it didn't, and that's the best way I can describe it. It didn't hit for me either, but I don't want to spoil too much. So.
And sometimes this game, the puzzles in this game, you are making the puzzles in this game. Basically, you're making puzzles for yourselves inadvertently. Like you basically have to configure your warehouse, and you have to like store things. It's an empty warehouse, and you're going to get a bunch of stuff, and the stuff you get is all of this is squares. Everything is square-based. So your character is a square, every item is a square. And those squares, the funny thing is, are abstract kind of images. It doesn't necessarily tell you what the thing is. It's like sometimes it's like a squiggle, and you've been like, this kind of look like a cane, and then you put it in the, I don't know, old people stuff.
So like it's like a free form Tetris. Like you just gotta
a little bit so.
Wow.
And you kind of like can store by color. Okay, these are kind of orangish. Then I put them in this side. You can store them by any metric you want, like anything you want. It's free form. But, sometimes the people will be like, okay, now you have to like bring me 4 of these squiggles, 3 of these, 8 of these. And you have to be like, okay. I gotta like go around my warehouse trying to figure out where I put things. And there can be like 200 items in your warehouse. So you kind of have to keep all of that in your head or have a really good organizational skills. And the fun thing is all of those squares take up space in your warehouse. So you build these weird Tetris aisles that you have to like traverse with the stuff.
So you're creating your own maze as you.
Yes, exactly. And you also kind of like when you take things, you kind of also like everything takes one block. And you can stack them. You kind of make them into these Tetris pieces that you take them with you. And you have to like, figure out the best route to take them through these mazes. And it's a mess, but it's a mess of your own making. And sometimes it gives you time to like, okay, now it's your time to organize stuff once again. We give you like unlimited time for this. Don't worry about it. And as stressful as sometimes this can be, it's mostly just relaxing. It's, some people say it feels a little bit like work, and it's a little bit like that sometimes, but it's in a pleasant sense. I found out it's like
efficiency simulator.
Yes, exactly. It's very much that combined with like, each person will have a different perspective on what this square little means of this abstract shape, and it's a lot of fun in a weird way. And it has co-op also if you want to have that nightmare thrown upon someone. Like 2 people organizing one warehouse in 2 different systems seems like a horrible idea. So it's just such a clever game. It's small, but I played like 8 hours of it. I'm still going to play it. There's an end game basically, but there's like 200 items. It fills up your warehouse. but there's like 500 items in the game overall. So if you start the game up again, other different items will be available for you. So you'll have a different kind of.
This is like
drop.
a procedurally generated type thing. So
basically, yeah.
Huh.
So I mean, it's finite. It's 500
You
items.
sold me on a copy of Wilmot's Warehouse.
It's really weird, but if you ever see it, like you might not like go for it for like $10 or whatever it's at right now. But when it's like on a sale, definitely get it. It's such a weird, fun game. I haven't seen this concept realized ever before, and it's so freeform, and yet it like forms puzzles that you can solve that you also kind of like design for yourself, and it's a clever thing. It's a very clever thing.
Cool.
It's my favorite game of the year, Wilmot's Warehouse. There you
awesome.
go.
Well, thanks for talking to us, Science. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. It was fun. Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
All right, everyone, we're back, and we're here to talk to you about our top 3 games of the year. Thank you so much to our Avocado community for sharing with us their top 3 games of the year. A lot of love for the Resident Evil 2 remake, it seems. So let's just dive right in and share our top 3s. Bones, what was your number 3 game of 2019?
My number 3 game was, in fact, Resident Evil 2 remake.
Well, I nailed that segue. Booyah!
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be enough different people talking about it that I don't need to belabor that one as a point too much.
So what did you like about RE2 Make?
What I loved most about RE2 Make is so the whole the game's roughly 2 halves. The first half is just a police station, a single very labyrinthine police station, and then the second half is like, you're in the sewers for a little while, and then you go into the evil Umbrella lab. And I prefer the police station half considerably, but it's good enough that it on its own made it one of my favorite games I've played. What I love about the way RE2 Make plays is that it's effectively a 3D action game Metroidvania.
So
you're
Arkham Asylum
the way
or Control-ish?
Kind of, yeah. You're in a single building, just like exploring, navigating, managing, just finding puzzle solutions and figuring things out, like very gradually putting it together, and so that you re-navigate through the building, just like gradually advancing forward, and you're like how much of it you've conquered, quote unquote, and memorized and all of these things. It's a very, very satisfying loop, and it's married to a phenomenal engine, which doesn't bear that much discussion, but is worth acknowledging because the RE7 engine is really good, and it works.
It looks beautiful. From what I've
it works incredibly well in third person, which I wasn't totally anticipating as someone who had played and liked RE7 already.
So what's your number 2?
Sorry. I guess that does cover it. Is just I find it has a really, really satisfying progression loop married to just very good core survival action gameplay.
Absolutely.
My number 2 is Untitled Goose Game, which I realize you were kind of underwhelmed by, Merve.
Yeah, so it's one of those games where I found it tedious, but I'm really glad that people are enjoying it because I want more weird indie games like this to be
totally.
made. Yeah.
Totally. I think that's a fair and appreciable perspective. I
love the memes, if nothing else.
Yes, the memes are very good.
So, what attracted you to Untitled Goose Game?
What I liked about Untitled Goose Game is that this is kind of some interactions that we had in the games thread recently that for me, unfortunately, for whatever reason, I have a pretty low ceiling on how challenging a puzzle game can be for me and work out. And I say that knowing that I'm going to try Baba Is You in the next couple months, and I'm deeply I like the sheer creativity of it is enough to attract me, but I'm also kind of dreading it.
Fucking hard.
Yeah. But what I like about Goose Game is that the comparison that I've been making since it came out a few months ago is that it is effectively a family-friendly, slightly scaled down version of the IO's Hitman games, where
Yeah,
you're
it's like-
essentially just you're in an environment, and that environment is a puzzle of you navigate it and you learn its ins and outs, and then you solve it by accomplishing your goals.
It's like
And I-
isometric Hitman, basically.
Yeah, and I found that really satisfying. Like, yeah, it's it's ultimately pretty simplistic, but it wasn't too simple for me. And yeah, they're the fairly the ones that are like more reliant and just like, oh, you have to do a little like careful stealthing of hiding behind walls or in bushes to just retrieve an item and bring it to another place. But then there are more complex ones, like figuring out how to get into a building that's being guarded, or one of my favorites still is that you want to the first area you have the gardener, and you want to make the gardener take off or lose his hat and put on a different hat, a sun hat. And how do you do that? Well, there's a few different ways that you can do that, but the most popular way is that you steal his prize rose and take it away, and when he retrieves that, he tries to plant it back. You can take his hat off of his head while he bent over to plant the rose, and you just run off with it.
I love solutions that involve me stealing more things. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just more broadly, it's a very aesthetically charming game, and I deeply appreciate the low stakesness of it. That like the ceiling is I'm just making someone's day just a little bit worse. I'm not hurting anyone.
The goose can't die,
anyone.
which is great.
Yeah. It's just mischief. It's a mischief simulator, and I enjoy that.
I
It's a mischief simulator, which I again would argue, has stronger like core gameplay than like Goat Simulator or whatever.
That's true.
Yeah, that's my case.
I have a friend who bought a Switch just so she could have something on which to play Untitled Goose Game. So it's reaching pretty far and wide.
Yeah, it definitely blew up.
Your number one game of 2019.
Sorry, good for House. That was their first ever game, so they're kind of secured for life just off of how Goose Game blew up. Fucking Chrissy Teigen talked about buying it.
Yeah.
Chrissy Teigen's got like a great Twitter game for like video games in general.
Sure.
she's like a huge Mario fan too, and she's like live tweeting her experience in Super Mario Odyssey, which I thought was really funny.
Yeah.
So like, go Chrissy Teigen.
She's a lot, but I definitely enjoy when she talks about playing her Switch. It is amusing. And my number speaking of Nintendo, my number one game of 2019 is Luigi's Mansion 3. This is my number one game with not just a bullet. This is like a whole round of bullets. I don't know what the terminology is.
Oh, okay. So I thought you were going to say Daemon Ex Machina. No, I'm joking. So I've heard lots of praise for Luigi's Mansion 3. And podcast participant Wolfman Jew famously described it as 15 Vegas hotels stacked on top of each other.
Yes, it's a very good
which I think was a
description.
great description. What did you like about Luigi's Mansion 3?
So, fair warning, I haven't actually listened to the episode where Wolf talked about Luigi's Mansion 3, so
That's
I don't
okay.
want to
Overlap
be
is
too
fine.
repetitive relative to that, but
I'll repeat ourselves.
I'll just do my
All the
best.
time.
Is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. No, we repeat ourselves so much on this podcast that we now, like, we've talked about Sonic on, like, every episode.
Oh.
Sorry. Anyway, go
Like,
ahead.
Kappa's so tired of it. Sorry, Kappa. No. Okay. There's several layers of my love of Luigi's Mansion 3. Layer 1. This is a 7-layer bean dip of good game. Layer 1 is the very, very core mechanic has an incredible loop to it. Like getting it down and doing it well feels amazing. Like I'll flash the ghost or with a light bulb, to be clear.
Okay. I was a little worried for a second.
This is an E-rated game. Yeah, you flash the ghost with the light bulb to stun it, and sometimes that's there's an obstacle to that in itself, like it has a shield or like a helmet on protecting its eyes. So you navigate how to stun it if you need to do that. But you stun it, you start sucking it in. The sucking progresses. You slam it around on the ground to further damage it and like to weaken it further, meaning that it's easier to finish sucking up. And while you're slamming around, you're hitting other ghosts with it, stunning and damaging them in turn. And when you fully finish sucking up this one, you can immediately continue the loop. Just uninterrupted, pure, very
sucking.
Good. Yes, uninterrupted pure sucking that feels great. The HD Rumble helps a lot with this. And just the controls for it are smooth as I'd say there's a lot of like very small bits of jank scattered throughout the game, just of moments of like, oh, they could have communicated like how to do this or that a little better, but none of it never adds up to me to take away too much from the game. That core gameplay loop feels great and is satisfying and continues to be evolved over the course of the game with all these different like variations of how your enemies interact with you and how the environments are interacting with you to keep that fresh. And that goes to the other thing, which is this game is really, really, really strong level design. Great, just creativity and variety and just keeping things fresh in a way that never like negates what the core gameplay is. There's a garden level in the middle of the game where your vacuum now has a chainsaw attachment and you were just fucking chainsawing through furniture and plant monsters.
That's
and
incredible. Do you get to like chop up Petey Piranha?
No, it's not. Yeah, no, they actually keep it the way I'd compare like the Luigi's Mansion corner of the universe is like sort of the way like Mario Odyssey like introduces a bunch of new worlds with totally like new enemy types and different things that were like like they had the mainstays, the Goombas and the Koopas and whatnot popping up here and there, but it was like but there are these new pockets that like brought like very fresh stuff to the table in that regard, and Luigi's Mansion is a lot like that.
So it's like new enemies each level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There are core enemy models, but the point was like it's distinct from like what the standard like Mario setting and Mario enemies are for sure. Like it definitely keeps itself far away from that. The boss battles are really intense sometimes. Like here's the thing I'd say about Luigi's Mansion 3 that I don't think you'd be prepared to hear. There are actually parts of this game that are scary. Like, like family friendly scary, but like genuinely like well developed, like atmospheric, visceral moments.
Like I could get a 6-year-old to scream at this kind of thing.
Totally. Okay. I mean, my girlfriend who is 30 was disturbed by it. There's a boss battle that is a museum. There's because every floor in this hotel is like almost every floor is like not something that's that you'd find in your average hotel. It's a completely like different world and different building contained in this like eldritch
Vegas
space.
hotel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like each floor is like huge on its own and into this larger building. So one of them is like a natural history museum, and the natural history museum's boss is a giant skeleton T-Rex, and the way you're introduced to this T-Rex is that you have to very carefully go down a long corridor. There's no alternate routes. You're just going down this long corridor and just kind of waiting for something to go off, and you see like the profile, the silhouette of the T-Rex repeatedly change positions like as the light flashes while you're going down the hall.
So it's like building dread, which is
it builds legitimate dread.
Cool.
It genuinely develops atmosphere in this game, and it doesn't do it too often, but when it does it, it's good. It's well done.
All right.
And like the pacing of the game is strong too. Like there are some levels that are basically like just the boss battle, and those are always like relatively those are placed at a good clip, between the larger like basically like full like sandbox levels, so that
more like
the sandbox
exploration-y
levels
type segments.
Exactly, yeah. Like and every floor basically does have a boss battle, but you'll never be doing the sandboxing for too long of a stretch in a row or do too many boss fights in a row, basically. Like they keep that pace like really tight.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that sounds like a game that I really want to play it. I just didn't have time this year. So I might get it for like Halloween next year.
Yeah. Also, it's like a 12 to 15 hour game, so it's not too bad on that front too.
Okay.
Like not too short, not Death Stranding.
Yeah, Death Stranding was long, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Kappa, what about your top 3? What was your number 3 game of 2019?
Well, so this first one, I talked about it a little bit. It might be newer to some people because I think it just recently came to Switch, but it is Dauntless.
Oh yeah.
I really like Dauntless, and I get it. It's a streamlined Monster Hunter. It's very basic feedback loop. It's a free-to-play game, so expect there to be microtransactions, and there's a season pass system. I mean, but the game itself is it's a very satisfying game where you can feel not just your power curve in terms of your items and your gear, but your actual skill. And that's one of the things I really like about the game, that the better you get at it, the better it feels to play it. In the beginning, I didn't understand, why did I want to cut off this monster's tail or hit this thing in the hammer and stun it or whatever. But the more and more I played and the more I got involved with it, the more I kind of just got to see like each weapon and each strategy kind of shine and see how each aspect of setting up the different combos and working with people on your team and stuff really let the game kind of be its own thing.
So it's different from Monster Hunter in that you're not just attacking butts.
Yeah, you're not just stabbing the butt. You sometimes want to hit the face or the leg or whatever. But I think the other thing about it is, streamline isn't always bad. And I know there's a lot of Monster Hunter fans, and I think hearing me say Dauntless instead of Monster Hunter is like, well, you're picking the baby version of it. Well, maybe. But I mean, at the same time, I can jump in and out of a Dauntless game in 20 minutes, do a couple hunts. I don't have to worry about all the different layers of it. The game's a little bit hard to get into. There's not a lot in the ways of tutorials and stuff, and it doesn't give you some of the better monsters in terms of design and mechanics and stuff until way, way, way later in the game than it should, in my opinion. But the actual game and everything, I think is really enjoyable. And at a free-to-play price, I think most people at least experience a good 10, 15, 20 hours with it for free before they even really have to make any decision about whether to dump money in a microtransaction or anything like that. Had a great time playing it, especially me and my son played it a lot. It was right up his alley. A lot of cool designs, very cartoony, Fortnite-ish look.
Yeah, for a monster hunting game, it looks particularly family friendly.
Yeah. I mean, the monsters are way more exaggerated, I would say. There's not any kind of semblance of, this thing trying to look any sort of real at all.
It's not very bloody or gory.
No. And a lot of like little hit markers. And, you definitely chop off tails and horns and stuff like that. But good game. I'd say if you're just kind of on the fence or if you just need a little taste of Monster Hunter for none of the price, give it a shot.
All right.
Number 2 game, I guess, as always, we kind of cheat, but I figured if RE2 make counts, Halo Reach PC is on my list. It's Halo. Don't get me wrong; it's all there, but this is a big step for Microsoft to get back into the PC gaming market with Halo. It was a big test, and they finally rolled out Reach, and I got to tell you. My list of Steam friends and my list of Discord friends is nothing but people playing Halo. And, it would be easy to say this is a lot of nostalgia, but I realize that I'm gaming with 20-year-olds now. You know what I mean? A lot of the people in my Destiny clan that I know they weren't around for Halo in its prime sometimes,
Yeah.
Or
that came out when I was like a tween.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
So,
I was a freshman in high school.
Yeah, but that's okay. But I mean,
when the first Halo? When Reach came out.
When Reach
Sorry,
came out,
I was thinking about like the original Halo. I was gonna say you were much younger than that when the original Halo came out.
No, I was 5 years old when Halo 1 came out. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Don't apologize for being young.
Yeah. But this is a big step, and they nailed it. It plays great. The controls are great. The feedback's all there. The modes are just right. The multiplayer is fast. The campaign's good. The unlocks come pretty quick. They didn't hide a lot behind any of the mechanics. So, I mean, there's something to be said about a good, competent re-release, remake, whatever you want to call it. And this one hits all those marks. And seeing people just excited to play Halo again feels weird, when my friends get online and like, hey, let's do some Firefighters, some, Big Team Rumble or whatever, Sniper, SWAT, all those other names, from my childhood growing up are all coming back around. It's just a whole new generation kind of getting to play it. And, it helps that Reach is probably narratively one of the stronger ones to launch as well. So if people are looking to get into the story of Halo, it's chronologically the first, at least.
Not
but also,
too much like happens in Combat Evolved.
Right. Yeah.
So
it
this
has
is
a
probably
lot
a
of
better
stage.
place to get people into it.
Yep, a lot of stage setting in Combat Evolved, and a lot of it just kind of don't get me wrong, it's a fantastic game, but you don't get the story fed to you in the way you do in later Halos. So I think this is a good one to kind of introduce people to the idea and the teams and the players, and a lot of great voice acting in Reach and ODST as well. So yeah, it's not all just cheap trying to figure out the mysteries of the universe.
I'm actually eager to jump into this because I've played Combat Evolved, and I'm I've said a lot about it. It's that it has very good basic mechanics. I just don't like the level design of Combat Evolved, but I know that later Halos have kind of mixed that up a bit. Right. So I'm eager to get into the series that I've never really experienced as much as I've wanted to, because I just was never an Xbox owner.
It's really cheap right now. So I think I think you can even get it on the Windows Store for even cheaper if you want to go that route. So if you're just looking to basically play it, and I think you can get it on Game Pass as well with Play Anywhere. But two reaches the story to get into, because it's a very simple story all about sacrifice. This is a doomed planet, right? If you know anything about when Reach released, it was basically, remember the Alamo, but remember Reach was kind of like the rallying cry in a lot of the early Halos. And the reason is because it was a planet that was just utterly destroyed. So it's a total story of kind of total sacrifice and what was given up in order to save, other things. I don't want to spoil it too much if you're really going to play it, but
sometime early next year.
You can get through the campaign pretty quick, but the story itself it's pretty moving. I mean, honestly, you start with a team and it feels like it's going to be like so many other shooters, these special ops badasses who are just going to plow their way through everything, and then one by one
think you're going to be like Soap or Price,
right? Yeah. And then you start to kind of realize, shit, we're not going to make it out of this. This isn't
I think the best way if you wanted to describe Reach in a very apt, but maybe a little reductive way, but one that would definitely reach shooter players very easily is the bit where you get nuked in the first Modern Warfare. Reach is kind of just that for 10 hours, but good. That's the emotional textural experience. It's just devastation for 10 straight hours.
The way it gets it through to you is kind of in really, really smart ways. The first one is the dialogue and the voice act, which is tremendous. But the second way is the fucking music in this game is off the charts great.
Marty McDonald, right?
Yeah, and so it can just hit transitions or scenes or whatever, and you just the music is just bringing you with it. It's so emotional, it's so good. I mean, I can't say enough good things about Reach as far as this Halo series. Now, multiplayer-wise, I think, like we talked about before, it's probably not the favorite of them, but I think for what most people right now is they're seeing some of those classic multiplayer modes that, for whatever reason, haven't caught on in a lot of games.
Did Griffball make it into Halo Reach? I forget.
I don't know if it has yet. I don't think that was one of the things, but they've got Forge coming for PC, so I'm imagining that once that's out, you can put whatever you want.
Yeah, God, I spent way too many hours in high school in Forge. Reach is a great game. It's a great campaign. I definitely can't play all those games on my MacBook Air, so I'm still holding out for that that first wave of Halo games getting Switch ports. Really hope so.
Well, I mean, it might. I mean, they've been working with Nintendo. Even if it doesn't, that xCloud is still a possibility.
That's fair. Yeah, maybe X.
So yeah, my game of the year. This is probably going to own me, and probably no one else talking about this game. It's going to be Total War: Three Kingdoms. It is. It is.
I think you're talking to like that game a lot.
Okay. It is the perfected real-time strategy game. I mean, I can't. I know I'm in the spot right now. I just can't imagine a game getting real-time strategy so right as much as Three Kingdoms. Don't get me wrong, Warhammer 2 is great. It's got a lot of cool stuff going on, but you got a lot of factions and stuff going on that don't even play close. But Three Kingdoms has it all. The Total War formula has kind of been its thing for a while now. But this is the first game where I feel like they nailed every little individual aspect of what a Total War game is in a way that makes me want to just play until my eyes bleed. Down to the character systems, I don't have to worry about, do I make a spy? Do I make a diplomat? Doesn't matter. I make a guy, and if he's a great general, he can go be a spy or a diplomat or whatever else. There's a likes and a dislikes system between individual characters. So if you're a general and you like you retreat from the battle, the other generals start to hate you for that. Whereas like there might be some generals who are more strategic minded who respect that you saved your forces rather than get wiped out. And so there's a lot of like give and take, and even among individual characters, you can actually, make a character mad by winning a battle using kind of bad tactics that they don't respect as much had you just lost half your army throwing them into a meat grinder. You get itemization. There's armored equip, weapons equip, like a retinue. I don't know, retinue, whatever. You get like little like guys that come and join you and help you, and they might be a poet that writes poetry about how great your battles are, that builds your fame, that lets you be a better diplomat, stuff like that. It's so incredibly well thought out, even down to stuff like there's duels, right? So let's say you're facing a super powered army, way bigger than yours. You're going to get stomped, but the general's a bit of a hothead. You're right out there in front with your general, and you challenge him to a duel, and the battle kind of rages around you still. But even with that going on, you still got a chance to beat that general, that overpowered general, in a duel, and make the entire battle kind of change the way it goes around you. Lots of characters. I bet you there's probably hundreds of historical characters in this game. Good dialogue, good story. And the story kind of adjusts on the fly depending on how individual factions are kind of interacting. So like if you're playing
that's actually really neat, because I don't know of any other real-time strategy campaigns that do that.
Well, if you think, I'm sure everybody's a little bit familiar with the three kingdoms. So we got the Wei, the Wu, the Shu, kind of the Jin, kind of mixed up in there. But the interactions of if this faction allies with this faction, which maybe doesn't happen every single gameplay, there's a story for that. There's a reason why these two team up to fight this other. And even though Dong Zhuo is obviously the villain in the whole scenario, there's scenarios where he allies with other people, and the game kind of adapts to some of that. It doesn't do it like in like a flowing story way, but it gives you a reason why these things happen, and then what would happen if these factions kind of worked for or against each other. You can build historical alliances. Obviously, you can get the three brothers and the five lions and all that stuff. It's all built into the game. The yellow turbans are a whole faction doing their own thing. So if you're kind of like into that historical mindset, you can turn off kind of all the little silly stuff that the game does outside of historical context and play like just a straightforward historical campaign. But it doesn't force you into that. There's a whole mode that isn't like that. So I love it. It's a great game. Recommend it if you're a RTS head and you've just been looking for something, not sure about it. But this one, it scratches every single RTS itch I can imagine. I think pretty much since it's been out, it stayed on my hard drive, which is a good sign for me that it's a game I just want to keep coming back to.
Absolutely. That sounds... I'm looking to try to get more into RTSs because I haven't really played one since... Oh god, not counting Brutal Legend because it's not a real RTS. I haven't really played one since, I guess, Tiberian Sun. It's been forever. So I should probably jump on that train at some point.
Oh, and the other thing, it has full mod support, which is great. So I mean, there's a lot of modding out there going. If you want to do certain things, where you can mod certain factions or certain characters, or even down to individual weapons. So there's some of that going on out there as well.
All right, I love like the PC gaming scene and how it's kind of not hacky. That's not the right word. How people sort of mod all their favorite stuff into it and kind of customize games to their own specifications. That's a really attractive feature of the PC gaming scene to me. So. As far as my top three, I should put a disclaimer in front of this that I did not finish Control in time for inclusion. I did not start Life is Strange 2, and I did not start The Somnian Files. And there's probably an alternate universe in which those three games are my top three. But because none of them are done, I cannot include them.
We have a tournament episode. It'll be fun.
Yeah, that's fine. Right. We'll get there eventually. Yeah. I'll start Life is Strange 2 in like a month. Mm-hmm. So my actual top three is composed entirely of games that Kappa would call Merve games. And my number three game of the year is this game called Heaven's Vault, So to describe it, I don't know if you guys have heard of this game called Sethian. Not ringing any bells? Sethian is a game where you have to decipher an ancient language through conversations with, I believe, an AI. So imagine taking that mechanic and sticking it inside a Telltale game. And that's how you get Heaven's Vault. What you have to do is that you have to use the information you glean from exploring this space universe with different planets to decipher an ancient language that will in turn tell you more about the universe that you're exploring. And sometimes you have choices about how you interpret the ancient language, and that influences the story. So it's a really neat kind of gameplay loop that they've got going on in an aesthetic that I would describe as retro post-apocalyptic Arabifuturist. Which sounds silly, but it's it's kind of like, what if Star Wars had Islamic influences in it? It's a really neat aesthetic. The score is beautiful. The writing is impeccable. Dialogue is great. Probably would have scored even higher if it weren't for some very serious technical glitches. But other than that, really great game. Highly recommended if you're into these kinds of very slow-paced, puzzly, narrative-heavy adventures.
It sounds really good. I don't know if I could play it, but it sounds good.
It's the kind of game that I'd really recommend if you're into that kind of game. And if you're not into that kind of game, just steer clear. Number 2 is Baba Is You, which, for those of you not know, is a block sliding puzzle game where some of the blocks are words that make rules. So the idea is, by sliding together, say, a word next to a property, you can change the property of those objects in the game. So for instance, there'll be a block that says, wall, and another block that says push. And so if you put together the wall of the push block, that allows you to push walls around. And so what you're doing, in addition to manipulating blocks to be able to navigate paths, you're also changing the rules of the game as you push around these blocks. So it's a really neat mixture of mechanics. After a while, the game gets stupidly difficult, but it's one of the most ingenious puzzle games I've played in years. And finally, my game of the year is yet another puzzle game. Apparently my top 3 is all puzzle games. It's a game called Manifold Garden. And I would say this is the best first-person puzzler I've played since Portal 2. It's the basic premise is, or mechanic is that you can shift the direction of gravity. So you walk up to a wall and you press a button, and that wall is now the floor. And on top of that, what they've layered is that levels repeat infinitely in every direction. So effectively, it's layering fractals on top of gravity shifting. And using this infinite repetition is sometimes a mechanic that you need to use to solve puzzles. The aesthetic is basically fractals plus primary colors plus kind of this Mobius-ish kind of line art aesthetic. It's really super neat. Really enjoy it. I don't know if I'm doing a great job of selling it, but if you're into these kinds of puzzle games, I would highly, highly recommend it. So that's my top 3. So let's discuss our disappointments and worst games of the year, because we can't end this podcast without shitting on something.
Hold on, I have to ask real quick. Did Half-Life Alyx make it into either our November episode or our survey of the whole year? Okay.
It did not, but it exists. And we could talk about
it
it.
just seems like it's definitely something that we could have talked about a bit. And it just occurred to me.
I think didn't we talk about a little bit of covering the VR kind of not being adapted? Maybe I was wrong.
We didn't talk about it at all. That's okay. There's a new Half-Life game. It's gonna come out soon at some point. It's for VR.
Sorry, that was really poor timing on my part, but it just registered to me that we kind of missed that one.
I think it's important because I think the question for me is this: is this continuing the Half-Life series, or is this trying to sell Steam's new VR? That's what my question is about this game.
It's definitely in large part selling Index for sure. And it's by and large it's the official word is that it's supposed to be a prequel about what Alyx was doing before she met Gordon. But the trailer also leans very heavily on the audio of, spoiler alert, her dad dying from the end of episode 2. So there might be follow-up. We have no idea right now. The other thing is that just like the fact that how this project is affecting Campo Santo is the only is the thing that
So In the Valley of Gods is never going to come out now.
Yep,
probably
for sure.
So.
The official word was we can and may return to this project,
No,
and
you
that
won't.
is
Don't fucking
that is
lie.
No, but that's the thing is when they're couching it in that kind of language that tells everyone that game is fucked. Never mind that there are already people who are recently ex Valve / Campo Santo people talking about I left because I was told that I can't work on this anymore, and it was Alyx or the high road, so I took the high road.
Which doves have spilled tea?
Tragedy.
Who's been saying that on Twitter? I haven't followed that.
Oh, I saw at least one or two people talking about that. I could send it for the link dump.
All right, because that's a big story.
What's hard for me is continuing or having any kind of continuance of one of the best stories in gaming, the Half-Life story, continuing it for a 1% of a 1% type audience. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A game that is you will be able to play with any kind of VR setup, but is built for the fucking $1,000 Index.
Yeah.
Is whack.
It is.
I'm not spending an entire paycheck just to play a fucking video game.
Yeah. It's hard for me to see that's where they're going with this, but I don't know. I guess maybe I can stream it or watch a Let's Play, or you know what I mean, something along those lines. But
so that's definitely the worst game announcement of 2019.
I think so.
Yeah, right. Came in right under the wire.
I don't know. I'm pissed because I wanted more from Campo Santo. I really liked Firewatch. I thought In the Valley of Gods looked super neat. Mm-hmm. I don't care about Half-Life Alyx. I just don't.
Same here.
So, Bones, what were your disappointments of 2019, other than the Half-Life Alyx announcement?
Well, as I've said, I've only played 7 games from this year, so...
And you liked them
and I liked them all to varying extent. So I guess my disappointment of the year is Yoshi's Crafted World. It's just... So Merve, we talked about this back in a long time ago. Early in the year, you were really You were very underwhelmed by the demo, is what I recall, right? It was too basic.
That.
I have good news for you. The rest of the game is not that basic. The difficulty curve on that game's fucking insane. I like that game, I would say broadly, but minute to minute it can get really exhausting and overwhelming, and it does that very quickly.
That just feels like they fucked up the difficulty curve. There's something in the middle between constant stress and just fucking walking around solving the easiest puzzles in the world.
Yeah.
And
you
seems
get
like
to
it just fucked up that difficulty curve.
That's a couple misses in a row though, where they've tried to do this kind of crafted world. Was it Kirby's Yarn Tale? I mean, they're trying to do something kind of.
Star Allies was the one that was not very well received.
There was a couple other ones though, right? Am I wrong?
There was the other Yoshi one, which was Woolly World, and then Kirby had the claymation one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's also the claymation one, which was worse received than Epic Yarn. Was my point.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to say
Star
Amazing
Allies
Rainbow.
Was not great.
Yeah, Star Allies was also bad. Yes. Sorry.
Again, that was another demo that convinced me I didn't need the full game.
Same. Yeah.
But these aren't bad games. They're just whatever.
Yeah, Crafted World. Yeah, it was disappointing for me just because I was pretty excited for it. I didn't need it to be too much more than what that demo was, but it goes in a totally different direction that I don't think is just fully well executed or conceived. And that was like this is a game about a cute like felt Yoshi, and it's like canonically set as a kindergarten like diorama story inside the Mario universe. Like these are kindergartners in what's the fucking Metro Kingdom's name? New Donk City. This is canonically a story being told by kindergartners with their diorama in New Donk City, basically, and so that should be charming and relaxing, and it's not.
That is not how I expected that game to disappoint. So that is also a surprise.
Yeah.
So, Kappa, are we going to just shit on Anthem right now, or what do you have for us?
You've done that enough. That and Ghost Recon Breakpoint. I got a new one for you. So those two are obviously my two biggest disappointments.
So let's actually talk about Ghost Recon Breakpoint for a bit, because I know we've shot on Anthem a lot.
Breakpoint,
but we haven't shot so much on Breakpoint.
Breakpoint has a really interesting macro story to it attached now, right? Like that. Yeah. It did so poorly that reportedly Ubisoft is completely rebuilding its development system.
Yeah, like its launch lineup has been completely wrecked as well. Yeah. I wasn't even going to talk Breakpoint. I've got another one for you. Are you ready?
Sure.
Rune 2.
Rune.
Exactly. I'm probably one of like maybe a dozen people who purchased Rune 2. I was actually super stoked for it. I really liked Rune 1. This was like a labor of love from Human Head Studios to kind of get this game out. They were very proud of it.
And Human Head just got acquired by Bethesda.
Yep.
Dissolved, I think.
Yeah, dissolved and then the remnants, something like that.
Yeah.
Like reformed under Bethesda in some way.
Yeah. Human Head, also known for being the people who made The Quiet Man, worst video game of forever.
Quiet Man.
Yeah. But they did the original Prey as well. So I mean, there's a lot in this studio, right? There's talent, right? So Prey, the original Rune, Brink, and then they did Defiance as well, which I enjoyed a lot, but I don't think a lot of people played that. It was a tie with the sci-fi TV show. It was kind of like an open world shooter, maybe a little bit ahead of time. But Rune 2, I thought was going to be kind of a return to form, a labor of love from a studio that had kind of been kicking around this idea for a while. And it's kind of like a action RPG that's around like a timed content type thing. So you basically have an hour and a half in little settings to kind of like advance the world to a state where Ragnarok doesn't happen. So you're like kind of what's the Zelda Majora's Mask, where you kind of have to keep getting little things right each day. That's kind of like what's going on in this game. But the game is just so badly optimized. So many crashes, so many weird bugs, just kind of not all the way thought out. Systems that don't make any sense. A crafting system that I don't even know why it does what it does. It's a mess. I don't think I've seen much about it at all, which probably tells you a lot about it. But I thought, hey, maybe this thing's going to get fixed or patched or whatever. Nah, they got bought out. So I'm pretty sure that what I bought is what I bought.
Yeah, that game is dead as fuck.
Yep. So there goes my Viking action RPG that I thought would be, a pretty cool end of the year type game to, dig into. But it was.
That sucks.
Yeah. But that was my end of the year. I mean, obviously, Anthem and Breakpoint were bigger, but I thought I'd bring a little bit, new spin and tell you, hey, don't buy Rune 2. So.
That's good to know. Not that I was ever planning to buy it, but it's good to know that there are like less high profile disappointments kind of all over the place that they kind of go under the radar.
If you follow it, there's a lot of weirdness going on with their like suing the developer so that they can have rights back to the game to like basically fix and patch it. They technically closed the studio and then reformed as Roundhouse Studios like the next day.
Yeah.
Being owned by Bethesda, like some real weird stuff going on with it.
That sounds like God, what's the English word for this? I know the Hindi word for what I want to say, but the English, what I really want to say, it sounds like there's a great Hindi word for this. Dishonest dealings. Like it sounds like there's something funky going on under the surface. It's not like completely above board.
Bad faith.
Yeah,
like that.
For sure.
For Hindi speakers, we would call that hera feri. Now you know a word.
Definitely some of that going on. But yeah, so
Yeah.
this was a disappointment, kind of, not just for the game that launched, but for something that at least it sounded like a real, the studio had been planning on making this game for damn near a decade, and they finally got it. They finally put it out the door, and it's like just in time to close the studio, basically, which probably explains some of, its current state. But yeah, it sucked for me. Kind of bummed out by it because I really liked Rune 1. Was a really intriguing kind of action RPG for its time. A lot of cool mechanics that kind of carried on to other games. It was kind of like a secret, maybe like behind the radar game that had a lot of influence.
Like a hidden gem.
Yeah, it probably had more influence than it did actual renown. But I thought maybe this would be turn the corner for Human Head, and it kind of was, and that they don't exist. But that was kind of my disappointing end of the year game.
All right, so I have two, and these are both going to be very controversial. So strap in. My second least favorite game of the year ended up being Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. And we've talked about difficulty, so I'm not going to really bring that up. But I think it's fair to characterize it as a mechanically bankrupt parrying simulator. That's effectively what it is. You just parry, 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 parry. Okay, here's an opening, now I stab. It's not a very exciting game combat-wise. It's unfun. Dodging will get you killed, so just parry, parry, parry. The other problem is that its story is really, really shallow and not as profound as it thinks it is, and very unsatisfying. And the third thing I'm going to say about it is that it has quite a few technical glitches and frame rate drops on PC and does not control well. So overall, a big disappointment. I really wanted to love like a hardcore Soulsborne type experience. And at every turn it disappointed me and frustrated me and just made me mad that I'd wasted money on it. So sorry, FromSoft. I'm glad that people like what you do, but this was just not a good game in any way, shape, or form. Aside from the art direction. Art direction's really good. So, congrats on that. My least favorite game of the year is another Activision game, and that is Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I mean, this is kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. Nobody expects people like us to like Call of Duty. But this was bad in ways I didn't expect. So, okay. I'm going to say that people criticizing this game for being jingoistic and rah-rah are missing the point, because that's not
They
really
did.
what it
They did
is.
completely lie about a real-world war crime. That's.
That's okay. We'll get to that in a second, and
Fine.
I think that's. I don't want to say it's being blown out of proportion. I think people are vastly misunderstanding. Like, it's very easy to make that. Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
I'm sorry.
It's not really what the game is about. Like, it's not a game that's like, oh, look at U.S. military intervention abroad. Isn't that great? No, that's not the perspective the game takes. In fact, playing through the game, it ends up taking a negative view of that. Like, that's where the story goes. But this is also a world where everyone is incompetent except for covert ops and the CIA. And it encourages a worldview that kind of plays off conspiracy theories and hidden agendas, like this really paranoid worldview, which is problematic. The other thing is that it wants to tell a story about the Middle East and proxy wars, but it doesn't, aside from, kind of shallowly raising the idea that maybe the military isn't all it's cracked up to be, it doesn't want to actually engage in any of the complex geopolitics involved. So, like, literally the first line of the game literally the first line is the game's villain saying that he's not a religious fundamentalist. Which, yes, there are so many other issues involved in the complex quagmire that is the Middle East that have not much to do with religion. But that's not what this game is getting at. It's raising that point so as to completely elide any possible accusation of Islamophobia.
Right.
Like, it's just completely taking religion out of the picture so it doesn't have to deal with it.
And
But then what it does is, this is all clearly an allegory for the Syrian civil war. And the Middle Eastern allies on the ground are effectively an allegory for Kurds, but they all speak Arabic, which is a weird thing to do considering a whole history of Kurds not being allowed to speak their language and being forced to speak Arabic. Like, that's weird, right?
yeah, no, that's
I'm allowed to say that that's messed up. Right?
yes. No, that's
It's very messed up. And then on top of that, it does things like it endorses psychological torture. The villains are just cartoons with no motivation other than to be cartoonishly evil. The whole story is just kind of a train wreck from top to bottom. And it's not a train wreck in the sense of, yeah, the US and UK military are great. It's just a train wreck in pretty much every other aspect. So as for the whole controversy regarding war atrocities, okay, so let me explain what the controversy is. There is a scene in the game, in a mission where someone refers to the Highway of the Dead, which refers to a Gulf War incident where the highway going out of Kuwait City was bombed by American forces, ostensibly to attack Iraqi forces that were in the area, but that reportedly ended up mostly killing civilians. Okay. So that is really bad. I think we can all agree that that is a war atrocity.
yes.
Now, what happens in the game is somebody references something called the Highway of the Dead, and it involves Russian forces strategically attacking civilians, not like all throughout the highway.
No Russian type situation.
Not exactly. It's more like it involves people. They're talking about the Russians doing this, and then you see like a Russian convoy along the highway, but it in no way resembles the actual Highway of the Dead incident, which leads you to believe that this was not an intentional reference.
Okay.
It just feels like a very, very unfortunate coincidence, which they should own, by the way. Like they have to deal with the consequences of this coincidence, but it does not read like an intentional reattribution of American war atrocities to Russians. It feels like
I accept your perspective, but I think that's too irresponsible to not. It's already.
Oh, it's irresponsible. Absolutely. I think they deserve all the critique in the world for it, but I have a very hard time reading this as an intentional reattribution of war atrocities.
Yeah,
I mean, that's fair, but it doesn't matter that it's intentional to me. It just doesn't.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think-
Absolutely.
I kind of get what you're
And I
saying.
would say that about all the other stuff is that so the surface
The
level
other stuff
perspective-
reads as a lot more
Sorry.
intentional in this. That's why I'm
Sure.
raising those
Fair enough.
concerns more.
Okay,
heavily.
but what you're saying about the surface level perspective, this is not completely jingoistic, but if what it does offer that's like and quote unquote anti-U.S. military or anti-interventionism or whatever, if it's shallow and if it's not effective, then to me it's just not this. It doesn't. Then it's still that it's not effective. If it's not effectively providing that counterpart, then it's just reinforce the same things as it would be otherwise. That's my perspective.
That's why I think there are more subtle problems than that, though. It's not. It's very explicitly not supporting that point of view. It's just replacing it with a different, equally problematic and gross point of view.
Okay, I can accept that. I'm one of those people who's like it's almost impossible to actually effectively do anti-war art. Like that's where I'm coming from. I feel very strongly about this.
I think that's kind of the hallmark of where the modern warfare kind of writing and story and series kind of has gone. Like they kind of refer to a real world thing, but then kind of work it into their story just however they feel like it. I don't know if I can attribute a lot of attention to it. I think they're just lazy writers. Do you know what I mean? I think they say, "Oh, hey, remember this thing? Yeah, that kind of happened in our game too."
And I'm not disputing that it's. I'm not arguing that there's more intent to it than laziness and irresponsibility. I'm not.
Oh yeah, but it looks bad when it happens game after game after game. You know, I mean, it's. I think it's.
I want to be very clear. I'm not defending this game's storytelling. I just think
I acknowledge that.
The problems.
Sorry.
The reason I'm harping on this point is because it's clear that a lot of the critiques of the game are not very well thought through, and I think I should engage with what the game is actually presenting me, and having engaged with what the game is presenting, maybe those original critiques aren't wholly accurate, but that does not make the game better, because what it's actually doing is still really gross.
Yeah, that's a fair and acceptable perspective. And again, I'm sorry for being the disruptive asshole here. To me, it feels like
an asshole.
To me, it feels like you're splitting hairs. But but that's just my perspective.
Yeah, fair enough. I think what I'm presenting is that it's bad in subtly different ways that I think are important to point out, because I don't want people defending the game along the lines of a technicality.
I accept that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's not I don't even need this game to be anti-war. It's just gross in so many other aspects.
Sure.
Okay, but let's say I didn't care about the story. Gameplay-wise, this game is crap.
Yeah.
It's just utter crap.
There you go.
That's the biggest thing you can level about that campaign. It's just kind of, man.
It's so surprisingly bad.
Yeah, they've advanced the concepts of campaign. What a campaign could be 0% in the past 3 Call of Duties at this point. It's just ridiculous at this point. I mean, you got to do something with it, guys. If you're not going to have it, don't have it. But if you're going to have it, I don't know. There's so many other, like talking about like Gears 5 or anything else. There's so many other campaigns that have realized you can do more with the story in a shooter, you know. And this game and Call of Duty just falls back on the same shit over and over and over again. You know, I think we talked about this a little bit on the last one, but I think it's because they stick so much to their spec ops badass, you know, snake eater bearded guys that they don't know how to tell a story about regular soldiers, regular people with families in a war. Like it's too foreign to them because they've lived in this land of spec ops badasses for so long.
I think that kind of ties into this game having that perspective where they don't want to endorse military. So they want to be seen as clever and be like, oh yeah, we don't fully endorse the military, but then what are you doing? You're bringing in like these CIA spec ops badasses, and you're endorsing a slightly different but completely fucked up worldview.
Yeah, right. It's like saying that Batman is kiddie, but the Punisher is hardcore, right? Like,
yeah,
you know, if only they had better guns and better tools and could kill more people, then everything would be fixed. These other guys they just can't get it done, you know. So you need the next level.
These other guys don't understand cultural sensitivities, and our spec ops badasses do, but that's such an artificial thing because they've set up a completely different cultural landscape that insensitively writes over actual reality.
Mm-hmm.
So they've made the problem easy for themselves, right? Like it's just fucked up on so many levels. But as to like the actual gameplay, this is a game where like, you know, Call of Duty's famous for being like not a war of attrition like Battlefield, where you know, people take a few shots to down. Call of Duty, it's very twitchy, like 3 shots, dead. And they're bringing that into the campaign. But that makes it really hard to do good tactical gameplay, which they're also putting on top of it. So they'll give you this big arena with lots of walls and places to hide and blah, blah, blah as part of a level. But then the only viable strategy is to flank. Like, there's no strategy other than that. There's only one way you can do anything, or you'll get cut to death. And so, like, being this like glass cannon, you end up with this really like start-stop momentum that's just not fun.
Yeah, and if you remember early Call of Duty gameplay, what it used to be is there was invisible lines, and until you got to that invisible line, stuff spawned endlessly until you had to just basically charge forward, get to an invisible line, and then stuff stopped spawning. And that was a whole different type of gameplay that sucked in a different way, you know?
Yeah, I actually can't tell whether there are endless waves or not. I really cannot tell. I expect there is, and you just have to flank and reach the invisible trigger to where they stop spawning the endless waves, which is stupid, right? So many missions are really poorly signposted. Like, they don't tell you where exactly you're supposed to go, so you end up kind of running around just killing enemies repeatedly. A lot of times just deviating from the developer's intended path gets you killed. The last couple of missions are good, and that's because they finally genuinely give you some freedom. But other than that, like, basically every way they deviate from standard shooter gameplay sucks. So this one mission where you have to navigate someone using security cameras and make sure they don't die, and it's just garbage. They have another mission where you have a mini game where you're supposed to avoid waterboarding, and it's the most...
Oh my god.
like, turn your head to avoid the water. And I'm like, you're having me play through a torture scene just for this? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's weird.
I should mention, the only reason I played this game is because it came for free with my new graphics card. Otherwise, I probably never would have played it. So this is really like shooting fish in a barrel. But I thought at least it would be solid from a gameplay perspective, whatever garbage politics it was going to throw onto the table. But the reason I'm mentioning this game as a particular screw-up is that its politics were bad in a way I did not expect. And in more egregious ways that I did not expect. And also the gameplay was bad in ways I didn't expect. Co-op is really, really bad too. The co-op missions are just garbage. Multiplayer deathmatch is fun though. So
Follow me, man. I got lots of Destiny to play.
if you want to pay $60 for a good multiplayer deathmatch, there are worse ways. Okay, final bit of criticism. I know we've shat on this game a lot. But the reason that I feel comfortable putting this as the worst game of the year is shortly before this, it was announced that this game would be releasing with like a $20 supply pack, which involved an in-game watch that you could use to check your KD ratio. Because what they took out of this game was the ability to see the number of deaths in a multiplayer game. So there are legitimate reasons to remove this feature. You don't want people monitoring each other's deaths and then harassing each other over it. Fine. But they also took out your ability to see your own deaths, and now they're selling that back to you for $20 with some other cosmetic crap.
That's ridiculous.
So they're selling you the problem that they'd already created themselves? The solution to the problem they've already created themselves? So, fuck Activision for this kind of garbage? Yeah.
Yeah.
Modern Warfare, just all around train wreck in ways that I did not expect it to be a train wreck. So, yeah. Sorry, this is the worst game of the year for me by a pretty significant margin. All right, let's talk about something maybe not positive, maybe not negative. What were your surprises of 2019? Bones, what surprised you about games of 2019?
Come back to me. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Kappa, what are your surprises? Kappa's dead. What were my surprises?
Sorry.
So my my biggest surprises were two indie games, which were also, as we mentioned earlier, featured on Apple Arcade. What the Golf and Sayonara Wild Hearts. For me, these were two indie games that just came out of nowhere and were both really good. So, yay for them. Go play them if you can.
Yeah, no, they sound really cool.
Probably my biggest surprise was Death Stranding was actually good.
Up for debate.
I did not expect Death Stranding to be good at all.
I'm glad you liked it.
Actually turned out not bad. So, first of all, gameplay-wise, there are tedious bits, but also it's just a really intriguing gameplay loop.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an actual hiking simulator where you walk actually matters because you can fall down and stuff. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is that I expected the story to be just total bullshit, and some parts of it are total bullshit, I'm not going to lie. But the ending is genuinely clever and affecting, and it shows that the game is not just like you think the entire game you're playing something that's just this really shallow, repetitive message about the importance of human connection. And then it turns out it has something a little deeper and more profound to say about the ideals that humans should support and how ideals are bigger than the people who support them. So, good on this game for not being a total train wreck.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even really a train wreck. Good on this game for being better than mediocre. Which, again, not what I expected out of Death Stranding.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bones, Kappa, what were your biggest surprises of 2019?
I've got two. First one is Starlink, Battle for Atlantis. I thought this was another one of those little cash grab toy things. Played through the whole damn thing. Absolutely loved it. It was the only thing I really played during my... I think I had like a free month of Uplay Plus or whatever it was called. I was going to try to sample a couple different games. Really, I just played the crap out of Starlink. Absolutely loved it. Really, it's a true Star Fox successor to me. Cool stuff with the pilots, cool stuff with the ships. Weapons feel good. The gameplay's nice. I really, really liked Starlink. My other one was Surviving Mars. I don't know.
You talked about this game.
Man, this game came out of nowhere for me, and I really enjoyed it. I was mentioning, I think the last time we talked about it, that there's something about these type of supply chain games that sometimes they hit for me and sometimes they don't. But this one is that exact right mix of city building mixed with exploring and mixed with you can't build everywhere you necessarily want to. So I think this is by the City Skylines people. And that was a very well-received city builder. But I think this one kind of takes everything to the next level. Mars being really inhospitable, obviously, really kind of changes how you can get stuff supply chain-wise from one spot to another. It's not as easy as it is on Earth, obviously. You can't just build roads and stuff. So really cool game. I really like the look of it. Was really neat. Like the domes, the dustiness and stuff like that.
By the way, it's the tropical people, not the City Skylines people.
Mm. Over time, like dust even builds up on like buildings and things like that. Really, really cool game. I think it's free on a couple different spots, so check it out if you haven't.
I think I got it for free on Epic, but I can't remember for sure.
I guess my surprise of the year is that in roughly 6 to 8 months, I went from having no interest to Astral Chain to actually wanting to play it. That went entirely on the basis of that it's not exclusively combat based, and that a lot of the game is like just interacting with your coworkers and like trying to give them emotional support and figuring out different things to do as community service. Essentially, that interests me so much more than what I saw from the trailers, and I'm glad that I can know about that aspect of the game.
So, full disclosure, that was my number 4 game of the year.
Yeah.
And I don't think they marketed this game accurately, and also I don't understand why it was nominated for Best Action Game at the Game Awards, because it is mostly not an action game.
Yeah.
Like 50% of the game is like talking to people. And a lot of the more they're like stealth sections. A lot of it is traversal puzzles and environmental puzzling. Like, this is a very platinum game.
Yeah. And that's cool.
Yeah, it's very, very different from what I expected Platinum to make. And there's some Platinum touches, like,
Sure.
The equivalent of, like, witch time when you dodge an attack successfully and stuff like that. So there's a little bit of that DNA in there, but the combat is much slower paced because otherwise you would not be able to control two characters at once.
I'm not disparaging. I want to say I'm not disparaging Platinum's, broad thing or their action gameplay or anything like that. I think that should be obvious enough. I played a little bit of Bayonetta 2 just a little earlier in the fall of this year, and I had fun with it. I didn't hate it. But in terms of being able to sustain my interest for a full game length, I had to see all this other stuff from Astral Chain to want to play it. And also
it's like a 40-hour game. It's fucking long.
Yeah, and also probably just like the anime aspects of it just do nothing for me. So I needed something else to reel me in. And
I joke that it imagines a future where everyone's an inhumanly pretty anime character, and that pretty much holds. Okay, so the other really funny thing, I'm not white. I have the right to find this really funny.
Sure.
So what they did is they took, they very clearly have 4 columns of names. They have Japanese names, English names, Chinese names, and miscellaneous European names. And they took one first name and one surname from each group and stuck them together and then married that to a face that has nothing to do with those names.
Awesome.
So, so that's their version of a culturally diverse society, and it's kind of funny, but
what
also
a beautiful vision of multiculturalism.
It's really funny and inaccurate, but not
Nailed it.
Like, I can't even fault them for it. It's just really funny to me.
Yeah.
And I much prefer like it's not like an insensitive fuck up, but I much prefer like a complete fuck up like this than like a quasi woke fuck up like Tacoma.
I knew you were gonna say Tacoma. Your favorite example for this.
My favorite example of something where like you tried and you think you're good at this, but you're not. This is like, we tried and we know we're bad at this, but hey, we tried. So good on them for trying.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a good game. One of my favorite games of the year. So check it out if you want.
Yes, I'll get it on sale. when I don't have Outer Worlds and Death Stranding and Control all lined up to play over the winter.
Oh god, I need to finish Control. I'm only 5 hours in.
Yeah.
I need to finish that game at some point. Anything else we want to bring up before we call this monster of a podcast to a close?
I thought we did great podcasting this year with everybody.
Yeah.
I'm glad you've been on a lot more, Bones. Merve,
thank you.
Great as always.
all
More
I can
community
really
we
say
can
is
get, the better.
Yeah, thank you for welcoming me with open arms into this project. I've really enjoyed being a part of it and getting very active with it. So thank you for that. I look forward to continuing that.
Yeah, it's been great having you, Bones, with
Thank you.
Someone who actually keeps up with news. And Kappa is always doing a bang-up editing job on whatever crap I throw at him, which is a lot. So
yeah, and this year in editing, we had a couple interesting things happen. But then we were
that
able
was
to
one of them was really my fault, and I apologize for that fuck up.
Yeah.
So if you'd like to keep up to date with the podcast, you can follow us on our website at avocadogamescast.wordpress.com, where in addition to posting each episode, we post a link dump. So you can fact check what we say and make sure that we're not total idiots. You can also subscribe to us on iTunes or Google Play Music. Just search for Avocado Gamescast, and make sure you check out the community that spawned this podcast at the-avocado.org. And just to conclude, let me let me end with a message to our listeners. We've been doing the GamesCast actually since 2016. This started basically because of E3 2016, which makes us older than Fortnite. So
Yeah, that's what we're getting paid. Like,
we've been around for longer. And I think roughly 40 people have participated in the podcast since its inception. So that's quite a lot of you guys. So thank you for contributing. Thank you to our listeners for putting up with us. And we're going to keep doing this in 2020 and even beyond that. So I hope you have an excellent year. I hope you had an excellent decade. I hope you have an excellent following decade. And keep on pushing that joystick.